on the hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. On the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah.
What you want?
Sorry to bother, I don't mean to be blowing your cover. No, we probably shouldn't take this no further, but you beat the cookie up like no other. I seen your whip was parked in the lot out front, you was fine on me. I know I could never be a Cinderella. Together we starting a messed up telenovela. I like the way you rock my whip, I like the way you lick my I like the drugs you let me hit. Do me so good, I'ma pass out. Love it when you keeping your mask on. Love it when I'm running dirty with a rough boy. Guess I gotta take my mask out. Ice, money, sex, trees. Everything's bliss when I'm paying my bills with the money you give me for free. But being tied down, we make sure you can do you and that I can do me. I feel like Rapunzel, I am your secret treat that no one can see. If you wanna have some fun, call 415-1999. I'm thinking it's another way to call it my line. I'm out and five, this cookie ain't free. Oh yeah, but it's something about you. Love the way you giving me, babe, but he never gon' say, cause that's gon' make me go and hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. On the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah. Keep it on the hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. On the hush. On the hush.
Calling my phone all like that.
Hey, I see you stuck in my page. What you doing up so late? I be loving the trade. I got this one on the way. Big headed, he a eater, he do it, I say. He like to hear it a crate. Staying for me, he gon' fight. He's catching a fate. Giving, but he never takes. Where you at? I can't take you when you simp. I think that he's an imposter. I'm thinking about jumping ship. Really call it a toss-up. I don't know if it's clipped. Got me thinking I lost ya. Eating shrimps to the whips. Cut me lobster with a monster. Keep it on the hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. On the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah. Keep it on the hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. On the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah. I left you a message at 7 p.m. last night. On a whim, you ignore my call. I'm over the ghosting. I can't give you another chance to shadow my heart. I'm gonna let it burn. You know I care, and I love you deeply. More and more every time. Your voice and laughter scar. You say you're crazy, but baby I'm crazy, yeah. Now you get to look and see. It has to make you burn. Has to make you burn. Has to make you burn. Yeah, I wanna watch you burn. I wanna see you burn. Yeah, I wanna watch you burn.
Did you get what you wanted? What you were hoping to find in me? A willing victim. Maybe I needed you. I know that it scared you. Remind you of your insecurities. So you took it out on me. Do you remember the
make you burn. Has to make you burn. Has to make you burn. Yeah, I wanna watch you burn. I wanna see you burn. I wanna hear you burn. Yeah, I wanna watch you burn.
Feel the pressure, let's go get it running side by side. Yeah, pretty devils pushing levels, yeah, you heard that right. Kiss, kiss, goodnight.
Yeah, watch us flip that switch. No, you won't put a leash on this. All my ladies take position. Don't get comfortable, cause I need to know. We'll dip and dash. Got the car with my girls in the back. Ready up, let's get that bag. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now. Too bad, so sad, don't turn your back. We have fake crush, get mad, we're making it. Yeah, watch us flip that switch. No, you won't put a leash on this. All my ladies take position. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now. We'll dip and dash. Got the car with my girls in the back. Ready up, let's get that bag. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now.
Time lag 세상은 왜 이틀에 한 번 미치겠어 저기가 볼 때마다 빨라지는 심장 잠도 못 자 빨개져는만 너네보다 부족한 점 하나라 목표를 심각해 많은 것 같아 머리안 내려놓고 싶어 사실 근데 무겁기에 버티려 했지 난 순간 진심으로 와 그 시간은 널 거야 무조건 한숨도 못 자던 네꿈 밖으로 다시 쏟아지는 그대여 이제 외로운 나여 뭐가 알아줘도 rain star 파란새보다 멋지고 찬란한 그댄 꼭 승리할 거야 하고 있잖아 rain star yeah 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 whoa, 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 yeah yeah That's me falling in and out so fast, holding you back, back, back. Guilty of the pain I caused and of the conscience I lack, lack, lack. I will hold your hand while I'm 1 foot out the door. And it's all because I don't need you anymore. Heartbeats going fast, fast, fast. Oh, oh. Heartbeats going fast, fast, fast. Oh, oh. That's me falling in and out so fast when I feel trapped, trapped, trapped. Hungry for another one, anyone. I don't look back, back, back. I will hold your hand while I'm 1 foot out the door. And it's all because I don't need you anymore. Heartbeats going fast, fast, fast. Oh, oh. Heartbeats going Heartbeats going fast, fast, fast. Oh, oh. Heartbeats going fast, fast, fast. Oh, oh.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, 4 teams will take the stage, but only 2 will move forward in the competition. It's time to go off. Hello and welcome to Day 4 of Game Changers Championships, coming to you live from the historic Lowell Park for our first elimination matches of the event. I'm Doug, and with me on the desk are Mimi and Dryad to break it all down. A couple of days into the show here, and we've had, you know, a couple of maybe underperformances and perhaps a couple of teams that we thought were going to look really good, and Mimi did.
I feel like it's been a very honest tournament thus far.
Yeah.
I don't think we've gotten any crazy upsets. We saw our 2 former world champs debut, and look at what are you humming
over there?
I think you're right, except for that Shopify MIBR matchup. I feel like we were not 13-1 map 1. I
Yeah.
was not expecting that.
It's a tough day for the Brazilianaires like
Yeah.
myself.
Yeah.
You're a Brazilian.
I'm a Brazilian.
You were famously
well,
a Brazilian.
I was a Brazilianaire, but now
And now
I'm
you're
a
broken.
Bramillionaire because I lost half my Brazil wealth.
Don't
I
be
don't
back
think
up.
the analogy's breaking down.
Yeah, I think we've kind of lost it. Fortunately, Team Liquid Visa, or Visa Team Liquid?
No, Team Liquid Visa. You're thinking
yeah,
of
I was
Crew.
right. I got it backwards. They got your back. Speaking of having your back, a quick reminder, link your Riot account to Twitch to score drops from our global events. For this GCC event, we've got a new player title and the KO spray, KO punch. Actually, I'm not gonna lie to you, I really like the KO spray.
I think it's
that
pretty
one's dope.
cool.
Yeah.
I like go off as well. It feels
Yeah?
like the kind of thing that Dan would do.
Go off?
Yeah.
I'm always going off.
I think you would do that.
That is going to be my title when
Yeah?
we're playing on those 5 stacks. I'm going off with the Reyna.
Dan, go off, Dryad.
Well, we could try going off with a new agent. It's not just the Reyna.
No.
There's one speed to Dryad, and it's Reyna. That's the only speed she's got. All right, let's talk about what happened yesterday on our stage because the two top squads, made their debut. First, it was G2 taking down Nova in pretty convincing fashion, and then we had the 2024 finals rematch, Shopify Rebel and Gold versus MIBR. And Dan, you were talking about it earlier. It was a stomp, and perhaps surprisingly in your eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. Even for this first matchup, we didn't really know what to expect for Zipto. We didn't know if it was going to be a close series or no for Nova, but ended up being a team that couldn't really recover, and G2 that looked really good, and even going to that second one, MIBR, we thought maybe they were going to win, they were going to get that revenge, and it was not the case.
So I'm going to give some mean Brazil cope, and I want you guys to judge this. MIBR's performance was not that bad. They just need to learn how to close out a player-up scenario. Because they had so many good rounds where the macro was solid, where they were in a winning position, and then Noya, she won every single 1v3, and they lost some pistol rounds, and it looked horrible in the scoreline. And yes, it was an underperformance, but I don't think it was quite as bad as it looked on paper. Cope.
Let me ask you a question, a philosophical question.
A philosophical question,
Let's say MIBR wins half of those clutch situations. Do you think that's enough of a difference to have MIBR win the series?
Win the series, that's asking a lot.
Okay.
Brazilian Socrates with that philosophical question. However, play a closer match that gives us some more hope and joy and happiness in our hearts for the great nation of Brazil, certainly.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like, and I'm with you. I feel like in another scenario, in another day,
In another world,
in another world,
life.
in another grand final, maybe.
Well,
Boy, I
didn't say that.
I said it.
I didn't say
That's
that.
it. I said it.
In another Brazilian team in a grand final, I could.
Yeah,
I
that
could
one
see
I'm willing to
something.
sign up for,
Yeah.
but I don't know about yesterday's. Enough about yesterday, though. Today, we've got back-to-back elimination matches. We're starting off with our Pacific team. Zipto's up against Ninetales, and later on, we're going to have Visa Crew Blaze versus Giant X. You guys saw the bracket earlier today while we were yapping. That's what we have ahead of us today. And now, speaking of Giant X, Dryad sat down with Ness and Sarah earlier in the week to test their artistic talents, and honestly, it's pretty freaking good. Take a watch.
Hey guys, I'm Dryad and I'm here with Ness and Sarah from Giant X, and today we're going to be playing a game of Sketchy. So you guys are going to get a player from your team. You don't know which one you're going to get, and then you're going to have to draw them while the other person is going to guess who it is. So
Okay.
how good of a drawer are you guys?
I'm so bad. Me too.
You don't have the artistic side in you?
No.
Okay, well, I think you should be fine. And if not, that'll make it even more interesting. So I think Ness, because you're closer to me, you'll start. So
Okay, I won't look.
yeah, you can pick and show us who you got. Okay.
You don't look. I'm not.
You can give it to me if you want.
Oh. I don't. Maybe I keep it to draw.
I think you know your teammates, right?
No. I need the specific picture, if that's okay.
Okay. But then
I don't look. I'm not looking. I need to.
But I feel like you
I
can
have to
tell.
open my eyes. I can.
Yeah. So as you're drawing, Sarah's gonna have to be guessing. So.
Okay. So I don't look. I'm not looking.
Okay.
Inshallah, I do this.
Okay. Let's go. Quick guess. Who is it?
Eva. Okay. Okay, Toki. Yes, the hair. The hair gave it away.
There's no way. It's just the hair.
Yeah, she has the longest hair.
She has like a
She
hair.
does.
It's so long.
Like this.
You should have made it harder.
No.
I mean, okay.
I don't want
All
to draw
right,
more.
I respect it. Sometimes there's things that give it away. Okay, Sarah, it's your turn. Go ahead.
I don't look.
Let me see. Let's show it. Show the camera. Okay. I'm excited for this one.
Is it me?
No, I can't say.
Okay. Wait.
That's not even a normal head. That's me. No? That's me.
What?
No,
How
there's
did you
no
guess?
way.
Because of the bangs.
The layers? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
These girls are cheating.
Okay.
There's no way. We play this game with other players and it just takes forever. And then they go and they try to make every guess and they always get it wrong. So you guys said that you're not artistic, but I feel like you have it in you.
I think the hair gave everyone away.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Yeah.
true. You guys both got it right, so thank you so much for joining me for this game of Sketchy. And that's it. That's everything we got here.
I bet I can be just as good at this game, Doug. Can we put the camera on this?
Can I see?
Zoom. Oh, I did not make it big enough. Okay, zoom in a little bit. Maybe we can see it. Who do you think that is?
Why?
Dan? It's 2 members of our talent team. Who are they?
I'm on the right side, right?
Yep, that's one. Who's the other one?
No, but it's a hard one.
You can really, it's really tough.
It's
There's a
really-
defining characteristic here, and it's something like,
What's her name?
what's her name?
What's her name?
She's pretty famous, Dan.
I feel like it starts with a P, ends with an otter, maybe?
Oh, like a
Patrotter?
no, something
is it?
similar.
We'll think about it. We'll get back to it. It's time for a Mastercard fan poll. With 4 teams fighting for survival today, we want to know who you think will have a chance to survive and make a lower bracket run. Zipto, Ninetales, Crew Blaze, or Giant X. Scan the QR code to cast your vote. Let us know who you think is going to make the deep run and perhaps even a Cinderella run. And while you're doing that, make sure you use hashtag VCT Game Changer so we can feature you and your tweets or social media posts of any kind on the broadcast. Dan, you've had a couple of moments to think about it. Did you? Were you able to?
Yeah, it's Potter, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Potter. That was good.
Yeah.
That was good. I know that was a tough one.
Yeah, it was really hard. It's not like I've been working with her for the past 3 days in a row.
Yeah, you wouldn't remember.
Yeah.
No.
It's tough.
Very, very excusable. I mean, honestly, you gave her a tough one.
I did.
I think we're gonna have to get back to the drawing board on that. Let's get into our first elimination match. Of GCC. It features both of our Pacific squads, Zipto and Ninetales. The last time they met was in the Pacific Grand Finals, and Dan, Zipto has had Ninetales' number really every step of the way.
Every single time. The first time that they faced each other, it was a 2-0, and that second time for the grand finals, it was the first time that Ninetales was able to take a map away, this map of Abyss, but it was still that Zipto win. So 2 times that they played each other and 2 times that Zipto had that win. Maybe that can change today, but it's not going to be easy. It seems like Zipto really does have an understanding of what the playstyle for Ninetales is.
It was pretty dominant for Zipto. I think on their defensive side, they realized how slow that Ninetales likes to play, and they just give nothing away. And you saw Ninetales both in that final and in their first match at GCC really frequently running out of time and options and having to go for these very desperate site executes where they just get cut down. You can see it in the results here with those 3 maps, all pretty one-sided for Zipto. But the thing about these kind of games, when it's a rematch, when it's on a new level of a stage, when it's a familiar opponent, that is where things can get a little bit weird and you can start to flip that history away.
You know, we talk often about how hard it is to beat a team twice, but Mimi, I want to pick on you. I want to pick your brain a little bit more.
Please don't.
Hey, pick on you a little bit.
Okay.
Pick your brain a little bit more because Ninetales bests everybody that's not named Zipto. So
In Korea.
what's the shift there? What's going on?
I don't want to, undersell what the other teams in Korea can do, but I think it's just a level of competition thing. I think that once they got to the other top teams in Pacific, the games got closer, and when they got to the strongest squad in Zipto, they could not pull it off. And unfortunately, that level only gets higher here at GCC.
And we talked about it before this event, before Ninetales, we only had 2 Korean players ever. So they're already making history, but it's still not easy, especially for that level that we've seen for all the other teams. And I feel like this is great to give them a little bit of experience, but it's a Ninetales that is definitely a little bit behind.
And I think when you're so dominant in a sub-region like that, you can sometimes pick up some bad habits, right?
Yeah,
when you are so dominant, when you can get away with things against teams that aren't quite up to your level, it is when you really improve, when you really learn, is when you get to playing the teams like Zipto, when you get to scrimming and playing against teams at the GCC level, that you realize what was working because it was good and what was working because you were just amazing individuals who could diff the other teams regionally.
Yeah, I mean, the stats speak for themselves. 22-1 up against the field and 0-2 against Zipto. That's pretty tough. Ahead of their GCC debut, Donna and 332 sat down with Chen Li for a quick chat about the new agent, crowd buffs, and a couple of other things too. Take a listen.
안녕하세요 everyone, it's Jen Lee here in Seoul, and today we have Dana and 332 from Team Ninetales today to play a little bit of a game of agree or disagree. Now guys, I am going to read a statement for you, and you have to show whether you agree or disagree and explain why. Okay?
Okay.
All right, let's start. Number 1, Veto will be played at least 6 times this tournament. Agree? Okay.
동의한다.
Agree. All right. Well, why?
빅토가 생각보다 괜찮다고 생각을 해서 저는 그래서 뭔가 새로움을 보여주고 싶은 사람들이 많다고 생각을 하기 때문에 많이 나오지 않을까.
What about you, 332?
빅토는 하는 입장에서 굉장히 재밌기 때문에 이 에임에 다 자신 있는 이 챔피언스 체인저스 유저들이라면 무조건 할 겁니다.
Okay, now, second question. Ninetales will have a home crowd buff.
agree. 당연히.
Okay, well, no pressure? 부담감은 없어요?
전혀 없죠.
Oh, not at all. Okay, 332?
저도 당연히 없습니다.
Oh, not at all as well. Well, what are your expectations when it comes to the fans kind of supporting you in this tournament?
그래도 한 300명
오, 네.
정도는 400명 중에 300명 정도는 한국 분이시지 않을까
오.
싶네요.
저도 그렇게 생각합니다.
Ah, okay. Lastly, finals will be Pacific versus Pacific.
오케이.
Okay.
예스맨.
Okay, yes. Right, 332. You first.
왜냐면 좀 애초에 발로란트는 퍼시픽 형님들이 잘합니다. 퍼시픽 사람들이 잘하기 때문에 이제 결승에 10초 선생님들 올 겁니다. 결승에서 보자.
그래서 나인테일즈와 집토
네.
리매치?
네, 리매치. 그땐 이겨줄게.
Now, what about you, Dana? Disagree?
왜냐면 퍼시픽에는 아직 뭐랄까 더 많은 대회들이 없다 보니까 다른 외국 선수분들이 더 경험이 많다고 생각을 하거든요. 그래서 거기서 나오는 실력은 퍼시픽
경험치.
퍼시픽이 아직은 뛰어넘지 못하지 않나. 그래서 만약에 퍼시픽이 결승에 올라가게 된다면 저희가 아닐까
네.
싶습니다.
오, 그러면은 뭔가 퍼시픽에 올라갔을 때의 그 나인테일즈의 상대는 누가 될 것 같아요?
G2?
지주? Thank you guys very much for
감사합니다.
joining me today. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
And should we go? It's done? Agree or disagree? Go? 갑시다.
Ninetales is so wholesome in that interview, and I love the relationship that they've developed with Zipto through playing against them so many times. I was walking by in the hallways as they were coming in this morning, and both teams ran into each other. Every player gave the players on the other team a hug and said fighting and good luck to them in the match. And I love that even though they're playing here for elimination at GCC, they're keeping that strong relationship from Pacific.
Yeah, Zipto, as you mentioned, is coming off after a pretty rough loss, right? They ran into the blue wall, and so you talked about Ninetales kind of gassing them up and hoping they can will them across the finish line or at least past their opponents today. That's going to be tough after the performance we saw against Giant X.
Absolutely. And again, for this side of Zipto, this is a completely new team that doesn't have this international experience. It's a different roster from last year. And when they were asked in that press conference what they thought went wrong against Carmine Corp, what they said is, well, we didn't expect that team to play so slow and so coordinated because we just talked about it. In Pacific, things get a little bit more messy. Zipto especially, they like to play for these one and dones. They like to play a bit more chaotic, but now they learn that when you're going against other regions, it has to be a bit more disciplined.
I think two problems that do come down to that core issue of discipline stick out to me. One, on Abyss, not using utility to clear common offlines. Alkia got away with absolute murder with that operator, and oftentimes it would be players with utility, with a Yoru flash, something like that, not using it, and then dying to that op, and rounds getting lost consistently because of that. The other problem I saw is when we went to Corrode, this Cypher comp, in my opinion, just not up to snuff on the defense. The Cypher site got pounded round after round by these fast waylay executes, and they just could not figure out a solution.
You know, earlier you were talking about how when a team has this much dominance within their own region, you kind of pick up some bad habits perhaps that you aren't necessarily punished on. Do you feel like example 1 is one of those examples of a bad habit where you aren't using, you know, utility to clear ops off lines and things like this?
Yeah, I think it really is. But I think that's why I don't want to like dog on them too much, because I think that's why GCC is such an amazing tournament, because these teams very rarely get an opportunity to come and play against teams of the caliber and of such different styles, like the European teams, the teams from Brazil, from NA. Everyone is very distinct in the way that they like to play, and it'll test you and tell you if what you're doing in your region is dominant because it's good or dominant because you're better, and that's what they have to learn very quickly.
And it's so interesting too, because for Zipto, they are that very flexible team willing to try and change composition from one day to another. But for Ninetales, when we saw them in Korea, what they were doing is play a little bit more of those standard compositions more than anything. And this time around, for their opening series, they decided to switch it up completely. And you start to think, are they overcooking it? Maybe is it better if we keep things more simple? Maybe if we go back to playing that Jet, playing that Whaley that was successful, even on that map of Abyss against Zipto.
You know, one of the marks of a team that's able to go on a championship run is the ability to adapt on the fly. So we'll see if they can do that. We spoke with Piety about Zipto's loss in today's rematch in this OMEN player moment.
Hi guys, I'm Piety. I'm from Zipto GC and my role is Flex. Earlier, we felt a lot of pressure and it's also our first time in global stage, so it's really difficult. Also, the enemy's playstyle was really different from our region. Like, they're more structured and slower in terms of their gameplay, and I'm really sad that we lost and felt short, but we're gonna bounce back.
Wanting to be utilised, and while already massive brawl in that main position, it started off a little bit dangerous, but the clean-up from Graham's.
So about Ninetales, last time we beat them 3-1. They're really good players and they play well as a team. And I'm so sad that we're gonna be against them because one of us gonna go home. For all the fans, thank you so much for the support, and I hope you'll stay with us until the end.
Ninetales was looking to bounce back as well, having struggled to execute their own game plan, and that was something, Mimi, that you touched on a little bit earlier as well, perhaps around their pace of play.
Yeah, I think that was the big problem. Ninetales playing regionally, they very often, when they're playing slow attack side rounds, will have players taking risks, swinging into them, and giving them free opening kills. If you look at the numbers, they averaged planting after 44 seconds in this game, and a lot of the rounds were much, much slower because they did not get those kind of pushes from Nova. Nova didn't give them anything, and because they play that very passive default where they're not actually taking space, it just means when they're executing, Dan, they're going into stacked sites with utility without a second choice.
And sometimes you can rely on those win conditions once they are able to build those ultimates, but you look at Zipto and how good of an understanding they had in that grand final of there's a showstopper, we're going to shut it down because they have 10 seconds left, or they're using it to create that space in bind, for example, or that Rolling Thunder when they were playing that breach as well in that maps. So even those big win conditions that would maybe allow Ninetales to make a comeback, we're just not working out, and it has to be a different story today.
Yeah, we'll see if that's the case. Let's check in on the squad and hear from Full Moon. She actually spoke with Jen earlier today.
Ninetales, Full Moon! Hello, Full Moon. Join me over here for a short interview. Now, Full Moon, when it comes to high leverage games like this, you cannot neglect the importance of experience. So is that something you guys discussed after your first game? And if so, what were the conclusion? 풀먼 선수, 사실 이렇게 좀 큰 무대에 서면 아무래도 경험치가 얼마나 중요한지, 그리고 긴장을 떨쳐내는 게 얼마나 중요한지 좀 새삼 느꼈을 것 같아요. 첫 번째 경기 이후에 좀 어떤 피드백이 있었고, 오늘 어떤 점을 더 보완해서 왔는지 궁금합니다.
일단 아무래도 이렇게 큰 무대는 처음이니까 그 경험치를 무시 못하겠더라고요. 근데 저희는 오늘 첫 경기를 치르고 느낀 게 저희가 하던 대로만 하면 어느 팀이든 다 이길 수 있을 것 같다라는 얘기를 많이 했고, 긴장하지 말고 다음은 이제 우리 경기 집중해서 한번 다 같이 우승으로 노력해보자, 이렇게 얘기 많이 했던 것 같아요.
Well, yeah, we definitely felt the importance of experience in our first match, but honestly, when we went back and watched the VODs and talked about how we played our first match, we felt like if we brought our best game, there is no team here that we cannot beat. So our plan is to play our game and play in our best form today, and we're feeling really good about today. Now, thank you, Full Moon, and best of luck.
The 16-year-old phenom Donna did not have a solid debut at all. I'm sure it was less than she expected. Dan, it's a tough ask, but can she bounce back here?
I believe so, and it's a lot of pressure as well. She is the youngest player that we have in GCC, and you watched that press conference. She was crying. She had to tell everybody that she was fine after, but it's the first match, first time also playing in front of a crowd, and it's something that you have to get the experience of to then know how to approach it. You think that because they are playing the home crowd, you have the buff, but it was not really the case. It was something that added more pressure for a player that is so young as well. And if anything, what I want to see today for Dana to be successful is to see how the rest of the team is going to set her up, because they changed the composition a little bit. Dana was not able to take control or take those openings as much as we saw before. It feels like when 332 is playing maybe the KO, maybe the Yoru, the team does look better, but because 332 was playing on that Vito, you could not really see that set up too much for Dana. So as long as the team is able to set her up for success and they already got the experience, they're more comfortable, they should be fine.
They have to find ways to take the pressure off Donna. If she is being expected to do everything for the team and be the perfect phenom that she was when she debuted regionally, right away internationally, that's too much pressure for a 16-year-old player still in high school who had to take a month off school to be here. So Doug, I look to other players like Samsami to step up instead.
Yeah, I think 332 has to be part of the conversation. And Dan, you even touched on it a little bit at the end there. Played over to the Vito, not really able to unlock Donna the way you would like or expect there, Mimi.
Yeah, I think that Samsami is such a pivotal player for this team, especially when she is playing on the Viper and on this lurk role. Because of that slow style that we're talking about, they very often are relying on 4-1ing with a Seoul lurk on the other side that they call back into. But in order to achieve that, they need Samsami to find success on these lurks. So today, I'm looking to see a Samsami who is willing to be more aggressive in the way that she is lurking and more confident in taking these timings to open up options for the team, because if she's not doing that, then they just have no options, Dan, in how they play the attack mid-round.
Yeah, and it is what happened in the grand final. In a lot of those rounds where you see Ninetales find success is because 332 was able to make that space early on in these 4-1s that you're talking about. But when you see her playing with the rest of the team, playing those side hits where they barely have any time, it doesn't really work out the way that they want to. So there's a lot of pressure, but I mean, you saw some signs of life in that opening match even. It was actually 332 the one who got most of those openings when Dana was struggling a little bit more.
Yeah, I think Ninetales, a player they're going to have to watch out for if they want to go ahead and pull this thing off, is going to be Grams. Grams popped off in the Pacific final, and was one of, if not the reason that things played out the way they did, Mimi.
These are her stats from that BO5 that you're talking about, Doug. She went nuclear, was plus 25 at the end of this game, and even though Zipto lost this opening game and it wasn't an incredible game for Grams, I still felt like she showed up on stage, looked confident, looked willing to take these duels, and I think that for the side of Zipto, it's going to be very easy for her to brush off that loss because they're playing a regional opponent, a team that she has absolutely owned in the past, and she's going to step up and try and show us another performance like that final.
And similar to what we just talked about at 332 and how she's setting up the rest of the team for success, I feel like it is the same case for Grams, where even though the team is very flexible, it seems like they do find the most success when Grams is able to pick up the operator for when she's playing that Euro, for example. And she used to be known for playing that. So if there's opportunities to see this double duelist, to see Grams on the Euro, it feels like this can be a bit more one-sided towards Zipto.
Yeah, speaking of Grams, Jen Lee was able to have a chat with Grams earlier ahead before today's rematch. Take a listen, and check it out.
Hey, Zipto, hello, Grams. Good to have you today. Now, you played Ninetales about a month ago in Pacific Grand Finals, and ever since then, they've been very, very vocal about how they want the rematch and how they're ready to take you guys on. They want their revenge, right? So, do you see this more as an opportunity or more of it as a threat or a challenge?
I see this more as a threat because before we already faced off against Ninetales, and they're a really great team. After a month after Pacific, they've probably practiced a lot, and I believe that they're a very hardworking team. And however, today we will be playing in our best in our best form because last time we couldn't play as a team against KC, but now we're gonna try even harder to play as a team.
Now, did you bring your mouse pad today?
Yes.
Thought it was worth asking. Thank you.
It is important to have all the tools you need if you are going to play on the stage. It is time for the results of our Mastercard fan poll. Earlier in the pre-show, we asked you who you thought was going to be able to go on a lower bracket run, and Giant X? Mimi?
I agree.
How does that feel?
If I were to say go all the way on a lower bracket run, I would probably answer MIBR. But out of these 4 teams, I have the most faith in Giant X.
Dan?
I'm going with Crew. It's either Crew or Giant X to me.
Shocking.
And it depends on how the matchup is gonna go. Hey, they won last year.
Yeah.
They got it, similar core.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's your
It's
sound.
not- no,
You're not convincing
It's
anyone
not just
on this
because it's
desk.
Crew, right?
No, she wouldn't be biased for Crew, guys.
I've never done that.
She's never done it.
No. Let's take a look at the predictions from today, see who the talent selected. That's going to be walking away with these matches. I didn't realize I was 5-1.
You're crushing.
Yeah.
I
but
fell off.
Yeah, you did fall off. You went 0-2 yesterday, Dan.
That's tough.
I believed and I was let down, but it's okay. I'll
You'll
come
look
back. I'll come back.
wise, though, if you get the Visa Crew Blaze spread correctly.
Yeah. It would just be you and Jen, which is good company to have, to be honest. I
Yeah.
mean, you walk away with those two and you're going to crush them. I think overall, not super surprising, though, as far as picks go. Mimi?
Yeah, I think Zipto is the obvious choice for this first game. They've beaten them twice before, very recently. I think even though they both looked kind of rough in their losses to start GCC, I still overall felt better about Zipto. It's going to be very hard for Ninetales to not only beat this team for the first time, but to get comfortable on the stage and adjust some really big issues, I think, with the way they were playing attack.
Dan, if there was one thing that you could dial in on very quickly that could get Ninetales over the finish line, that could potentially pull off an upset, what are you looking at?
I think once again it's going to be 3-3-2, and what she's going to be playing, I want to see her on the Yoru. I want to see her on the KO that she was playing when she was playing in Korea. That is when she was able to set up Dana for success, and Dana needs that support playing on stage.
But if there's another step up, Donna, if she can show her Pacific form here, that's another key for them.
Yeah, and that's a big ask. Again, such a young player, so much pressure, so many expectations around them. We'll see if Donna can pull it off on the biggest stage that she has played on. Today, it is do or die. Zipto and Ninetales are ready to take the stage. Day 4 of Game Changers Champions starts right now.
Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now.
They say pressure makes diamonds, and there's an opportunity here for one of these two teams to shine. Elimination on the line, and for others, a chance to perhaps go on a run, perhaps do something that nobody would expect them to do. Mimi, as we see these two teams walk out, we've kind of set the stage really on who are the players who need to step up, or is there anything in particular you're looking at as far as maps or anything like that?
Honestly, I don't care super much about what maps we go to, where we head. To me, this is a game about mentality. Both teams got 2-0'd. They had very rough debuts, but they're playing in a domestic match against an opponent that they know super well. For Ninetales, they get to play in front of a big crowd at home in Korea as the first Korean team to make it to a GCC. This is an opportunity for them to shave the pressure off, ignore the possibility of elimination, and just come out and show us how they played. You cannot let the pressure get to you.
You talk about the comfort as well, and we see it a little bit once you know your opponent so well. You faced them 2 times before, but both of these teams, both Sipto and Ninetales, talked about how much it affected them to play in front of a crowd because that never happened to them before. Sipto were playing with a Carmen Corp crowd that was jumping and distracting them a little bit. And for Ninetales, very young players that had a lot of pressure. And once again, just like in that grand final, you can see how they know each other, how they're still friends, even if this is an elimination match. Everybody giving hugs before they go into the series.
I believe it was Donna who mentioned earlier, you're expecting 300 of the 400 fans to be rooting for them, and it certainly looks that way. As we take a quick look at the OMEN map select, we've got Pearl as the appetizer, if you will. Bind is the main course, and then if we need it, the dessert will be split. Thoughts on the map select?
Pearl is very interesting to me. Neither team have played it since it's been re-added to the map pool, so that one is a big question mark. I think also, Dan, you were bringing up this point a lot, how Ninetales changed some comps and kind of moved away from the standard stuff that they were playing in the past in their initial game. So very curious what read they have on Pearl.
And their coach was talking about it, that maybe it was a mistake because they didn't have enough time to prepare and change the compositions so drastically. But for this map of Pearl, because they knew it was coming into the map for GCC, maybe they had some more time to prepare. For Pearl, maybe a Grams playing back on this chamber that we haven't seen in such a long time would be an ideal situation for me, for a side of Sipto that is trying to get this win early on. And even on the other side for Ninetales, back in the day, they are undefeated on this map. They are 11-0. And back then they were playing a little bit of that Tejo. They stopped playing it when it was not meta anymore. They can bring it back.
Yeah, I am a little worried, Dan, about going to Bind as map 2 for Ninetales. They're the ones to select that. But looking at history, this is one of those maps where they got beaten in the Pacific Grand Finals, and when they played it just the other day in GCC, I thought that the approach looked a little bit rough. The attack sides, that's where these slow rounds were not having cancel options really caught up to them. And while I liked the creativity of trying to bring out the veto, I didn't see enough for me to think this is something that is super practiced. It has a deep playbook that is actually towards the top of their map pool. So it's going to take a big change for me to be sold on their bind going into an elimination game.
They can go back to the comfort, or they can keep that composition that we just got the chance to see. And what would be interesting about it, it would be the first time that we see a veto against veto matchup for that map of bind. And if not, maybe that comfort for the grand final that allowed them to make it a little bit of back and forth, I feel like is what I would go for if I'm Ninetales. Still, something that I want to mention too on the side of Sipto is that we saw Alexi and Inari were here, and they were actually not only supporting the team, but they were also bot reviewing with them and trying to have a read on not only Ninetales, but Carmen Corp for their opening matchup. And I feel like those little things, they'll always help you up in a matchup like this one.
Yeah, they certainly can. You know, we've talked about Bind a little bit. Also tends to be a very snowballing map. And so depending on how the first map goes and which way momentum is going, it can really get off the rails very quickly. But before we even get to Bind again, I want to draw attention back to Pearl. Dryad, you were talking about the potential of a chamber on a map like this. Mimi, how does that sit with you, as we do have Agent Select coming up right now? Well, I already see a veto and a Vice on the other side.
I was about to say it's hard to pick chamber because of Killjoy's dominance on this map with how good the turret lines are, but a veto getting selected, very interesting to me. Ninetales is a team that likes to go for a lot of hard executes without leaving them options to cancel back into a mid round. And bada bing, bada boom, we've picked an agent that can full cancel an exec for 8 seconds with that interceptor.
I do really like what I'm seeing for these two teams. For Sipto especially, Grams on this Euro, this is where the team looks the most comfortable. On this double duelist, with Waimi on that Neon, kind of running it down, and also Grams being the one that is going to be holding it on the defense with this operator. For Ninetales as well, double duelist again, and this is what I talked about. What is the win condition for them? How they're going to be setting up Dana, and those flashes for the Euro are going to be crucial to make it happen.
Samsami and Donna will very often be playing together on this attacking side, taking space as a duo. But where that puts the pressure, I think, is is on Full Moon, who did have some moments in the first game to get value on this lurk. I'm also just interested to see them playing post-nerf Vice. A lot of teams fully discounted her after those changes, so we'll see how much Full Moon can do on that role.
We are ready for map 1, so let's go ahead and turn things over to your casters. It's Mitchell Mann and Jonathan Biz on the call. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Douglas. Yes, it's time to get into this matchup. Pearl, your first map. And look, Tom, we're already coming in with some identities that are looking a little bit different. Sorry, my apologies, sir. Well, what do you think about the comps we're seeing today? Anyone that's drawing your eye as a favorite? I know you're a veto hater.
Well, I'm not a veto hater. I've just nobody has proved me that the agent plays particularly well so far. And I feel like a lot of the usage has been very easy to counter. I think... Obviously, you look back to how Ninetales played in their own region of Korea. They were 11-0. It's a very good map for them, but I can only assume that their opponents have expected them to keep everything the same, which they have, and then built a composition specifically to be able to beat that. So I'm favoring Zipto. They've got a very good record versus this specific squad as well and playing in Pacific. Obviously, the one factor that really changes here today is that Korean crowd, which is heavily on one side favorite. Surprise, surprise, the Koreans. But we'll have to see if they can beat a squad they've struggled against, and that's not the start they were looking for.
Immediate shutdown. Graves going back in for more. Another bite, but down to 3 HP. There's time to fall back at least. Ninetales not able to punish. They've taken a few blows of their own, and that side angle from Graves gets another. Heidi not spotted on the backside until just now. With the chance to make this really costly, she can just stay alive as the teammates come flooding back in, and the right clicks land across the board. Zipto, 1-0 to start this out, and as you can see on the top of your screens, the stakes are pretty high here today. We're in the elimination phase of the tournament. Whichever team loses here, today will haunt their what-ifs.
Yeah, it's a rough spot to be in, I think, especially for Ninetales, where you come in against a team that you've taken a singular map off. That map was instantly banned out in the veto as well, so it's definitely not going to help them moving forward. And then the map that you're choosing, the next in the series, is one you struggled on earlier in the tournament. So everything points that this should be a Zipto victory, but we'll have to see if they can turn things around. That pistol, well, I think Grams did. I think it was well over 100 damage just on the first shot. It was a collat that ended up connecting onto a second player. This round, definitely some weaknesses, a couple of pistols, but I see that outlaw and I automatically think, like, well, against these unarmored players, it's going to be easy pickings.
Yeah, of course, the outlaw started towards B long, though, and you can see that Ninetales have already taken a lot of space. Now, with Zipto pushing up on B long, seeing nothing, pushing up on A long, seeing nothing, and having no presence in mid, this is something that they're well aware of. And of course, with the Prowler coming through Art, that only confirms this is where the play is coming through. So I like the idea to just give up the site. It could even end up with a plant going the other direction, but better off not giving them those individual fights and then launching into those retakes together. Really nicely done to start this out. The question of damage doesn't seem to have too much on the other side, with only one player falling.
Yeah, nice stuff. Like I think, especially as you said, like not giving in to the maybe the greed of just like, I want to get myself some extra eco kills. But I do think as well it's good to see Yumi get off to a good start. I had I want to say a pretty horrific debut here at GCC. It didn't go well in her initial battle, but definitely someone that I think in this matchup in particular has had an absolute field day. Same can be said for Dana on the other side, though. Obviously, as has been mentioned many a time, the youngest player in the tournament, coming in at 16 years of age, has the confidence of someone who's been playing a lot longer. And if you want to watch some highlight reels, give her a shout out. She's been making them for 4 years on her YouTube channel. So definitely someone who's been playing the game since day one while being a youngster.
Yeah, quite a catalog to catch up on in the off season, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a few videos.
A few hours of footage. Well, for Ninetales, big investment. Rifles come out. Guardian on 3-3-2 or Sammy. As Zipto go for aggression down on mid. 4 players pushing up. We've seen this a couple times. We saw it in the last round where they're willing to give up map control. This time it's towards the B site, leaving Vito's little trap there to section off that info. Ever knows there's a player close, but the second will catch them off guard. And as well, at least find one, but sliding in after being seized, that is a risky play and no reward this time. Advantage to Zipto.
She's confident. You can't deny the confidence, but that's madness, yeah.
The spike too.
Yeah, one health. After me, I'm guessing she just didn't notice that she'd been seized. Otherwise, that is mental. But
That's
yeah,
just the timing. Yeah, already initiated the slide, and that was.
No going back now. The good thing is, her opponents have given up the spike. I'm a little bit surprised by that, just because of some of the weaker weaponry. But I guess when you have the Bulldog and the Outlaw, you kind of sat there going, I don't want to be up close. And now they've been able to completely reposition, and they're basically just playing for rotations. The fact is, though, Graham's in a great spot to try and just deny them. Look at the swing together, but even still, 3-3-2 has found one. The problem is 25 health, 2 to find. I think realizing in the retake she stands no chance. It turns out she had no chance either way. Graham's with another onto the board, weaponry upgrades, and a 3-0 start for Zipto.
It's definitely an unusual angle to see the Outlaw in, right? Holding that door from so close, but it works really well. Whether by design or by coincidence, the 2 shots coming out of the Outlaw, a lot of the time teams are going to think, oh, okay, they got to reload. Let's push it. Let's run it down on that Outlaw, take him down. And there's actually 3 players there, so you see the other 2 immediately swing in, although they did end up losing the initial fight. The trades come in thick and fast. With Zipto on a 3-0 start, that pressure's going to mount on the other side, but the reality is, this is Zipto's map pick, but it is also somewhere we expect Ninetales to do well. Early fight goes to Zipto, and they're going to keep scrapping for this control over main. That's going into Ninetales' favor. They've got the numbers, and they're overwhelming them.
He's still here. Maybe not expecting another player, but even still, Haste, quick at her toes, is going to be able to trade that out. It's left all onto Graham, seemingly wanting to get as many ghost kills as possible. Another added to the tally. And she has been off to a flyer of a start. Almost just playing the bait, I like this. Using the steps of the fake out to mask her actual move. You could see they are patiently waiting for someone to try and swing, someone to try and give something away. Instead, Graham's was just waiting for the tap. We'll now have to play that retake in the end.
Fake teleport.
Blocking vision.
Time, plenty of it on the clock for Grahams to clear all these angles, but the problem is, you know, as you move forward to clear out pit, the space that you've spotted before behind you is now open. There's no safe haven to play from, and with so many angles that these remaining players could be hiding on, trying to pull them out into the fight is the only option. The grab well avoids that, though. An idea from Grahams of those positions aren't long, but the shots, they do not land. Ninetales find themselves there first with a Mastercard Thrifty, and I like the adjustment to go as 5, push down one part of the map. We saw it on an eco as well, but I think a good read on the fact that Zipto have been playing aggressive, sometimes B and A long, or sometimes picking a spot on the map to push down.
The thing with this one, that it kind of was the opposite to everything else we'd seen from Zipto so far. They'd always been like playing the fights together, like maybe giving up a position and then grouping up. This one was much more 1v1, like someone trying to bring back the round after a domino effect. So it was great work from Ninetales, but I do think at the same time some overcommitment from the other side.
Well, that won't happen this time, as immediately they'll be backing off with the reveal on A, sending Zipto back towards the side itself, but the push coming out on mid instead. Again, this is something that we're seeing from Zipto every single round. They get aggressive, and Ninetales seem to have a read on that, leaving players to lurk outside of B and mid while this pressure's made on main, and now Zipto push down on main, but of course Ninetales are waiting again, playing into their hands. The read is perfect for Ninetales. Every shot seems to land. Graham's alone with an op in hand. A very tough clutch to make happen. First will be found, though. The chance to pick up a rifle instead of that op.
Cutting through.
Just to get that weapon. Graham's believes that she has a chance.
Maybe it'll be genius, but we'll have to wait and see. Back the other way, and well, a millimeter away from putting this into a 1v1. The problem now is going to be amount of time on the clock. I feel like she just accidentally alt-tabbed because it just froze on the spot in the middle of the clutch. But hey, she decided to get the operator and go out of there. Done a little bit of extra damage, but I don't know, trading out the dimensional drift for what is an extra kill, I don't know if that's worth it.
Yeah, it's not worth it for an extra kill, but look at the potential. I mean, there was a shot that whizzed right past Haste's head, and then the op in the 1v1, but Grahams needs to run, needs to flee. That op is valuable in the next round, but luckily, Haste isn't going to go swinging. 5 HP, and that op is carried forward, but for Ninetales, again, you got to give them credit that they're doing exactly what they need to do here, reading how Zipto want to play these early rounds, and shutting down that disrespect.
Yeah. I wonder if we... Wow, they're going to have to... They're going to have to sort of continue the aggression in this round just because of the purchase that they have, but I do wonder if that's going to be a turning point in the match when Zippo maybe slow down just a little bit. I am looking though at Yuumi with the overdrive in hand. This time no contention found outside of A. But they've been given that spot for free. The problem is it's kind of an all eggs in one basket scenario. You've got a couple of players here, but not a whole lot to really play with. And then the operator just trying to hold down that mid cross. Still with this aggressive position though, there's a chance.
Tells again, that corner is going to be cleared as well. Although Piety does well to still find one in that position. Up shot hits the leg. Dana down to 30. How much more can be found from this spot? Now a lot. Capricious landing a big kill, going back to clear. Full Moon has got the knife out, but the shots don't land. Oh, it's a disaster. That's Full Moon shines bright. It's 3. It's a 3. Ninetales tie it up.
I don't know how she managed to survive that scenario. Being peaked by 3 players, and one of them ends up getting wallbanged as they try to reload. And then the corrective shots were just fantastic. A linchpin in the round because it looked like that could have easily fallen apart, but... Already seeing the climb back. 3-3. What was an early explosive start from Zipto, what seemed like could have been them just steamrolling through their map choice. It's now started to look a little bit more dangerous. As Ninetales have found their momentum, found some of that individual brilliance as well. But this is where things get very interesting because, of course, the buy now for Zipto is not a great one, but we are still sitting there with an awful lot of ultimates coming into this round and ones that could easily have high amounts of impact.
Yeah, it looks like their decision's going to be to take this on a low buy, and I think coming into the next buy round, that's really where they need to draw circles around their scars and sort of look at these early rounds. The fact that Ninetales are playing the defaults, baiting in that aggression, waiting for them in the buy rounds and catching them, that's not something I expect to see happening, at least in that same way. A main aggression's been constantly at least slowed with the bursts of utility from Ninetales, so I expect to see Zipto look elsewhere in the next. But in this one, stacking up the A site, hoping that someone comes walking in, but they've left that gap on mid, as we've seen before. Problem is, losing Graham's and not knowing that there's already players coming into their spawn. Capricious is not going to have a good time. Shut down by Samsami, and there's more of a fight brewing towards the spawn. Great flash, and oh, they got there in the end.
Yeah, a little bit awkward for a moment. Unfortunately for Con, she couldn't be further away and has also tripped the Vice wall. So Full Moon knows exactly where her opponent's going to be. It's not the prettiest fight, but it is a fantastic round. Flawless for Ninetales. That slow start feels like a thing of the past, and a lot of it is off that Vice play. 10-4 right now while lurking across the map. And considering that I think the first round they won was an all-in 5-player push-up, since then they've been able to keep doing that, but just, okay, Ninetales is now her own island somewhere else that they've got to deal with.
Yeah, very important as well for just containing those pushes. I think you also have to have haste covering that B-long angle, right? Because Ninetales have the Vice wall sitting for the A push, sitting to cover that flank. So if you're holding mid solo, you're going to be under a lot of pressure. It means there's only 3 to go towards A main, but with the utility coming in from Fade, they've been consistently able to push Zipto back. And this is what I said. I didn't want to see Zipto go for A main aggression. They haven't been able to do anything up against the utility of Ninetales. I wanted to see aggression elsewhere. And they've gone for a 3-player mid push, op holding B. A lot of control here. But Ninetales, unless they are late sending a player through mid, like it's not like we've seen a massive shift from the entire team there a lot. Although we did in the previous round when they walked through the door.
Here. The problem is that the goal, I feel, was for Con to try and delay. There is no delay to be had. I think she was going to immediately try and grapple them, but once a player runs through, they're really isn't much of an option for her to do that. It leaves an easy site take with only one defender, and while Grahams may know that there was a player on the other side of this wall, doing anything about it is going to be difficult. Maybe a chance to try and pre-fire 3-3-2. That could make things interesting. Leaves a little bit of an opener, but that time is ticking and still plenty of post-plant. And now with only one standing, Precious may just want to try and save the operator. Never mind, we'll go down to Haste. 5-3 up now. They are running away with this.
A huge round from Haste. I think we see exactly the benefit of this style of play from Ninetales in playing that little bit slow. They had that player covering mid in the form of Full Moon and Haste covering B. They shift towards the A site. That wall is then tripped as the Neon goes running through. Yumi's easily picked off. Haste ends up getting another as those players that were coming through the top of mid, if there were two of them, they get divided in two. And then the late play back around through A-Long. Again, like we've seen from Ninetales, the willingness to go towards mid as a team sometimes, but the majority of the time it is this slow shift back around with a lurker around mid, playing a super slow game, and it's working wonders for them. Zipto left without really a clue how this game has slipped away from them. Those early aggressive stances were working so well for them, but now they've been shut down across the board, and this just looks like an identity diff in favor of Ninetales for now, at least. 5 rounds in a row, but plenty more to be played for after this pause.
It's definitely not a death sentence just yet. I'm also happy as well that we're actually, I think Zipto's coach struggled to get here for the first game that they played, but has now managed to show up as well. So maybe more of an opportunity when it comes to these post-pause rounds. Of course, we have seen in the past the potential for some decent attack sides on this map, so it's definitely not a death sentence if this half was to slip away from Zipto, but it definitely seems like they've kind of boxed themselves in, which is odd because you've got the Astra, you've got the Veto, like some strong defensive capabilities, but a lot of what they've been trying has been aggression, and I'll be honest, Ninetales have not struggled to deal with that at all.
No, not since round 4. Now with the AWP out, not the AWP, the Outlaw, but effectively up against light shields it could be, and there are plenty of light shields over in the camp of Zipto. They've got to be very careful not to go swinging wide into those angles, but eventually someone's got to get curious, someone's got to get info. Khan has it. 3 players, I think, she's just spotted walking down long. The spike's being retrieved. There's a shift towards the B side. It looks like, okay, there we go. Spike picked up, and actually they're going back the other direction. I was going to say it looks like they're going to send it fully. They're going to commit to the B site, and that could have been a mistake with the rotations already in. The thing for Zipto is they can always rotate back pretty quickly thanks to having that ult in play. That's a circle. It's a beautiful circle.
Oh, they're still getting information. That's the problem, though. Like the Prowlers are almost selling them a falsity on the Zipto side, and it's holding players into that side of the map. 30 seconds left. Now the game will be given away, and there is that quick rotation that you mentioned, a third player in towards this site, but Dana already taken a large amount of space, but also taking a bullet to the dome. Graham's rotation has already worked this magic. Full Moon, though, has just sprinted in, caught with utility in hand, but the trades from Eva are even better. Graham still trying to hold on to the back line, but Eva is just better. Only Con remaining. Plenty of guns to find. But are any of them in a place that can be retrieved? There's one to her left, but getting to it would revolve around killing Eva. Oh, it's not pretty, but it's got the job done. Guardian retrieved, but it won't matter. 3-3-2. Comfortable to close. And what was probably the closest round we've seen in a while still goes the way of the Koreans.
Yeah, after the pause, nothing has changed except, I suppose, the margins by which defeat is tasted. Yeah, but that margin doesn't really show up on the scoreboard, doesn't show up in the second half. There's a couple rounds left to play for. And if this keeps up with an eco coming in from Zipto, we could see a dominant lead by the time we go to half number 2.
Yeah, I also... Oh, okay. Damn. I want to say as well, though, I feel like the economy management in this game from Zipto has been really weird. Yep. Like, I think there's been 4 or 5, like, sort of mixed buy rounds. Like, it never really felt like they have a full purchase. Like, someone in that round was on a Guardian or a Sheriff. Like, that's happened too much on this defensive side for my liking. Maybe they'll get away with it. They've already found an opener. All right. Yumi's just decided that you doubt my pistol. And My pistol will prove a point. Speaking of proving a point, Full Moon has got a full house. 14 kills already.
And bailed them out of a bad situation earlier when it looked like Zipto were going to make it work in a low buy. It was Full Moon finding 3 kills that changed the course of that round. And it looks like she's done it again.
Again with
Graham's
the ult.
1v3. I mean, the ult was popped before it was a 1v3 at least. And with the chance to go long and get that weapon, it was worth it. But then everybody fell. And now Graham's all alone. Left to try to make something of this round. They've got credits for the next, so saving it ain't the name of the game. Got to get in there, but playing through the smoke, already used the flash as well. They're not going to fall for that decoy after the jump through.
Yeah.
3 kills and a 7th round on the board for Ninetales. Zipto are really stalling out of this game. And keep in mind, as much as we said, you know, this is a good map for Ninetales, yeah, Zipto came in picking it. I don't see why.
Yeah, I guess feeling confident in it themselves. Obviously, we haven't seen it played within this patch or within the last few months by either of these teams. It wasn't in the pool. It would be weird if we had seen it. I do also think, like, I understand retrieving the weapon, but the ult that's twice being used on an eco round, and both times having no impact. Especially when you've been struggling on retakes in general. I maybe would have liked it kept to try and drag home one of these buy rounds. Already though, a very fast take in towards this B side. It's been mostly A hits, and so a complete different change. And now Haste is perfectly positioned. Even expects the second. Wow, this is looking like a completely different Ninetales to the other day.
And it's deja vu for Zipto, because this is the same spot Haste found a double from a couple rounds ago, and now they go running into her again. Capricious alone, and oh, the knife's out! Luckily, she will be spared the taste of the blade, but the bullet does the job just the same. 8-3. Ninetales with an unbelievable streak, and it might not end before the second half. 1 round to play for. They will be leading at the half. The question is only by how much.
Yeah, I think after the first 3 rounds, I think many people would have expected a dominant streak of rounds, but not from Ninetales. It was looking like a scary game. And if anything, since then, it's looked like a walk in the park. Full Moon has definitely been the star of the show, but there's been plenty to write home about for Ninetales. And what is now another mixed bag buy for the side of Zipto, a Judge in the mix, a Sheriff once again. Let's see if they can maybe bring things back at least a little closer.
Watch out, gotta go.
Stun in the slide here, but up close there's a Judge to deal with. It doesn't matter.
Here we go.
Apparently it never does in this half, as Ever takes the double. And Zipto find themselves in a 5v3, at least one to be returned.
What is Con's crosshair? I've only just noticed that. That's oh, definitely interesting. Not one I've seen before. Oh, hey, yeah, as you said, it's done the damage nonetheless. In the meantime, the B site now under pressure. Here we go, completely blinded. And it does again. She's doing the work. Maybe it's the crosshair to use. Maybe I'm wrong. Graham's is there as well, and it still leaves 2 standing. The problem is, again, that weaponry not the best. Operator looked away at the wrong time, and the wraparound from Dana perfectly placed, but taking a lot of damage as she goes 3-3-2. Where are you going with that shorty? Expected someone a little closer. Graham's with 1 more. It comes down to the 1v1, but she walks out while reloading. Oh no! It's the 9th for Ninetales, and I feel like everything that could have gone wrong in this half for Zipto has.
Yeah, 9 rounds in a row after a dominant 3-0 start. Zipto have stalled out of half number 1. All that remains to be seen is if they can bounce back in the next half after the break.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Well, a big reason that streak continued as we get into our Coinbase Econ report was full moon. I remember 2 rounds where it seemed like Zipto were getting right back on the horse, and it was full moon to send them flying right back off it.
Yeah, she was just a pain in the ass, for use of better words. She was just in the backline every single time, and with how aggressive this squad liked to be, it almost felt like they made it very easy for her to just catch them on the rotations. The same happened once or twice with Haste as well. I think just a good game plan from Ninetales, and especially with how Zipto started, I thought they had that under control. But it seemed like as the game went on, it fell further and further from the truth. Still though, seems like they're in good spirits heading into their attack side, especially with the composition they've got, that double duelist. There's always going to be potential. I'm yet to see that Zipto that we kind of expect to see, a team that has beaten Ninetales twice, once in a best of 5, once in a best of 3, and only lost a single map. This might be the second.
All the barriers up and the second half is underway. Ninetales had a lot of success in taking A main when it came to their attacking side, and now on the defense, it's going to be more of the same, allowing those rotations to be a little bit more freely used. You can already see there's a TP that's online towards that B site, and it's going to be taken. There's pressure already applied. Capricious finding the opening will send this entire defensive side, well, for a moment, scattered, moving towards the B site. But now they look to re-clear, fight towards middle, and if they're quick enough, they might even catch that rotation. The spike is on its way, but all of Zipto are here.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Haste has still been able to do incredible work, and the last are so desperately low. Only Graham's left once again, but with 8-8, stop the last player. She doesn't know she's here. 3-3-2, and she was nodding before she took the kill. She knew exactly what she was about to do. 10-3, that might be the nail in the coffin for map 1.
It definitely feels like it, Tom. That pistol round had to go to Zipto, and they started off so well. They took down not just a player, they took down the player that's pulled this squad back into it in so many of the rounds. Our highlight coming out of that first half.
Just full on nodded.
Bye bye.
And even though they got rid of full moon, it was still Zipto left in the darkness. A 10-3 lead for Ninetales. The squad coming in almost everyone's mind as the underdogs. Shout out me and Jan. But
well,
for
you don't
Zipto,
think they were underdogs?
Me and Jan clearly didn't. We predicted them, so, you know.
You can predict an underdog.
Sure.
Okay.
But I didn't. I predicted
right.
the clear favorite, Tom.
Right. Is that why you always predict Enzo? Anyway, we are going to have ourselves...
My favorite.
The Sheriffs. Yeah, it doesn't win, though. And we'll see if we're going to get much damage done. I feel like Zipto almost need to make something of this round, invested a little bit more than you might normally see in a spot, especially when they didn't find themselves the plant. Diving into the site, full moon this time is available. It's okay, the kill came through, just not for her, but Eva seems to have turned it. And eventually, Dana is there with the judge on her feet once again, 11-3. A dominant map, and while I feel like the timeout that's coming is just a last-ditch effort, I don't know what it's going to have to be said to turn this tide.
Yeah, I mean, as much as there's no point leaving that timeout until the game is over, right? It's going to be very difficult to give them the kind of guidance they need to get back into this game. The one thing I will say is now we're on the attack side, and where there was a consistent attempt from Zipto to play aggressive in the early stages of the defensive side, which even on this meta, you know, we talk about how difficult it is on the attack because you have these limited amount of bursts, especially when Ninetales were using their initiator utility right at the start of the round towards A. There's typically going to be this 50, 60 second gap from when that goes up to when they're setting up to actually execute into a site. And during that time, they were holding, they were waiting, and Zipto walked into them. I think that this is somewhere that it was a game plan issue, and then in a couple of rounds where they had the right ideas, where the pieces were falling into place, Ninetales had someone like Full Moon or like Haste who was playing in the spawn to flip the table completely and send their pieces scattering. So I do think there's more of a chance, all that to say this, for Zipto on the attack, because they get to play their pace at least. It's not like they're being disrupted the way that they were in that first half.
The buy as well is interesting. You can see the confidence that's currently in for Ninetales, as they're going to sort of over-invest into what is a bonus round. Like, they're just looking to close this out. And well, that's not a bad start. One of the players that will have no credits for the next round if they don't win it was Dana purchasing up this Outlaw, and she has already done that 140 hit onto Yuumi, the player you'd expect to be going in first.
Yeah, you'd expect her to go in first because sliding in, it's very hard to hit the head, but you don't need to hit the head now, do you? Just a single shot, a right click of a classic from the other side of the map will take you down.
Even a left click.
Yeah. A little RNG as well. You don't even need to aim. But yeah, it's somewhere now that they have to go back to a plan B, and it's going to be a contact up towards main, and they've actually found one. Ever dropped A site completely open as a result, and with the Vice wall covering off Art, they don't have any info. By now, those players could have shift walked out, and now they realize that there is presence elsewhere on the map, the B site. And it's a Yoru that could easily be a TP to rotate. This position from Sammy is perfect. She's walking up behind them. They have nothing to cover their back. The utility used towards the A site in the early round. For a moment, we saw Con checking and Con goes back. Okay, Con's actually clearing it, but Sammy, the one to win the fight. A flash and a decoy ready, and that's sending them into Full Moon as they know they don't have control over Long anymore. A chance for Full Moon to swing in from the top rope, but back already open.
She's done well. Survived maybe a little bit longer than would have expected, and the chance for her teammate was big, but now Graham, I think, putting out that ultimate in a spot where it's necessary, can figure out where they are. Even still, although they've been isolated. An opportunity. It's left all onto Graham's once again. Had to reposition to try and get eyes onto the spike. First shot connected and tagged desperately low. Is there time?
It's close.
I think just about, yeah, she's going to have this. In fact, it's not particularly close. It will be another round for Ninetales, and honestly, Amstein asked some questions as well. That felt like an easy close for Zipto, but they have let that slip.
It should have been. On the other hand, for Ninetales, really well played that while the Yoru's in ult, they say, okay, now's our time to strike. If we wait, it's a 3v2, but right now they don't have help. They don't have support, and Graham's, I feel like every time we've seen that ult popped, it's just a little underwhelming. Although he can't really pin it just on her. Those two players in Con shouldn't have lost that fight.
I don't mind where it was. Yeah, that was the thing. I think where it was popped, I was actually fine with it, but it just didn't go to plan this time.
Big stuns. They've slowed down this push in A main. They've heard the steps as well. Ninetales know what's coming, but it's a different story to try to deal with it.
Low player on the site as well. That will be a second found. A good start to a round that needs to be the start of 9 in a row. Again, we're going to see 3-3-2 put herself into a pocket that, I was going to say wouldn't be expected, but it will now be expected. Con is just waiting for a singular move, and unless her spidey senses are tingling, they're all coming back. I can actually hear people moaning in the crowd. It's like, oh, why did she have to get spotted? Well, it's unfortunate, but already a fairly heavy deficit.
Well, Haste has done well. The thing is, like, with the way these rounds have gone, we haven't seen Zipto win since round 3. There's always a chance, but Graham seems to have finally connected the round that Zipto needed long ago. 12-4 from a 3-0 start. 12 rounds in a row. They call it timeout. Ninetales have called it timeout after winning 12 out of 13 rounds. That actually just feels disrespectful. Like, oh, you won. Take a minute. Celebrate. Yeah, good job.
The thing I want to know is,
that's nasty.
Is that the coach? Like, do we need to report the coach for toxicity? Because that, wow. I wonder what is going to be said. It does feel like proper instructions are being given. So, you know, I think maybe realizing that again they've lost to this team both times that they've played. They've only won a single map against them before, and they're taking this very seriously. Of course, elimination is on the line. Coach 972 with an opportunity to really pass on some wisdom here. How to not lose 8 rounds in a row.
I have to say, you know, there is the one side of me which it seems like the most likely that, yeah, this is a disrespectful pause. This is just, sit in it.
It didn't seem like he was just sat there giggling.
Yeah, the other thing, the other side of it, having seen, you know, the sort of body language there as well, is that genuinely, it's better to just crush them right here and now. It's better to not give them that, okay, we warmed up for Nine Tails
He's not
to
been paid
crush
off.
Zipto, to get everything in line, to not give them a way back in, because when you start to feel like, you know what, we got there in the end, then that second map's a little bit easier mentally to fire up into mid-fight. And Yumi's done well to find two, but it's trades out. And on a round like this where Ninetales don't have a lot of cash, invested that is, that's all that you need, is to trade that out.
Info peek. I think Mighty actually with util in hand, and the cover wasn't there. Graham's now looks like she's gonna go down as well. 3-3-2, take it over. And only Con, the player to try and save them. First, should be easy. Second player just around the corner though, and she'll get that as well with the spike in hand, but there's already been a rotation. A full read from 3-3-2. She is in prime position to end this map here and now. Started rotating immediately. The nod's out again into the smoke. Is she trying to get a knife kill? That's what it looked like. She's had to TP all the way to the other side of the map just to escape.
It's a word I don't think I've ever said, Tom. Certainly not unironically, but genuine aura play right there. To go for the knife to close the map after 12 rounds in a row after
I thought you were going to say trolling, but...
yeah. You got an 8-round lead. I mean, why not? And look, here she comes. It's over. A 4K for Sam Sammy. An unbelievable display down on that stage. The squad.
She's ulted instead of defusing, by the way.
It comes in as the underdog.
You can't see this. She used her ult and just stood there for a bit, aura farmed, and then when it defused. This team is trolling in a game. They're winning 13-4 and are just trashing their opponents on the other side. We have just witnessed an absolute clinic from Ninetales, and I don't know if it's the crowd buff or just their opponents not being able to hold on, but that was super impressive. We'll see if Zipto have got anything when they come back after the break. Perfectly placed, but taking a lot of damage as she goes. 3-3-2, where are you going with that shorty? Expected someone a little closer. Graham's with one more. It comes down to the 1v1, but she walks out while reloading! Oh no!
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated. We will dance together. The future of money is here. Feels good.
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they're gonna get better! Flashes in, and down goes Knight!
In a machine away, everything black and glowing. I'm falling. Yes, she calling. Yes, I'm all in. I'm that whiskey pouring. Taste the lips in the morning. Cocoa body, I'm a seal of the shorty. Bun for me. I would say come body. Cocoa body, I'm a seal of the shorty. I'm a seal of that journey.
Well, all the concerns around whether or not Ninetales would be able to deliver on the stage seem to have evaporated. They looked infinitely more comfortable on the stage there, Dan.
Yeah, we didn't really know what to expect going to this map of Pearl, and they were so dominant. They were playing a lot of these 4-1s around full moon, and then later in the round, it just feels like they were really confident taking those duels, knowing that the defense was going to be pushing them, and so holding in and taking advantage of the fact that, yeah, Ninetales, we know them for playing slow, but this time around, it benefited them, holding those angles and shutting down every single one of those players from Zipto.
They really did the most simple game plan, like you're saying. They were just abusing these A hits over and over again, but I think in some ways, going back to simplicity, getting confidence up is all they needed to do. You see there, Donna getting involved, standing up. She was the one who went to the press conference in tears after her debut match and had to make a massive recovery to come into a game against a team that you've never beaten before, that you're playing against on the biggest stage you've ever played. And to see them comfortable, letting that pressure fall off their shoulders was exactly what they needed to do. And it's amazing to see them achieve that early in this series. Doug.
Yeah, in elimination, too, no less. I mean, you were stacking up everything, the history, you were stacking up the fact that this is the biggest tournament that they've ever played in, and to do so in elimination is really just icing on the cake. That brings us to the HyperX Reflex moment of the day. It was from Full Moon on Pearl. That was a filthy little 3K that really just kind of set the tone for Full Moon, Mimi, to go off after that. I don't think Full Moon slowed down after this.
Yeah, I was hyping up the Samsung E-Lurks when she gets to play the Viper, but on this map, it's Full Moon filling into the role instead. And because they played such a simple game plan, I think that Full Moon got away with way too much. You saw Zipto, as a reply, they started to try and push players out into mid and flank retake on A. But consistently, Full Moon was either lurking into mid and killing those players, or just sometimes sitting in spawn behind her wall, getting 2-3 kills in a lot of these rounds. That one player in the 4-1 was doing crazy work.
Yeah, you see it a lot right at the beginning as well, and it was catching Zipto off guard when they thought they could take a little bit of mid space, even in those eco rounds, even after they were recovering and trying to build that economy. We saw round 3, round 4 as well with the operator, and it was shut down by Full Moon. And as we move forward into that first half as well on the attack side, you see a little bit less of those 4-1s, and you start to see Ninetales that even if they were playing slow, they were, I feel like, playing around the map a bit better compared to what we've seen in the past. They were, playing a little bit towards B, leaving that Euro inserted towards Pillar, going towards A as well, and adding a bit more of those layers that we didn't really see in that grand final in Pacific.
I'm still not totally sold because I think they did have to rely a lot on just aim diffing in some of these executes, and I do want to critique the other side some because I felt like Zipto, especially their approach to how they were just throwing your pen, how they were anchoring A. I would have liked to see them change it up. They kept playing the double duelist there, trying to continue to take these A main fights, but they just couldn't find success with those A main fights. I would have loved to see them switch the Veto over, play the Astra there as well, maybe buy an Odin onto that Astra, and try and focus a little bit more on full stalling as this exit came in, instead of always trying to fight up in a way that felt a bit uncoordinated throughout that game.
And that is the Zipto style as well that we've seen, and that gave them success in that grand final for a lot of rounds where they were pushing, where they were getting that space. But now it seems like Ninetales, they understand a little bit of that, and it does seem like it is a Zipto mistake that they're trying to fix.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see heading into the second map and potentially elimination map and end of your year. I believe that's Capricious that's being comforted right now. Tough to really say for sure, but Dan, I was going to ask you this prior to seeing that, and I mean, we kind of have to draw attention to it now. How concerned are you for Zipto right now?
I think to me, I am a little concerned, especially when you don't have a lot of time between maps and you have to reset, and you see a Capricious that is struggling a little bit. We saw as well that reaction right after they ended that first map of frustration, not being able to get anything done. But this is the first map that they played in that grand final that gave Zipto the advantage. I am a little concerned. Are they going to change the composition? And even the same case for Ninetales. If anything, it's going to depend on that mental reset for them to when it pushes to the third map.
Yeah, I think that shot was from a few moments ago. I'd be interested to see what it's looking like in the camp for Zipto now, because showing that level of emotion and letting it get to you in that way, it's so hard to reset. And it's brutal as a competitor. You know how hard these players work to get here, how brutal the run-up was in Pacific to have such an opportunity and feel like it might be slipping away. But all they can do now is reset. Zipto, I favor them here on Bind. They beat Ninetales in the past, but to me, Doug, it all goes to that mental, and if they can actually reset after that loss.
Interesting parallels to think about what we just saw and to think about how Donna looked after the post series conference that we saw just a couple of days ago. Thoughts, Dan, from you on the compositions?
I'm excited to see this because we saw this map in the grand finals, but Ninetales was playing a very different composition with Dana on that race. So now switching up to that Waylay and that composition that we saw in their opening series, I feel like should be a little bit better. She's definitely more comfortable on this agent. It allows them to take a little bit more space as well. And for Zipto, they keep that same composition. So Ninetales, maybe they had the time to study, to try to understand why they were so good back then.
We're ready for map 2 of this elimination match. Will Zipto be able to punch back, or are Ninetales continuing their tournament run? Mitch and Tom, the floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you, Douglas. Yes, getting into this second map, Tom, I have to say much quicker than I expected. Regardless of who you thought was winning the first, that was a quick and dominant showing from Ninetales that I don't think anybody expected. Even if it was Zipto winning, to show that level of dominance. And I think kind of, on the one hand, worrying to see that, you know, as the desk brought up, it was getting to them, very strong emotions down on that stage. But I love the fact that the team was all around there, providing that support, big hugs. That's going to get you back into things. If you can start out with a bit of momentum, brings people closer together. Best I can come up with.
Yeah, I'd like the weird thing is like, I think for Zipto, they come in as favorites. They come in as the team that have won the last two. They have their map choice, then a map that they've already beaten their opponents on. But it does seem like the mental game might be the biggest factor here. Like Ninetales with the crowd firmly on their side, big hero plays, huge dominant victory, and their opponent, while looking a bit mentally boomed, it's going to be difficult to reset that in such a short amount of time. As I said, it's good they've got their coach here now, but can that make the difference?
Oh no!
And it's capricious.
Don't start like this. It's not. It can't be a knife. Okay, it's the spray. At least the bullet takes them down. And an opening pick for Ninetales. And Sammy will be caught on the way back though. Good trade, and it's leaving just one towards this B site. A lot of pressure now mounting on Full Moon, but Full Moon's been delivering almost every time. Great flash, great dive, still alive, but finally Full Moon falls.
Graham's. Ooh, nice shot, but an immediate trade. Stun out, Ever under pressure and gone, and now it's left all on to Dana. A chance here, the shots almost managing to remove another. Both players tagged low.
One hit.
An opportunity, but it is baller from Graham's, just straight across. Finds the kill and an important triple to get them that pistol.
Phenomenal to see. And for Graham's as well, a 3-0 start in terms of the KD, a 1-0 start for Zipto, but we need to see a lot more because it was a 3-0 beginning to Pearl, and then everything fell apart.
She was also there pretty much the whole map though. Like, even though a lot of the time I feel like she was in like 1vx scenarios, Graham's stats, if you go back to that last map, were decent. So I don't think she's going to be lacking any confidence. It's some of the other players that need to sort of step up alongside her.
I think that's something that was discussed on the desk, right? Bringing in Yumi on the Waylay, having that double dive, it's very, very strong, and I think that's something that will play in Zipto's favor. That's a little bit late with the trap going down, so it will be destroyed. So no late round control over Bath unless you're putting players there, and Ninetales certainly are. Not quite the fight that they expected as Sammy takes a double. And Zipto, they're a player down with a big stack on this A side. If they decide to run into it, they've made the right call to just back off.
Full Moon. Now no longer on that Senti roll, which was so impactful in the last, but still up to the same mischief. Worryingly, Dana's managed to get herself a Bucky. This is one of the few places that's perfect, but the paranoia is good. Close angle, nice work from Ever. How has she managed to get two? She was low on HP already, and then the flank out from Full Moon. Well, it's not a 3-0 start this time. It's a Mastercard Thrifty in round number 2.
After the map they just had, this has got to be soul crushing for Zipto. The double kill here was insane. Full Moon's timing on the flank, it was being watched the entire time, and I'm not joking. The second that they turned, around goes Full Moon. The wrap is in, and that's why they're so patient then in that bathroom fight later, knowing that there should be one, if not more, coming their way. Mastercard Thrifty, And a third round now that sets Ninetales up to really steal away this early half from Zipto. Yeah, you're not getting too close now, are you? Even with the stun hitting. Pulled back by the utility. And the walkthrough, not going to find anyone on the other side. Nobody isolated on Ninetales as they just give up this space.
I guess you weren't expecting Dana to be up there. It looks a little silly, and wow! Okay, Dana! Crowd open for an ace. Well, I was going to say it doesn't look possible because of the position. They're not going for a knife.
They're giving it to her. No, they're giving her the ace.
Okay.
They're giving her the ace! That's a good teammate right there. You'll love to see it.
That's what we like to see from Dana. The 16-year-old gets the ace on the stage. A youngster with a huge amount of confidence already, and that's only going to send it flying. I'm almost just waiting for the reaction. There you go. We're looking at the coaches. I want to see Dana's reaction.
Maybe she was just a stone cold killer in that moment.
She was celebrating on the cam, I can see it.
Well, fourth round and a chance for Zipto to deal some damage. Trades are good to start it for the defensive side, who do come in with some weaknesses. The problem here for Zipto is when it comes to retakes, if that's where they end up, or a bit, I guess, too much of a telegraph play, the ulti online for Dana, which no surprise after the ace in the previous, have a lot of impact bridging the gap between any weaknesses and the rifles in play, but, well, there's no weaknesses anymore. The Outlaw's on the floor. Dana, though, ready and waiting. The ult will be popped. The timing is near perfect. Both players caught in the corner, but Con was not stunned up. Zipto only have Ever to deal with, and those salvos will give the position away.
It's a reveal. That already being pulled in as well by Capricious Utility. A decent recovery from Zipto. A round on the board, but you also have to bear in mind that the economy of Ninetales over the last couple has been sent, well, flying. They've got so many credits to spare, so even though there were a couple of weaknesses, they do a lot of damage. And this needs to be more of a streak of rounds from Zipto rather than a one-and-done blip on the radar. In fact, they've got so many credits, we're going to see an operator immediately purchased up from Dana. At least they're still getting loud. That's a good sign. That's a good sign.
Yeah, you can't see that taper off too early. Look at this aggression from Dana. The Refract online needs to get around that corner soon, but a little too soon. In fact, it's Ever trading it out and keeping this even despite losing the big guns. They've got themselves a fair bit of control, and look at this from Sam Sammy. The wrap up behind hasn't yet been fully spotted. The steps are heard, the plant will be coming through. This is very, very dangerous. You're going to see these players in spawn make noise. The dog send through the steps behind it. They know two players in spawn, and they're worried about bathroom, but for good reason. That player was Bath, but now pushed all the way up behind. The timing is insane. Graham's just checked short, and Sam Sammy tucked in, now swinging in for the kill. The advantage for Ninetales just keeps on compounding. They even spotted Piety trying to sneak out of the smoke. Ninetales right back into the lead. And they're on their feet again. You know, we started the game out, they're hugging down on the stage during the fist bumps, and I'm thinking, oh well, it's all gonna be friendly smiles across the stage. They'll be clapping, cheering each other on, but no, it's just been a game of mental warfare.
Did he just go like crying?
Yep.
It's
genuine mental warfare occurring.
That's toxic. Well, at least it's still giving it back. 3-2.
There are no friends on the server.
Lead taken. And this is what I was talking about with the economy. Only pistols in this round for Zipto. An attempt to do some damage. Some ults to play with, but other than the Nightfall ones that at times can be a little limiting in terms of the actual damage you can do with them. Well, Seekers is also going to be gathered up by a full moon. Clearly wants a little bit more.
The dog's going to get a lot of info. The stun doesn't quite land full moon safely around that corner. Even popping a flash to go in, you know, it's a little risky. With Zipto having all these pistols, we're not going to see anything crazy, I'd imagine, from Ninetales, not pushing up like they have in a couple of these rounds so far. Say that, Sammy walks out of hookah. Not certain about that one, and that's a huge punish, especially when utility had just come. Like, you knew there was a player there, and on a pistol round where there's one, there's often more.
Oh, rifle retrieved.
Seeker's used.
Something extra to play with. Cosmic Divide going to be put into place as well. Nice ball also. They're throwing everything at this one, and Dana's managed to duck in between. They know there's one up above, and Yumi's done well. A quiet start to the game. Her first kills. Oh, this is risky. Really wanting to play through, but that is an easy fight for Graham's. Yumi has truly woken up, and now Ever is all that remains. An attempt to fight versus 3, and the first 2 went her way. I thought for a second she was about to do something crazy. Instead, it's the Mastercard Thrifty coming through for Zipto. That was insane reactions from her.
It was incredible. I'm genuinely excited to see this replay, because even if we slow it down, it's going to look too fast. Really nicely done by Zipto, but this is really... Oh! That really stole our eye. Well, 3-3, and it's a much-needed win for Zipto. We're tying it up early on, not letting Ninetales run away with this. Keep in mind, this is the half they decided to start on, and now we start to see why. Feeling a little bit more comfortable. Graham's on the early TP, catches the opening duel. In comes the convergence path. A player took to the corner, but unfortunately tries to use the utility and ends up paying with their life. A 2 versus 5,
slow, right?
and a really clean play from Zipto. Yeah, the convergence path had hit them.
Even getting out that utility or anything was going to be very, very difficult. It is a round done. One of the quicker as well. Like, Zipto have done well. I think Graham's on those entry has been fantastic in this map. And I think a good sign in the last round was the fact that I think in the first 5 rounds, Yumi was 0-5. 3K in the last. Obviously, the thing we're talking about is Ever because of how ridiculous that attempt was. But her waking up, even only having a sheriff, it's a pretty big piece. Now, they're trying to save these guns. So for Con, an attempt to try and remove them. Dana not going to allow that to happen, and the others a little bit further away to really do any damage. Zipto will take the lead. After the streak of round from Ninetales, it was looking like a similar story to the last map, but they have stabilized.
Not too late either. Getting into that. And I think for Ninetales, at this stage, Zipto's starting to heat up. 3 out of 4 rounds. I don't think we're far away from getting a pause out. Probably if this round goes the other way, that's where we will see them just take a breather. They're happy to roll into this, where they've got 2 sheriffs, 2 rifles.
I'll find you.
And Bucky as well, I suppose, is warrants a mention. And this aggression from Dana. They did hear it, though. They heard the dashes going down, but probably assumed that the refract would be taken. Like, that's what has happened almost every time. But Dana, with one of the 2 rifles, is walking all the way through, and although seemed to catch Piety off guard, oh. Cancelled out by the drone. Yeah, no TP, but luckily.
I don't know if I've ever seen that with the, like, where you actually see the player, like, go, and then they're still in the same place. That must have been so confusing for Piety, but won't matter too much now. Haste. A little bit of an off angle might catch one by surprise. The Tiger.
Be right back.
It's going to give at least a little bit of information. That can start the rotation, but it is start the rotation. And considering how far in Yumi already is, it's going to rely on full moon within the smoke.
They're not seeing anything, man. At this point, you have to think there's a sneaky play. Single player towards bathroom can't really be in, and that full moon, they're waiting for that push out of the smoke. Ever has to make another impressive spray transfers. They all come swinging, and there's nothing going the way of Ninetales. Zipto 5-3 up, and a much better start than what we saw on the previous map.
Yeah, they've started to build, and you can already see that Ninetales are now going to opt to sort of take a moment. I think it's understandable. There's been a couple of moments. I think that round you can understand the hero play attempted by Dana, but it was more the round with the Cosmic Divide where they're up against pistols. Like you saw the aggressive push on B, which gave a gun over, and then a couple of players really taking big risks around that Cosmic Divide rather than playing the retake. I think the confidence might have got to them a little bit too much, and I think the coach is going to try and rein that in a bit, because if you go back to the last time these two teams played against each other on this map, it was actually Zipto having a very dominant defensive side. So this is not the greatest sign. Of course, different comp, different meta. We can expect changes as we did in the last map, but realistically, you don't want to allow too many attack side rounds for Zipto.
Yeah, and realistically, we saw it on the previous map as well. Over on Pearl, that timeout from Ninetales, once they made mistakes, the coach was like, okay, no, we actually gotta solve this issue before it gets out of hand. At this stage, like you said, it's hard.
Same mistakes. It was a mistake. They lost one round, and they were winning 12-4.
There are going to be multiple mistakes in that round. You know, losing a round is not a mistake in and of itself. But yeah, I think for Zipto, it's hard to estimate, right? As you're saying, we can expect a good defensive side from them because of the team itself, but different comp, different meta, completely unknown. Sort of how things are gonna play out. But I think for the most part, the assumption is that with these changes, the attackers have it worse in this meta. But then you add in that it's this double dive, and I think every map is going to be different. Bind, especially when there's so many, especially looking towards that A site. So many ways that you can use this waylay dash to steal information and map control away. I don't know how exactly it will play out. Great flash, great dash again, just clearing these corners. It's such a strong composition for contesting map control, and you can see that Ninetales have to give that up. They can't really fight for it. The best they can hope for is information when it comes to that utility barrage.
It seems like the B site is definitely the point of call. Full Moon looking to be the one under pressure again, hit by a couple of pieces of utility and have been forced out of there. A reactive Cosmic Divide just to try and make that plant a little bit more awkward. And in fact, it's going to force a full rotation. 3-3-2 perfectly placed. This could be the moment for the judge to take over, but an important trade by Con. That will now allow them space, and actually the Cosmic Divide is going to help them out a little bit of getting into this site. Dana's taking a risk, and the risk pays off this time, but it's only for one. The spray is wild from ever, from beauty to the beast, as it has gone completely wrong.
Yeah, that one they're going to want to forget real quick. I think for Zipto as well, you know, although the actual push itself towards the A side works wonderfully, it's Yuumi who really rips this round apart, sticking around as the rotations are happening to find one from the elbow, and even ended up getting another one exiting elbow. So dismantling any chances of this squad getting back onto that site, making that retake happen, and then obviously the spray at the end didn't help. The Koreans weren't that good, but I know that one.
The crowd did. The crowd definitely did. 6-3. It seems like Zipto found their way back. Ooh, just about escaping. Full Moon also tucked around the corner.
Face your fear!
And even still, they are not taking any chances. Nightfall utilized just to make sure that if there was a stack up, it would be revealed. And they're actually looking to put the pressure onto 3-3-2, make sure that nothing else goes astray. This is a dominant looking round, and a flank is coming, but question kind of is how much can this do? Maybe 1 for free onto IT. There you go. That's something. Is there anything more?
From here, surely not. I mean, they're grouped up as well. You can see everybody on the backside. No one's out of position. You haven't got an isolated fight in hookah or anything like that. I don't think that went where it was supposed to go. And yeah, they're going to wrap back around, just try to make this costly, punish the exits, go down to the spike if necessary, because the ults are already online. But I think it really is important to grab a couple of kills. For Ninetales, Zipto running away with the economy. They're guaranteed now for the rest of the half. They're going to have money.
I think it's too far gone anyway.
Probably was actually at this point, yeah, with two left to play for. They're coming in, what, with 7K on everyone?
Yeah. Oh, 7-3. 5 in a row now for Zipto.
enemy remaining.
It's also good to see Yumi's having a couple of big rounds, high impact kills, being embedded as well, and is the tip of the spear in terms of diving in. I mean, remember, you see Waylay a lot of the time here, Ninetales are avoiding those early fights, but if they do get spotted by that dash, you can immediately hit the stun, refract, and then someone else is following up. So it's very, very dangerous. Exactly like that! But she even gets the kill before fading away. That's nasty.
Already. Just ultimate combo. Graham's, actually take it down, in fact. 3-3-2 has evolved, taking over the round. Ultimates being countered across the board, and what started off so strong with this? Ooh, there we go. Capricious, even a little bit of body spam. Spike down on the ground though. It feels like it's going to have to be declared. This is a little bit aggressive though from 3-3-2, a completely isolated fight that could have easily gone wrong, but doesn't get punished for it. There's plenty of time for Zipto to play with. The advantage firmly sits with Ninetales, but you feel like they need this round a lot more than their opponents do.
Remaining. Last player standing.
After all the timing there on the swing, Khan didn't know where the last player was. Another on the board for Ninetales, just about, and that almost fell apart.
Yeah.
As Sammy or 3-3-2 didn't know that the angle was a little bit shallower that her teammate was holding, but this opening was ridiculous. You dive in, you spot the player, and normally that's where you think, okay, I'm gonna throw my stun out, I'm gonna refract backwards, and then my teammate's gonna trade it out. And Yumi just goes, no, I'm gonna do it myself, and takes the fight. Quick, clean, and easy. One left to play for. 7-5 still possible, but for Zipto, they're going to want to hammer home this victory. Off in hands. More Graves early on, and well, Yumi, same old trick, but almost gets punished.
Yeah, a lot of ults burnt up in the last round as well, so it does leave an advantage in that case to the defensive side. The B push has been where the majority of success is, and this jiggle peak is going to get punished. The operator picked up specifically for this round. Dana with ult online is getting ready to use that convergence path, but I'll be honest, it seems a little bit early. There was nobody really challenged by that ult. Sure, it slowed them down, but with the advantage, I'm more interested in the position of 3-3-2. This is a spot that I definitely wasn't expecting to see a defender on, and maybe a chance to take out Piety completely if the spot is made, or maybe a little bit more. No, that's a fake rotate, but can keep the information. It seems like Piety now has the idea, has the read.
Oh, saw the ankle. The shoelace round the corner. That's unfortunate. It's on the site. Haste falls, and you feel like this is Sammy's chance to really have that impact, but a known factor at this stage. Grahams will be watching it up in hand. Easy pickup. And Zipto, they seem to have done everything they need to not just lead at the halftime, but to have a decent margin to work with as well. Again, we have promise, or hope rather, of what that defensive side could be. This round, not yet done, but 1 HP in the difference. It's just moments away. 8-4 at the halftime. Zipto showing a much better face here on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, you could see in the early rounds there was still some shakiness, still a player here or there that looked a little bit rough, but the 5-round streak seems to have brought them back into contention. We'll see if this is a return to form or if Ninetales can turn it after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
참아왔어 금방 날아갈 줄 알아 신난 건 꺼지는 불씨 너만 여잔 girl you're mine and I will say you baby I know.
Welcome back, folks. This could be Zipto's final stand, but they're looking much, much better. Standing tall after half number one as we get into our Coinbase econ report. And Yumi really did draw our eye. That performance shift, and we talked a lot about the Waylay being picked up. It certainly has done her justice.
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous because we saw even in the opening match, she seemed to struggle quite a bit. Last map definitely wasn't there, but this is the Yumi that we've sort of expected when we've seen playing in Pacific. So I think it's definitely a great sign. And the fact that Graham's has also kept up the same level of form and had a high amount of impact in a lot of those opening battles. This is a much better looking Zipto, and from insane confidence, it doesn't seem to have hurt them too much, still waving to their opponents while waiting for the half, but we will be getting back into things. Of course, a pistol for Ninetales here feels fairly important, otherwise Zipto might just be stealing their map choice as well.
Well, that's exactly it, Tom. For Ninetales, coming in here though, playing on the attack side, eyes on Dana. Let's see what she can do. We already had a solid performance from Yumi, and that, although the Yoru flashes were a big part of how much space was able to be fought for, I think that Waylay, in terms of the dive in and getting out with the refract, you can see on this map, there's almost no position where that isn't beneficial, where it doesn't allow you to get into a nook or a cranny, and alongside some of the other utility, you can get yourself some decent control. Zipto looking for some of their own as they walk down on mid. There's two players here, and Haste, oh, actually catches the timing. Could have ended up with a kill, but it's Graham's to draw first blood, and then they flood around that corner. Numbers being thrown at Ninetales, and Zipto come out ahead in almost every engagement.
Yeah, the fact is, after pushing into mid and being spotted, it actually delayed that middle push and just meant that rather than the attackers surrounding the defenders were able to pincer down. Still an opportunity though for Haste. The first goes her way without too much trouble, but the paranoia is going to leave her with not a hope in hell. It is Zipto to extend their lead ever further, 9-4. I know those faces. It's in somewhere before.
Can't think of where. Yeah, that pistol round for Zipto here. This is where Ninetales would have been coming in, hoping to find it, but you know, the reality is, starting out this map, it feels like the shoe's on the other foot. Ninetales, they lose the pistol, they find early success in like a, 3-2 scoreline, and now they're sat 9-4, getting a taste of their own medicine. The Zipto very much seem to have found their form. Graham's again delivering that opening duel, this time with the Outlaw. It feels like gun game in those early fights. Although there's been no upgrade, just continues to find impact. And in this round, you'd expect nothing less. A shot to the body is more than enough. Now, we talked about the Stinger. It's not gotten a lot of love. It used to be.
You love the Stinger.
It certainly used to be one of my top three. But nowadays,
all I want to say is
it's not good.
Whoever nerfed it, thank you. So I don't have to listen to him go on about it all the time. It genuinely made me very happy that that gun sucks now.
Yeah, and that the Spectre's good. I mean, it felt like a targeted change, I'll be honest.
Honestly,
but
maybe I'm the dev. We'll never know. We'll never know.
You've been sending emails.
Who added that wall onto Ascent? Love them as well. That was brilliant.
Listen now. Don't you
hurting the Odin players? Wonderful.
It's on site.
Portal closed.
And speaking of on site, that's where Ninetales are trying to go, towards the A side. But again, that Outlaw is still just sat waiting for them to make a move. 30 seconds left. They're eventually going to need to go. You don't want to hold on to your classics and your bookie for the next. And the hope here is just that someone on Zipto gets aggressive, plays a silly game. And they're not going to look for silly prizes. Instead, they want some more orbs towards that dimensional drift. What's going on here?
Well, I think there's, I don't know if this was an attempted ruse to try and get a block, but it has not worked. Yeah, almost needs to die at this point, but if anything, you might just want to leave Dana with a Bucky. Yeah, sure, okay.
He's also hiding.
Yeah, she's going to hold on to the Bucky for the next round. That's an interesting one.
That could be a first for me. Okay, ideas. Why are you keeping the bookie for the next? I mean, you could go down and buy the bookie, but we don't want to give orbs to the Yoru. That makes sense. We're planning some sort of aggressive dive into
I think
lamps.
you're trying to rationalize something that can't be rationalized. I think that's just a mistake, and it's a mistake that now means instead of having a rifle, then has a bucky. So you never know. Maybe she's about to bucky ace, and all of us are going to look like idiots. And if that happens, I'll be very excited. Unfortunately, it now puts their buy not quite level with their opponents, but it's definitely not great. There's a bucky on the other side. Maybe she's just trying to match up to the opponents. I'd be a little bit more worried, though, about that outlaw. It has been fierce so far.
Well, you can see that Haste certainly was the second. The first shot of the outlaw rings out. Haste is out of there. Running back over. What's this be signed? Nice shot by Full Moon, but in the corner here, Bucky with a chance, and that chance faded very, very quickly. Graham's running for the hills. And even this flank that's coming through, you can see Yumi and Capricious are on their way, but there is a trap waiting for them.
There you go, now the Bucky's good.
Yeah, this was, it was the game plan.
Well, the crazy thing is, I think Graham's had 2 players on like incredibly low HP, but Ever's now been healed up by Full Moon. Unfortunately, Full Moon can't actually heal herself, so that's not going to work out.
They've smoked it off.
A couple of players are on that flank, but I also feel like at this late in the round, you're going to have the expectation that they could have wrapped around some of these positions. You can even see they put a star down into this.
No,
but it's whether or not anybody else can get that a little bit further there. Whoa, the realization just comes too late, and actually, Yumi's now managed to do so much damage. The problem is the time, but it's the cost that has been caused. That was 4 guns taken out of the last second, and well, even though Zipto didn't win the round, I think they'll be quite happy with that.
Because that's the thing, Tom. You say like, oh, well, they're going to think about the flank, right? Someone wrapping around.
They did put a star in there.
They were watching it. They were watching the people walking over to Fountain. So if no one's come Fountain and we've got a trap on short, then no one can be in hookah, right? Wrong. And now you get punished massively. That impact is insane. And it all comes off the back of a star. Just one little smoke placed by Capricious. And that changed the round completely from what was already going to be a decent success if you got a couple to a big blow to the economy of their opposition. Ninetales 10-5, and look at the buy. It is stinky. Yeah, they've got pistols.
They're almost playing this as a bonus themselves. They've got enough to buy into the next. Post-plant here would be nice, though. That at least makes things a little bit more interesting. Just the sheer direct nature, and actually the Gravwell is too little too late. It's not going to do what was expected. What was around where it looked like there was little hope, now there is some.
The retake over Lamb's not going to be ideal. Instead, they look towards the site. A solid start with Full Moon down already. That flash removed. Nice shot by Ever. That's the weakest weapon in play. You still have the bookie inside Lambs, but if the rest of them go down, what can the bookie do in terms of denying that defuse? In fact, being stuck inside this smoke as well, even with the Sheriff, they're not doing anything to stop it. Hold on! That shot landed through the smoke. Blind fire. Haste has to do the same, though. And it will not happen, although the diffuser gets killed.
It does happen.
It's already
diffused.
late.
A nice attempt. I think there may have also been a Gravwell that missed in that, because I think I heard it, and it didn't actually pull a player off the spike. So I don't know if they were blocking in the middle of it, but it seemed like nobody challenged until much, much later into the moment. Well, yeah, there you go. You can see her getting moved, but not actually denied off the defuse. So that was why you didn't really see everybody running in and panicking, because they didn't think it was being defused at all. Nonetheless, what was invested, it's not too bad, but then you look at the scoreline, you look at how much more could have been. Look at Graham's. Just going walkabouts. It's a fake smoke. She is way past the line, but it's a whiff. She gets out, though. It's fine.
Yeah, safely towards A Heaven. The push out of Bathroom from Zipto's gotten themselves an early trade-off. Thinning out the herd, though, of the defense more so. And then even doubled down on, but a second player in this position shouldn't be expected. And Piety's able to easily take this back to level ground. The op, though,
I've got your
no
trail.
info on where it is as the Seekers go out. A lot of them going towards that B site, but it's it's dragged the rotates. Zipto have given up A. And Ninetales, where's the spike going? Okay, it is going to the A site. They're going to have a free plant.
I think the worry, though, is because nothing has been spotted by Full Moon, they're starting to doubt themselves whether or not this has actually gone their way. In fact, it's a decent rotation already. Yumi should have a freebie, but no, Dana is playing defense, holding that line and gets a second as well. The flank in, but Ever now watching. There were moments, but Ninetales make it out. The 6th round for them, still a long streak back needed, but it's a start.
It certainly is. I do like the positions here. You see when Ninetales go for the actual. That was a tough one.
Slightly moving. That's what that was.
But you see when they go for that, the retake, when Zipto are on their way back through and the plant is being attempted, Dana stands out at a different angle, hearing those rotations through spawn, knowing that that ultimate is online and not wanting to get hit by the convergence path. So yes, the plants are completely stunned up. No option to get anywhere close to a kill, but Dana's there. And that's what changes the round, what puts it in the pocket of Ninetales. Now we look for a little more on the attack, but the defensive side getting aggressive. Capricious is the one to open this up, but then it quickly crumbles. Obviously with those weak weapons, Zipto saving up for the next, but the streak that is needed now gets a little bit more manageable for Ninetales. They've got big ultis as well coming online for the buy round of Zipto.
Question is, can Con do any additional damage? Chance is incredibly low. They know exactly where she is already. Even knifing the edge of the smoke. 3-3-2. Having a little bit of fun with it. Of course, was spotted earlier by the chokehold and even being wrapped on from behind. It is something they maybe need to be a little bit more careful of. 2 players lost. Maybe having a bit too much fun.
Yeah, costly. A gap of 4 rounds. You know, I am curious to see because, again, the conversation we had earlier was about that defensive side for Zipto looking solid. And I think when you're running this Yoru with the Waylay, you have a lot of opportunities in terms of how you want to approach your defensive side, whether you want to get aggressive, whether you want to play reactive. But I do think that we're missing that flair from Pearl, where constantly Zipto were pushing down, they were taking control. It didn't work a lot of the time. I'd like to see it attempted here, especially now that we've got that double duelist, and it's exactly what they go for. They've gone right down through bathroom, and they've ended up being flushed out of that position. A 5 versus 4 already as Nightfall goes in, up close. Piety inside the smoke, isn't going to get too aggressive, but has players ready to dive into it, and if there's a smoke that's popped, or flash that's popped rather, there's going to be a big problem with Con already down. Zipto needs someone to step up, and that flash was perfect.
This now becomes incredibly unlikely. Capricious at least does well, but anything from here onwards seems incredibly unlikely. Full Moon has been spotted while the cover was there. I think hopeful that anything would be found. The streak continues for Ninetales, 8th on the board. Starting to see that momentum go, and that was the major factor with the streak in the last map, and something their coach, or the Zipto coach, will desperately want to avoid. Pause called.
Yeah, I think the other thing about this is that we didn't really see massive ultimates being baited out, but the one that they used was enough. The fact that Sammy 332 or your veto player, your veto player for Ninetales can't then be hit by any of the utility that's coming through. It also allows you to, for example, pop a flash inside a smoke while they're running in. Doesn't matter if they get blind because they ain't gonna lose their vision. And so for Zipto, it's a difficult round, but then you have big ultis coming into the next buy round for this squad. Baiting them out here would be great, but the pressure is starting to mount as, again, the stakes of this matchup, there's no longer a lower bracket to fall back to. This is elimination. And for Zipto,
we need to go around.
They can feel it slipping.
I got that one. We need to make sure we go around sometimes, and then maybe left or right.
I'm gonna get coach out of you.
My sign language is actually fantastic. I can say 0 things. Nonetheless, 11-8. It's only going to be pistols once again, so another opportunity for Ninetales to close that gap ever further. 3 in a row already. Another 3 needed to even things up with a map already under their belt. This one was looking like it could have been a similar scoreline, but in the other direction. But That has very quickly changed.
Yeah, attack side has been very kind to Ninetales so far. 5-player grouped up, looking to push up against the Eco. I think this is the perfect adaptation, knowing that Zipto are likely to either play the numbers, look for those trades, or play the default when you'll always have the numbers advantage for yourself. So an easy push through to the B site. They've used one of their ultimates, which for Zipto already is a decent trade-off. They have to do nothing for that. They've now taken down Dana. There's a potential weapon to be picked up. They'll have to fight for it, but it's ever there. Now they've lost Full Moon as well.
No.
Now Samsami goes down, and this round has crumbled for Ninetales. They need a hero play up against the Eco.
Only one has been retrieved, but already they're trying to use that Cosmic Divide, and it forces them in for the fight. Con with a couple of nasty shots to close out the round, and well, I don't know what the coach of Zipto said, but I really want to know now, because that has pulled off a Mastercard Thrifty to take them to 12.
That's a shame. I think Ninetales did everything right to start this off, and then even throwing through the Armageddon to get them into elbow. It maybe feels like a little much, but then you have to think about what they were up against. They knew there was a Cosmic Divide in play, so the easy thing to do against an Eco is to play back on long, to take ranged fights, to use a little bit of utility to run that clock down. And instead, they go for this adaptation of, okay, we're going to play a little ahead of it. We're going to try to force some of those fights early, but what that ends up doing is just giving Zipto these, like, XV1 fights. The same thing that happened in Elbow, it happens on the site. Ninetales are not trading, and Zipto, they also weren't trading because they weren't dying, but you could see that there was always 2 players going for the swing.
I want to point out as well, I think that's the first time that Grams has used the Dimensional Drift in an Eco again, and it's actually paid off this time. So was able to get them a little bit of information around some of those closer angles, and I definitely think that helped them out on those initial site fights. Nonetheless, same opportunity on the other side. It is Ninetales now taking themselves a pause. They managed 3 in a row just moments ago. Now they need to go for 4. Of course, economy through the roof. And interestingly, you mentioned some of the aggressive pushes that Zipto were going for. Well, the attack side feel the need to pull in an operator to try and deny them.
I see that for one of the first times, Yoru and Awele grouped up. Seems like it's just a high, medium, and low setup over on that A side. But it's B where the pressure's coming through. The thing is, it's all a bait. It's a ruse to try to get the aggression out. You can see that the trap is covering off that left side push if they do go down on mid. But then on that right side, you've got 2 players holding, waiting, the op, wanting to get an opening pick as they push down through Bath. Utility coming out over towards this B site confirms that there's still at least 1 sitting outside of B. And for Zipto right now, they've got no real actionable information in terms of where this play is coming through, but Ninetales don't really have direction just yet, because their hope is that somebody can be caught off guard, and so far that is far from the case.
Reveal has been shot. Spike starting to go back. Now, I'm looking at the fact that Dana's the one with the ult on the other side. Here is that potential piece of aggression. That's a freebie, but the trade from Yumi! A 2-for-1 combo deal that might have just ended the map. Con now with another. It leaves Eva
30 seconds left.
with everything to try and do. A 1 versus 4, 25 seconds. And so much to try, but nothing will come through. It is Con to close. Zipto have done the same on their opponent's map choice. We are going to 3.
And rightfully so for Zipto. They didn't show up on map number 1, but now it looks like we've got a game on our hands. We need to go all the way to Split, the decider, the 3rd map in this series, to find out which of these teams will be leaving Seoul with their head held low. We're going there after the break. On Ninetales, as they just give up this space.
I guess you weren't expecting Dana to be up there. So it looks a little silly. Wow! Okay, Dana. The position, they're not going for a knife.
They're giving it to her. No, they're giving her the ace.
Okay.
They're giving her the ace.
Keep it on the hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. Shh. On the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah. Shh.
What you want?
Sorry to bother. I don't mean to be blowing your cover. No, we probably shouldn't take this no.
Hey, this is Grahams from Sipto, and I'm passing this mic to someone who can't sleep without hugging their teddy bear.
I'm passing this mic to someone who is 6.5 feet tall.
I'm passing this mic to who is away bullying me in practice.
I'm passing this mic to someone who doesn't have a toenail.
I'm passing this mic to someone who has receding hairline.
Go Sipto!
I have a couple of questions.
I have a lot of questions.
Did we just out someone not having a toenail? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I'm not sure what I heard.
And the receding hairline too?
That's it.
And then Grams doesn't even get to reply. She's just,
Go Zipto!
go Zipto!
I've been exposed. Right, let's talk about what we just saw because that was a subversion of all expectations. I think Ninetales looks so good. I mean, we talked about it prior to the map starting. Mimi, there were tears.
I love your question, but who are you passing the mic to?
You. That's why I said your name when I asked you the
well,
question.
then I'll answer. Look at that shot that we just saw. And then you see them getting taunted by Ninetales, the crying coming out, and then they turn this around and you see them all smiles, locking back in. That takes some real mental fortitude as a competitor to go from that real low to feeling like it's out of your grasp that you're about to go home empty-handed to then turn it around and be smiling, laughing, having a fun time on that stage. It's exactly the tough turnaround that Zipto needed to make, and I think they can be really proud of being able to do so in such a short period of time.
Well, remember, she almost got knifed. In the
On
pistol.
round one.
Yeah, she almost got knifed, and we thought, oh,
We thought it was over.
God, it's gonna happen, isn't it?
Yeah, we thought it was going to be over, and I mean, it's hard for teams in general to reset, and you see her crying as well, not even going to the coach, planning on what they were going to do in this map too, and still make it win, and make it a win, having fun, and you know, everything that you could expect for that map was exactly what the team needed to go into this third one.
You know, we saw that player was crying on stage. What we didn't see and what we were told after was that the team never left the stage. They literally just stayed up there the entire time, and whatever they thought about and whatever they were told while they were up on that stage.
Normally teams go all the way back. They have time to talk to their coach and reset off the stage. That is unusual, but they made it work.
It works.
Yeah, Grams. Dan, I want to get your thoughts on Grams because Grams was stellar in that map. One of the main reasons that we're even talking about a Game 3 to begin with.
even in that map 1, Grams was pretty incredible on that Yoru, was the best player, even if they were losing that so one-sided to Ninetales. But going into the second one, on the attacking side as well, with the operator, with the rifle as well, incredible at finding those first openings. Right now, she's 9-1 in first kills in the series, and just in this map alone, it was 5 of them that she was able to find. So there's where you can understand the value that she's able to bring, and this is what Pacific know her for that operator back in the day when she was playing with the Jet, when she was playing with the Chamber as well, and now she's able to do it with the Yoru too.
And you see how good her statistics were even when they lost on Pearl 4-13. You look at that final, Dan, that you're alluding to, she was plus 25 in that one. In my opinion, the most instrumental player in Zipto getting that win. So a huge sign to see her back. And with the style they play here on Bind, they were going for a ton of these fast rounds, quick taking fights in showers, quick taking a lot of execs onto the A site. And she gets put in tough positions sometimes where she's teleporting out into the open and in these very unfavorable fights, but so consistently she is getting out of those situations, confidently winning them, and then just keeping it going for the team.
Yeah, we saw Pearl, we also saw Bind, and now this series, and for one of these two teams, the tournament life will end on Split. And I think really, given what we saw in map 1 and then given the extreme juxtaposition on what we saw in map 2, it's really hard to kind of lean a certain way. Mimi, is there anybody that you even feel you can comfortably say has momentum going into this last map?
I mean, I do think you have to give the nod to Zipto, because now that tough task gets turned on its head, right? It was Zipto who had to massively rally back after a brutal map 1. Now it's that same task for Ninetales going into map 3. But I think both these teams have proved a deeper resiliency than we maybe thought they had after bouncing back from their initial losses, after bouncing back from map 1 for Zipto. But it's also, Dan, going to require a lot of sight reading, because Zipto, they haven't even shown this map since it came back into the fray. So big questions of which way they'll head with their comp.
And without knowing what the two teams were going to be playing on Pearl, that's where Ninetales were able to close it out so dominant in that map number 1. So going into the third map, going to the decider, facing elimination, you have to be looking at what each one of them have been cooking in this map of Split that we haven't seen in such a long time. Once again, for Ninetales to reset from that last map, to me, is going to be 3-3-2 on this Yoru once again that we're starting to see, setting up Dana. That last time that was playing this map was on the race that I feel like she struggles a little bit with, and on this way she's most comfortable.
It's interesting to me that Zipto is so committed to this double ball smoke kind of play style. They played it on Bind as well. Despite the changes in the game, I think Viper is still incredibly strong. But you do give a little bit more flexibility to Grams. I think part of the idea is wanting to play double smokes, keep the util of the Astra, but let Grams still be a playmaker on that Omen. Looking at the other agents as well, seeing that Vito locked in yet again. He's had a not super great win rate this tournament thus far, but I think this is a great map for him, especially with the repositions with the teleports on defense.
And it's one that we haven't really seen enough. There's some opportunities early on for Zipto, especially starting on the defense, for this Vito to get some value, and also for Grams that you know that even if she's going to be on the Omen, she will be holding this operator. She has done it in the past, and she will continue to do it. That was the one condition on the last map, and it can be that one condition to move forward in the tournament.
Dana and 3-3-2 were outstanding map 1 where they dominated. They're back again, Doug, to try and defend their life in front of their home crowd.
It's map 3, and one Pacific squad will be the first team sent home from the competition for the very last time this series. Here's Mitch and Tom on the call.
Thank you, Doug, and our analyst desk. Yes, Split, our final map between these teams, and some fairly one-sided maps, although there was definitely more signs of life from Ninetales over on Bind. Now we come to this map. We've got a Vito on one side. We've got that same double dive coming out, but it's Ninetales now putting Sammy on that Yoru, bringing the Waylay through. I do think, though, starting on the defense with Vito, we're going to really get to see how much impact this agent has. They said on the desk, hasn't been a great win rate so far at this event, but you think about Split, so many choke points that you want to burst out of with utility, and Vito's great for stopping you.
Yeah, I think it can be good. I think off the top of my head, I'd look at Ninetales comp and say I prefer it, but just off the fact that I think the Viper is so good at sort of like controlling that mid position, and I feel like it's difficult to beat, especially on the defense, and also all the sort of space you can take elsewhere. But I'm interested to see what they've got. That's not a bad start. Gone already. An opening pick. And there are a lot of players waiting in heaven.
A big battle off the back of the Paranoia, but now one fired back in the other direction. Already damage coming in from Ninetales as they take a triple on Sammy. But look at the HP, Ever and Haste, so low.
They're going all the way back.
This Ghost could easily make them into Phantoms, but they're nowhere to be seen. They ran back towards this B site. The plant should be found, and Khan should have a difficult retake. One thing just to note as well, I like already what we're seeing from Ninetales. That wall here in the pistol just to allow them to siphon into the A side if you're playing further back around screens, like playing the information game. Obviously, though, the one downside is they got caught early.
Oh, timing here is going to be everything. If she gets this right, it could be the backstab that wins the round, but gets it wrong, and it could be what loses them the round. The high HP player with an opportunity, and that's the opportunity, but fair enough, never mind. Count me wrong. Ever will win the fight on her own, and Haste, well, she was very far behind, but it didn't matter in the end. Ninetales, after what was an opening pick in their opponent's favor, have managed to convert that pistol off the back of 3-3-2.
Well, yeah, I mean, it really was. 3-3-2, Sammy in there with the triple to open things up, to turn this into their favor. Look how much damage had been done, as we said. Left in that 1v2, yet still Zipto's player, Khan, had more HP. And without a big performance like that, it would have went the other way. Pistol round, but we've seen the second rounds, I feel like, not even just in this matchup, but in this tournament, be a lot more difficult to convert than what, I suppose, historically is represented. We'll see if Zipto can throw a spanner in the works. They have gone for the Marshall, but that is on middle, along with the majority of the squad, leaving only one in the form of Khan, and make that none.
Yeah, flank coming, but it's okay. I was going to say it's going to be met with a wall, but it's not. It's going to be met by 3-3-2 instead. Looking to try and farm up those orbs. Has not farmed up the orbs. In fact, has somewhat delivered a gun, but it's going to be Yuumi sectioned off from the team. Eventually, they'll look to now group up together. That gun has been taken by Graham. Still utility. Nice shot from Full Moon, but it's going to be the trade back. It's getting a little bit dicey. Very costly at least, but eventually Dana is there on her feet once again. And sure, they'll lose a gun or two, but they've converted the round at least.
Yeah, and in the end, being able to carry forward the Vandal, the Bulldog as well, it's something. But yeah, I think Zipto can be very happy with the amount of damage that they got. And it very much does come down to that. You know, if that's one of the players with the pistol, fair enough. But going down there, there's no chance your teammate goes forward to get that rifle. I mean, they could have tried, but the player on the other side, I think it was capricious coming from Rambo to take it down. Probably more so with how it ended after the bump in the road. For Ninetales, decently strong buy coming into this one. Still a fair bit of credits in the back pocket. Only Full Moon that has a real weak, well, actually, Full Moon has a stronger weapon, I think, than Ever does. Oh, that's a nice dive by Dana. A nice spray by Ever. Even with the Stinger able to get that done on medium range. And Ninetales are in a 5v3.
The opener from Dana was good, but you could see there was an attempted recovery from Zipto, and that attempted recovery ended up toppling a second domino. Okay, well, TP, but I think that has almost definitely been noted. And yep, the Haste has immediately gone in and just obliterated Piety on the other side. Con with a chance for Full Moon, just better. And now only one standing. A nice attempt! Oh, Yuumi! That was impressive. Very impressive. But it doesn't matter. The round has still gone the other way. Can we get the coaches up again? I want to see if they're still as chill after that one.
Yeah, that was another what seemed to be wide margin that comes down to a nail biter. I mean, the fact that Yuumi, we highlighted this, you know, in the previous map that like, oh, Yuumi looks so much more comfortable now. The Waylay really suiting her, especially in the first half. This is ridiculous, though. Nothing to do with the agent in play. That's all just aim as the Guardian fired off. But again, yeah, it amounts to next to nothing. The economy is fine for Ninetales. And more importantly, this is their chance to really build up an economic advantage. They're up against pistols, 4 of which are Sheriffs. They've lost to that before. Zipto also have a big old rocket launcher in the back pocket thanks to Yuumi making that big play. And that's, I suppose, where the impact could be found of that play in the previous round.
But they also love using their ultimates in a low buy round. I think that's been a big characteristic of Zipto, which, I'll be honest, I've not been a massive fan of, because I don't think the success has really been there too often. But I can understand when the moment arises, they believe that they can turn them around. The problem is, 5 of them are on A, and 4 of the attackers are currently going towards B. So odds are this is not going to be their round.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to do it when you make that stack and they run into you. It's another thing entirely when it comes down to playing the retake. But again, you go towards the B site, you play out of heaven, you fire the showstopper, you can grab one, but in order for... No, you're not gonna pop the ult now, they're eco. There they are, my goodness. But the thing for Zipto is they want to pick or two, I'd imagine. I would be very surprised if they just come in leading with that showstopper, and if they do, there'll be an immediate response from Dana, I'd imagine.
I'm a little surprised.
My ult's ready.
Right, they've gone push it, and well, there you go. It's going to be a clean-up for Haste. I guess clearly wanting to make sure this is a cleaner round than some of the previous. They lost a few players in the late, so they were happy to commit that convergence path with the potential to maybe build up other ults in the process. Maybe that was the goal. I guess as well, if you expect, maybe the expectation there was they're all just going to die to the spike. And we want those orbs on an ult that maybe will have more impact. Maybe they want to get the Dimension Drift online. Maybe they want to get the Steel Garden online. Just don't know if the From the Shadows was the one I would have gone for, but hey, who knows? Maybe Haste has got a set play I've never seen before. They won't mind too much. They're 4-0, economy booming, and we're waiting to see if Zipto have any form of response or if we've gone right back to Pearl.
Who's next? Well, the ult will be popped right off. Rip from Sam Sammy straight into heaven. From the shadows, the backside, and in amongst the chaos, Dana just takes a free pick, but they haven't spotted Piety. Unfortunately, nothing will come of it. Nothing beyond a sliver of health being removed from, I think it was Dana. Everyone else in a very healthy position. And a 5 versus 3 where, again, Zipto, they have an AWP, they have a showstopper that I can't see them investing because it would be both committed, essentially, if your AWP is diving in with a rocket launcher. And even if it finds a double kill, they're still on even footing. If they find a pick or two, it's different. And I see Full Moon going up towards heaven, but the timing is perfect. That's the AWP down, and they've given it up. That huge investment. The operator, the 2 rifles, while their players have put their credits down to flat balances, and they lose it for nothing. I'm not surprised there's a timeout from Zipto. 5-0 down, especially with a round like that, you've got to go back to the drawing board. This is tournament life on the line.
Yeah, they're getting blitzed as well. Like, it feels like some of it's a little bit whiffy, but a lot of it is just they are really struggling to deal with the comp that's on the other side. The sheer level of aggression that's coming through from Dana in 3-3-2. They have been phenomenal. Like, bear in mind, Dana's been diving in first every single round. She's died once. Like, that shouldn't be happening. Like, she can get out of there, but she hasn't been. Like, that's the damning factor. She's been taking the space. She's been keeping the space. And she's normally been finding frags on the other side. Coach, again, hopefully some wise words to be had, but once more, the economy is not really going to hold up for Zipto. And as we've seen, once Ninetales seem to get that momentum in their favor, that confidence, they have been nigh on unstoppable. Sure, they don't have too many ults to play with. That's probably where the major advantage could come into this round for Zipto, with 3 ults, 1 away, and 2 ults already online, including that showstopper. But it is finding the situation to use them. And when they've lost the opening kill, seemingly every time, I think maybe bar 1, it doesn't really matter that much.
Ninetales coming in with the double dive. Seems to have worked wonders for them at the moment. There was big commitments from them in the previous round in terms of ultimates, but the reality is, for their opponents being now left onto Sheriffs, that was the perfect time to use them. A big swing round that hasn't swung anything in Zipto's favor. Dana already in. Player up top, though. Could have a freebie. Capricious in with a chance. It's Khan to find it down below. They don't know about Capricious either. Flying under the radar. Up high is Khan and Capricious combined deliver what could be Zipto's first round on such a weak investment. That's a huge catch by Haste, but more is needed. And on 40 HP, even the Sheriff is deadly. The body shot needed, but the head connected by Capricious gives a Mastercard thrifty to Zipto.
He might be the greatest coach of all time. Like, I'm genuinely starting to believe. That's the second time that we've seen that in 2 maps where the coach of Zipto, Sia, has taken a pause and then they've won an eco round. Like, that genuinely is nuts. And well, I think a lot of it is Capricious alongside Con being able to do magnificent work with what is a light buy. The fact is, though, this needs to be the start of something. The last time we saw them play this map, it was a strong defensive half. The strong defensive half has probably gone, and Dana definitely not afraid. Goes for the early fight. Both come out standing, and this time Graham's peak has worked.
Cover going out. Yeah, strong B main fight for Zipto. Good containment of the space that was being challenged for up in A heaven as well for Ninetales. All of their early posturing's gotten them nothing. They're effectively back on square one. You could see that they attempted even some deeper mid control, but now the call is just to reset. Group is for push to the side. If they can get in, it's huge. They have a Viper's Pit to lock it down afterwards, and although there's a lot that Zipto can put in response, 4 ultis online, that pit is still going to be a real headache to deal with. But getting there is a different story. There's 3 players in position here. Zipto have made the right read, right time, right place. With Full Moon on 13 HP, oh, even the showstopper is going to be put in. That'll certainly swing the round into their hands. I mean, Sammy would need a godlike performance, and it won't be happening today. 5-2 for Zipto, and they do that, saving most of their ults. I mean, I don't even mind the showstopper going through.
I think
just
they used Evolution as well.
Oh, they did? Oh.
Yeah, that was thrown in. That was the one that perplexed me a little bit. it was towards the end of the round, but I guess, again, just wanting to make sure that conversion comes through.
Negation ready. Trap set.
Either way, second round, credits still pretty good for Ninetales. Sure, they'll be 3-3-2 struggling a little bit in terms of the finances. This will be the big start, though. At early operator, a lot of utility being expended, though, should leave Yuumi without any vision. Has to try and reposition.
Paranoia's being dodged on site. Capricious catches Dana, but her back turned, and Sammy's in the ground as well. The re-swing a little bit much, biting off more than she can chew, and now the Viper's Pit's going to be in play, but the Steel Garden put in. Yuumi's up close, but won't find anything. Full Moon with a headshot delivered. The pit didn't even have an effect. Haste won't be expected here in the late round, but with that pit down, now we're in trouble on the site. Ever put under that pressure, but delivering is Khan from that sideline. A third for Zipto. It's a bit of a crazy round with a lot invested, but Ninetales again going to be stopped. That's 3 in a row for the defense.
Yeah, I don't, maybe the coach had words directly for Capricious, because ever since then she has stepped up, feeling confident in herself, but it was the kill there from Paiti, just running through, taking out the pit, and it still came very close at the end. Haste on the late lurk with a good opportunity. That streak of 5 diminished now to just 2 in the lead. Still a purchase. There is a stinger in the mix. Dana has been struggling, but that's a great shot.
And another from Full Moon. So they go towards the A side here. I can see the Heaven control being taken. They know that Khan's been playing here a lot with the operator now in hand. They can play this one nice and slow. I mean, 1:15 on the clock.
Khan shot the decoy as well.
Mm-hmm. And flank control being contained by the Viper, or the Vice wall rather. Not the Viper wall, it's not going to contain much. I like this idea. Just pump brakes, cover every angle, and know that Zipto are the ones that have to make a move. Being 2 players behind, but Well, that clock is running down, and Zipto not showing anything to the attackers. Eventually, the gamble's going to have to be taken.
Yeah, with 2 players in the right place, though.
Watching
Like,
here.
there's not many ways that they could win this, but this is definitely one of them. Flank also about to come in. Flash has been spotted with the spam. Starts to do a little bit of damage. Constant well, though. Buying some time. Capricious with another. That flank still coming in, but it might be denied by the wall. A push through the smoke would be a gamble, but with 25 seconds, it's patient from Graham's. Already taking down another. This was a 3v5 just moments ago, and Capricious has got one more, still continuing that run of form. Haste had a nice attempt in the last, is looking for it once again, 70 HP, but doesn't know where that second player is just yet. Capricious has been making that slow move around, looking to group up. Graham's maybe going alone, it's a spam, and it is Haste! A Red Bull clutch to save them. That round almost slipped away, but for her.
Oh, that was a big play. 10-5 for Haste as well. I mean, it's been a good map overall, but that one there was Zipto's foot in the door. Their way back into this half. And maybe even to, you know, keep their economy in play, keep the chances of an even or even a victorious half in play. But Haste just on fire in that play. And it's that fire that keeps Ninetales' brittle heart warm. It came in as the underdogs, a squad that people didn't expect much from. Up against Zipto in the past, it's what, 5 out of 6 maps have gone the way of Zipto. And yet here they are. A probable lead at the half with an eco that they're up against again, though it's going to be an individual with a rifle taking on the pistols. It doesn't go as badly as before. Full moon down, but nobody there to pick up that rifle with Con in the ground. It's a 4v2. And up against the Sheriffs, they won't let this one slip.
Gonna fall back here.
Also, just gonna go for info. Even a little stun thrown in, just to make it a bit worse for Capricious. No chance in this scenario, and Dana back to feeling confident once again, back to her feet as well. 7-3. The 3-round streak of Zipto coming to an abrupt end after that 1v2. Although they'll have a purchase, they are playing just to get themselves closer to their opponent. They've already lost the first half.
So I'm looking out at the stage every time as well, Tom, and there it is. Yeah, you actually get to see it in the replay. Sammy keeps standing up every time they win around. She's looking across the stage. She's asking them what they're doing, why they're doing it, and what time they want to fly tomorrow. Ninetales 7 on the board. The attack side shaping up really nicely. Is this play to back sight from Sam? Sammy seems to have flown completely under the radar. The dimensional drift got them the position, and now the play into heaven is caught. A big catch by Graham's. That's given Zipto a chance.
Yeah, of course, for Full Moon, she wanted a little bit more than one, but the slight hesitation was enough for a trade. Eva just goes pushing, though. Tries to end the round on her own, but it will just be the trade once again. A stun perfectly placed to allow a 1v1 for Dana. She's been winning those. The wraparound comes in again, and it's left all onto Yuumi. Now knowing, well, where one of her opponents is, needs to win this fight, and does. May be able to just get that defuse at least to half. It's going to have to be the move to TP across, but it is quick enough for a 3-3-2. An 8th round onto the board, largely because of her. And a dominant-looking half out from Ninetales.
I think it's almost scarier when Sammy isn't on her feet after getting that 3K. Just looked locked in. Such a big catch by Graham. There was no chance for this. If that flank was allowed to complete, you have one or maybe even more kills coming off the back of it. And right there, it felt, though, at the end like Yuumi had a chance. That TP, if it was faked out, could have seen the round fall apart and fall into the hands of Zipto. Instead, a lead guaranteed by at least 4. Ninetales looking for that little bit extra. Drop down from Dana's good, and Capricious completely caught off guard. No punish from heaven. The Zipto's players sent straight to hell. The wraparound from Dana as well. It's not being watched. It's a freebie. 9-3 at the halftime. They're on their feet again. And Zipto just a few rounds from being sent home. Well, this game's not over yet, Tom, but how far from over? Well, that's what we're about to find out. 9 on the board for Ninetales. They have looked unbelievable in that first half. As we get into our Coinbase econ report, no surprise, it's Dana, especially with those last few rounds, who is our highlight.
Yeah, the 16-year-old has been flying high. A lot of openers. There was a little bit in the middle of the map where I was like, okay, maybe this is going to fall apart, and she came right back swinging once again. And I'll be honest, other than just some of the individual diff we've seen, the comp diff looks crazy. Like, they had such easy entries in with that double duelist, and I've not really seen anything in terms of the denial of that pace. It might be a little bit more difficult to run those same sort of executes when it comes to the defensive side, so that might be the hope for Zipto, but I hope they've got some ideas, because in that first half, they kind of got blitzed.
Without a doubt, and I think on that defense, for me at least, that's where Vito's going to bring a lot of the value, and it didn't look like there was much, I mean, especially against this composition. Ninetales often getting past that ability before throwing down Dana's stun, and for Zipto, his pistol, it could be everything. They're starting it towards this A site, where it looks like it will be a pretty passive hold from Ninetales, even when challenged. I just expect Ever to back off. Their game plan on the defense was that there'd be a fight around B or mid. So they're most likely going to have to play that retake.
Opportunity to get into the post bomb, but I really don't mind it. I said it would be difficult to try those executes. Well, they are going to try those executes. They're going to go for a 5v5 retake. Definitely going to be a little bit more difficult with all of the personnel ready and waiting on the other side. Mighty, the first point of contact has been a rough map for her, and it's not getting any better. Slowed as well was Con. Yumi, though, at least bringing a little bit back, trying to fight this one forward into a 2 versus 2. As she now goes down and getting a little bit more troublesome for that defense. They are desperately low. Graham still going forward. Only one more left to find. Within the smoke she is. And that's the lifeline grasped with both hands. Graham's with a triple to give them a 4th.
Graham's with a much-needed triple indeed. I mean, if that goes the other way, we're already thinking about booking flights, but for Zipto, they've still got a chance in this one. The pistol round is theirs. I expect a big investment coming into the next. And I guess, you know, the thing is, though, for Ninetales, as we've said a couple times, when it comes to double duelists, maybe we expected to do better in this meta than it did in the previous in terms of putting up those attacking rounds. But the reality is, it still has a lot to say on this defense. Zipto, they need to avoid what has been a pretty big part of this series so far, which is those low buys having high impact. And with the investment they've made, a couple of picks for Ninetales will end up having an effect.
Well, yeah, I also want to see if they're going to mirror what they did in the pistol and play a lot of retake because of how strong that double dive is. I'll be interested. Nice shot already, though. 3-3-2 with the start. With a fairly heavy investment. Guns across the board. Zipto really can't afford too many more casualties, and they're now walking into the stack.
Right into it. The flash is faded already. This is going to be so dangerous with Yumi. Dropped so easily. And now, Full Moon strikes from the side! Graham's another big play needed, and nothing will be found. A Mastercard thrifty! A nail in the coffin and dirt piled on top. Ninetales! That's so much better than winning the pistol. That feels like the beginning of the end of Zipto. In Game Changers Championship.
That couldn't have gone any worse. Like, you full invest into 5 guns, and then you lose to what is a sheriff and some classics, and you give all of those guns over to the other side. That is painful. And while the judge didn't have any impact on one side, I'd almost guarantee it may on this. Look at where Full Moon's currently playing and who's pushing up.
A judge in the smoke. Nasty stuff against the Eco. It's just gonna farm. A spray from Hayes to help out, and Full Moon. I thought for a second she was in danger, but very much the danger herself. 11-4 in flawless fashion. And for Zipto, if they go down like this, the memory of today is gonna linger like a tattoo's kiss. This is devastating, and a timeout coming in from the attackers as they know this is their last chance here in Seoul.
Let's say I cancelled my appointment to see this game. Well, I hope, as probably a lot of the people are here, you are a Ninetales fan, because if so, that was a good choice. If you're one of the few Zipto that travel, then maybe it's a bad day for you. 11-4. Operator in, economy, as we already mentioned, through the roof. A hefty lead of 7 rounds, and the chance for an all-Korean team to taste victory at the Game Changers Championship. For someone as young as Dana, that is a dream that many have to wait a long, long time. Doing it at 16 would be incredibly impressive, but it's a young team overall. A lot to look forward to in the future, but potentially a lot to look forward to right now. The team that bested them both times they met in Pacific, looking wounded. The question is, after the pause, do they have enough to get back up? Because as I said, those Zipto tactical pauses have nearly always been followed by a victory. They have to be followed by a victory now, otherwise this game is over.
Even then, there were a couple times followed by a victory and then an immediate resurgence. This has to be the start of something special for Zipto. Ninetales managed 12 in a row over on Pearl, so it's not like it's impossible. But what we've seen so far, certainly not promising. Rifles for the attackers. Everybody towards this B site. Graham's already making a play! A big play from Graham's! It's giving them the leg up. And it looks like they're gonna sweep the feet out from under Ninetales. A 2 versus 4. Dana running it down, doing damage, but not finding the kill. Haste, though, is quick to convert with Yumi down. And with Con low, one thing playing in her favor is that the op is in her hand. That one-shot weapon looking up top for a kill. In fact, holding that wraparound up close is Piety, but now tag desperately low as well. It's left into the hands of Dana, but the op finally strikes from the back corner. A close round, though, nonetheless, and we need to see these continue to fall into Zipto's favor.
Yeah, unfortunately, the coach of Zipto can't take a pause every single round, so that was the last, in fact, that he's going to be able to take. Unless they can force Ninetales to make one of their own. Of course, the purchase still going to be coming back up. I was looking at the HUD, wondering if it had broken, because we have an almost identical buy once again. They kept the judge, they brought it up once more. Clearly something Full Moon wants to be using, but just happened to be delivered in round number 2.
They've heard the off ringing out towards B main. For Zipto, a clear idea to not feed those kills to Semi. And you saw it there. They knew there was a player in the corner. The Gravwell was about to pull Full Moon out, but the judge has repositioned. Sat up close in heaven. And just around the corner, stuck now as Yumi's completely surrounded, but the jump is very much there for Zipto, very much there for Yumi. Expects the second player, but doesn't catch the kill. Haste does really well to convert that, and now they go walking back into the operator! It's a collateral for Semi! Shaking her head, telling them they're not getting onto her site. Graham's the last one alive, and not for long! Ninetales, the underdog, the home crowd favorite, with 7 chances to close out not just this map, but this series, and not just defeat Zipto, a team here at GCC, but a team who have defeated them every step of the way. 2 for 2, best of 3, best of 5, and what a time it would be for history to tell a different story.
Well, the coach is having fun. I love the fact that 332 has just used the dimensional drift. Like, she genuinely doesn't give a damn about that ultimate. We'll throw it in whenever she can, post-round, post-game. Don't know if it's going to come back to haunt her at all, ever. The first, and potentially the last round. Look at the buy that's come up for Zipto, and she's managed to get one more before falling back. Everybody on Ninetales wants a piece of the pie, wants a piece of that first victory. Grahams has spotted, but can't hit the shot. The reaction from Full Moon, and the remaining 2 will fall like flies. It is Ninetales to win versus an opponent they struggled before in front of their home fans, and will march on here in Seoul.
A historic victory for Ninetales, for the Korean scene as well, and doing it on that stage in front of all of their fans. It's gotta feel incredible. They came in today up against Zipto. Everybody thought they knew. We'd seen this story before more than once, but a different team stepped down on that stage. What a time to find their true form, and now there's no telling how far they can go.
Yeah, it's going to get tougher from here. There's no doubt about it. There's some heavy hitters in the mix, but the fact is they've already faced their first demon, their regional demon. And we saw it before. Dana was asked the question by Jen of whether or not it will be an all-Pacific final. She said no, even before the tournament began. Maybe some foreshadowing from the youngster, but what an incredible step up they've had from their first day. And now, as you said, like the sky's the limit. When you beat a team that you couldn't before, everything else will feel a little bit easier, as you won't have played any of the other teams before. For Zipto, it is heartbreak. It is a tough day, a match. I think they know that they definitely could have taken the victory, a match that they fought tooth and nail for, showed resilience in that second. But for a team that was picked up at the beginning of this year to replace a titan, I would say, of the Pacific team, it definitely shown that they can perform. But today's day belongs to the hometown heroes.
And you can see it there as they say their final goodbyes. It's a completely different set of people down on the stage versus on the server. But for Ninetales, this is a historic victory, a big day for Korean Valorant in the GC scene here in Seoul. Let's go over to the stage for the Verizon post-match interview where Jen is standing by for Full Moon.
나인테일즈가 GCC 첫 승을 거둡니다. 수비 축하드립니다. 자, 불분 선수 인터뷰하게 이쪽으로 와주세요. 여기 서주시고 이쪽에 보시면 됩니다. Hey guys, that was Ninetales picking up their first GCC victory. Now I have Full Moon alongside me to talk about it. Now congratulations, Full Moon, your first GCC win. Now against Zipto, the last 2 times you played them, you lost, but this time you knocked them out of champions. Now, how did this plot twist become? How did you guys twist the plot? 승리 너무너무 축하드리고요. 사실 지난번 2번 만났을 때 패배를 했다가 이번에는 아예 본인 손으로 집토를 탈락시켰습니다. 오늘 근데 생존이 달린 경기기도 했기 때문에 걱정도 많았고 또 컨디션도 너무 좋지 않아가지고 좀 개인적으로도 마음고생을 많이 했을 것 같은데 지난번 2번의 만남에 비해서 이번 점 어떤 점이 달랐는지 그리고 경기 마친 승리 소감도 들어보고 싶네요.
일단 집토를 저희가 2번 패배하고 나서 저희가 느꼈던 게 다시 만나면 진짜 이길 수 있겠다 이런 다들 마인드를 가지고 있었고 또한 집토를 많이 만났다 보니까 그들의 플레이 스타일이라든지 이런 걸 더 잘할 수 있었기 때문에 저희가 그 점을 좀 더 보완해가지고 준비했기 때문에 이길 수 있지 않았나 싶습니다. 그리고 오늘 몸이 좋지 않아서 목소리가 인게임 브리핑에서 막 안 나오니까 이게 막 콜을 하는데도 목이 이렇게 갈라지는 것 때문에 걱정을 많이 했는데도 불구하고 팀원들도 다 잘 따라와주고 해가지고 이긴 것 같습니다. 너무 행복합니다, 그냥.
Well, after we faced Zipto for the last 2 times, we just felt like if we ever had a rematch, then we can definitely beat them. And even today, I was feeling a bit under the weather, so my voice was kind of gone, and I was kind of concerned about how my calls would work with my voice being so raspy and stuff. But I just had my teammates who got my back, and they were doing their job, and I was doing mine. And I'm really, really grateful that we were able to pick up this win tonight. For 4 years, though, and through multiple rosters, that's how many years and how long it took for you to pick up this win in GCC. So the type of perseverance that you showcase in your journey, it just says a lot about how much you wanted this. So what kept you going after all those years? 사실 4년이 걸렸잖아요, 여기까지 오기. 그리고 정말 다양한 팀들에서 이 첫 승을 위해서 정말 많이 노력했던 풀문 선수인데 좀 꽃 피우기 전까지 그 기다림이 가장 어렵고 힘들잖아요. 포기하지 않고 좀 믿고 여기까지 올 수 있었던 비결은 어디에 있었을까요?
아무래도 솔직히 그만두고 싶고 힘든 순간도 너무 많았는데 이제 주변 팬분들이나 이제 가족들, 친구들이 옆에서 너 여전히 잘하는데 너무 아쉽지 않냐 이런 식으로 저를 잡아주기도 했고 이제 많이 좋아해주기 때문에 너무 행복해서 이 일을 계속 하게 됐던 것 같아요. 그래서 제가 이 자리에 있지 않나 싶습니다.
There were a lot of times where I just wanted to quit and I wanted to give up, but it was the fans and the family and friends kept telling me, hey, you're too good to quit. Don't quit now. You can definitely do it. And that really gave me the push to keep going. And I think they deserve some credit for this win too. Now, lastly, when you guys started out in the beginning of this season, you said, you know, we're gonna make the champions, and people thought you guys were delusional, but here you are, and hopefully you guys make a deeper run. So what is your mindset facing your next opponent, MIBR? 이제 처음에 팀을 꾸렸을 때 구치리 코치님 방송에서도 챔피언스 가겠다, 진출이 목표다 라고 얘기를 했는데 다들 그렇게까지는 힘들 것 같은데 라고 얘기를 했잖아요. 근데 첫 승까지 거뒀습니다. 이제 앞으로 더 높이 올라가야 할 텐데 다음 경기 MIBR이잖아요. 각오 들려주시죠.
일단 오늘도 솔직히 그렇게 완전 만족스러운 경기는 아니었지만 좀 더 보완해가지고 MRBR도 이길 수 있게끔 더 열심히 노력해서 다음 경기 재밌게 또 좋은 모습 보여드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Well, I would say today wasn't our best form, so we're just gonna build on what we learned from today and make sure that we bring our strongest and best game on that day when we face MIBR. And thank you everyone for your support. And congratulations, Full once again, and good luck to you in the next matchup. 이렇게 해서 나인테일즈의 풀문 선수 만나봤습니다.
Ace does really well to convert that, and now they go walking back into the operator! It's a collateral for Sam Semi! Shaking her head, telling them they're not getting onto her site. Graham's the last one alive, and not for long! Ninetales, the underdog, the home crowd favorite.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with Valorant Game Changers to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
Let's go. Keep it on the hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. Shh. On the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah. Shh.
What you want?
Sorry to bother. I don't mean to be blowing your cover. No, we probably shouldn't take this no further. But you beat the cookie up like no other. I seen your whip was parked in the lot out front. You was fine on me. Huh, I know I could never be a Cinderella. Together we starting a messed up telenovela. Oh. I like the way you rock my whip. I like the way you lick my shh. I like the drugs you let me hit. Do me so good, I'ma pass out. Love it when you keeping your mask on. Love it when I'm running dirty with a rough boy. Guess I gotta take my mask out. Ice, money, sex, trees. Everything's bliss when I'm paying my bills with the money you give me for free. But being tired down, we make sure you can do you and that I can do me. I feel like Rapunzel, I am your secret treat that no one can see. If you wanna have some fun, call 415-1999. I'm thinking it's another way to call to my line. I'm out and find this cookie ain't free. Oh yeah, but it's something about you. Love the way you giving me brain, but he never gonna stay, cause that's gonna make me go and say. On the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah. Keep it on the hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. On the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah.
Be calling my phone all like that.
Hey, I see you stuck in my page. What you doing up so late? I be loving the trade. I got this one on the way. Big head.
Welcome back to day 4 of Game Changers Championships and our second elimination match of the event. It's Visa Crew Blaze taking on Giant X. Doug here. Gonna go ahead and break all of this down with Mimi and Dryad. We've already seen one match and it delivered in ways maybe we didn't expect, or the second one should be just as good.
I thought the game was sick. They showed such resiliency for Ninetales to be able to, you know, stomp map number 1, have that comeback happen against them, go all the way to 3, but show how good they could be right at the end. I'm especially happy for Donna, who had such a tough debut on that stage, to show up and play such an amazing game here to get her first win in front of the home crowd.
Yeah, it's just so poetic, losing 2 times against Zipto in the Pacific, but when it matters the most for that elimination match in Game Championship, that's when they win.
Yeah, you can tell it meant a lot to both of those teams, but let's go ahead and turn our attention to this next match. This is a 2024 rematch. Both of these teams met in the lower bracket last year, and Crew walked away with the win. Meanwhile, now Giant X is going to be facing the second South American team in a row. Dan, I know it's very early here. You were obviously you were working the show last year as well. What do you make of the fact that we're back in a position where Crew and Giant X are fighting for tournament life?
It's really interesting because you look at most of the squads here and they have made pretty drastic changes to the roster. But for these two, they remain pretty much the same. Crew only make one change, and for Giant X, they make two changes. So that core, for the three players at least, remains the same into this matchup. So I feel like we should expect something slightly different to how it went last year with how close it was for that elimination series. But still, I feel like Crew got Giant X's number.
They do, but it was a very different context then, and I think for Crew, this is a game that is about breaking through. They've been on this kind of slow upward trajectory, of course, attending every GCC that we have had, getting 7th, 8th the first couple, and then starting to get 5th, 6th these last two, but they've never gotten higher and actually broken into that top 4. So you know, especially for these players like Kinnear, who have been there since the very beginning, how much it means to have that opportunity again. But that's the exact same story on GX for their veteran players that have been waiting for that opportunity. And I think that puts all the more pressure on the CLIM game.
Yeah, I mean, Giant X put up a really good fight against MIBR. It seemed like, especially after the first map, we thought, hang on a second. There might be something to talk about here. Almost pulled out the win on map 2, but ultimately, yeah, Giant X just fell. They succumbed to the pressure that was MIBR, and it was not enough. I think if you're looking for maybe a takeaway that Giant X could walk away with from that series, what would that be, Mimi?
It's they can come back from almost anything. Remember how bad they were down to start Abyss? It was something like they lost like 9 out of the first 10 rounds on that map. Nearly got completely stomped out. And then they nearly bring that map back to a 13-11 loss that they only lose because of one eco round and heroics from MIBR. The lesson for me is that they came in with a great game plan on Haven. Their players were stepping up, and they almost 2-0'd last year's finalists. Even in the loss, I walk away impressed by GX after that game.
With the way that the players talked about it as well, it almost seemed like they were impressed over that performance against MIBR. And I mean, we were as well. We thought that MIBR were going to be stomping, but instead it was very close. And what happened at the end, according to Ness, was them maybe they didn't believe as much in the last years. When they start losing a few of those rounds into the map of Split, it seems like they kind of knew that it was over, but having that reset, knowing that every round is winnable as they did in that first map, can be the win condition today against Crew.
Yeah, it almost feels like that's one that got away from them. Maybe they were supposed to be able to pull it off, but unfortunately weren't able to do so. Ahead of GCC, Ness spoke about some of the challenges that she faced adapting to the IGL role, which is difficult for really anybody. Take a listen.
It was hard because Nami was calling, like helping with mid-call, and then when we swapped roles, we didn't really have someone to help with mid-calls. It was really hard. Then we tried to like put that mid-round calling to someone, but that also didn't work. So like it was hard. Then now I'm like a bit fine. Like I'm learning as well. Still kind of scary sometimes, but I'm trying to manage it. And also, like when I play Sentinel, it's kind of hard to see what's going on. So I'm not with the group, so someone needs to talk more, or otherwise, like I will have to like check my map all the time. So it's like, to me right now, it's kind of hard, but I'm also like managing it, trying to manage it at least, and yeah.
Often easier said than done. Eva's another player that we have to talk about. Stand out across all 3 maps that we last saw them play on. And, you know, Mimi, a lot of these stats, I mean, Abyss is a dip, you could argue, but the stats speak for themselves.
It's a weird place right now for Initiator players with so much changing so quickly. A lot of those agents getting nerfed, and the timing's changing up. But Eva has been so impressive on that role. Despite that, I love the pose in that one for her. But she's really been excellent for this team. She was one of the best individual players when they played back home in EMEA. She steps up massively in these international events, and she just continues to prove, Dan, the amount of talented players that come out of of Turkey is just ridiculous.
Even last year when she was playing for Falcons, she was incredible, and she is absolutely one of the best initiators and the best solo players that we have, not only in EMEA, but also in this tournament in specific. She is incredible at closing out rounds, at getting some clutches, and she was doing it regionally, and she was doing it a little bit in that last match too.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that too, because there are many teams that have already struggled. I mean, just in the last couple of days that we've seen on a closing out round. So massive out from Eva to be able to do that. We actually spoke with Eva earlier today. She spoke with Jen ahead of the match. Take a listen.
Hey, it's Giant X, and hello, Eva. Okay, so here's the thing. Despite the loss, I feel like there were a lot of takeaways for you guys in that MIBR series. Is there anything from that series that you're planning to maybe lean on tonight to help you guys get that revenge against Crew?
Of course, but like after MIBR loss, like we learned a lot of things and we like fixed our mistakes. And about Crew, I didn't lose against them because like I wasn't there, you know. And we're gonna take our revenge for the Giants.
You're like the good luck charm because you've never lost to them.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, that's so good.
Well, confidence certainly bodes well as they head into this next match. Another couple of players that we have to talk about in this match are Smurfette and Dodds. They're going to go ahead and clash. Mimi, and both of these players are so, instrumental, both integral to the success of their respective teams.
Yeah, I think it's especially true for Dodds. I think that Giant X, their style is really good when they're playing these slow rounds. Ness, we heard that interview earlier about how she was feeling some struggles in getting into the IGLing role, but I do think they do a good job of working them out properly, giving themselves options. I think that Crew, they tend to be a little bit more reliant on that duelist player in Dodds. They play a lot of maps where she's on the neon or on other roles like that where it's go, 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 and they basically have to get it done correctly the first time. But most of the time, Dan, Dodds is good for it.
She has been incredible, and we got the chance to see it for the first time last year. It felt like if they were to go on a run, it is because Dodds is doing incredible at finding those openings. But even on the other side for Smurfette as well, is very similar to a story that we talked about yesterday with Petra, where she was not playing at the beginning of that stage 3. Now she has the chance to prove herself back in the stage and also trying to make a run for the team.
Yeah, let's actually send it back to Jen, who's standing by with a very quick word from Dodds.
Crew, Blaze, and Dodds, thanks for joining me. Now, here's the thing. Regional dominance is where you guys have hung your head all season long and all year long, but internationally, it looks like you just need an extra push to really break through. So what are the talks around unlocking your full potential to make a deeper run here at Champions?
So we just need to have fun in the game, because in the last game we was a bit nervous and didn't have fun like playing, and we just need to have fun in the game, because when having fun we can play our game. So it was the talk that we talked, and yeah, that's it. We just need to have fun in the game.
But that's the hardest thing. Like, how do you have fun? What are your plans to have fun?
Because our team is a team like we joke a lot with each other, and in the last game we was a bit nervous, a bit serious, and it was difficult to play. So we just make jokes with each other, laugh a lot, and yeah.
Okay. Keep the energy up.
Yeah,
right?
the energy up.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, scream? Okay, I'll be expecting that from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the question on everyone's minds after we saw their last series was, have we seen the real Crew? Was that the real Crew that we saw? Dan, your thoughts?
What I know for sure is that they think that that was not the full version of them, that score that they got against Liquid was not really telling the full story. They think, according to Munch in that press conference, that it was a lot closer and it was all about the details.
But what do you think?
What I think is that they're going to win today. Now, that I feel like their version that they have is enough to win against Giant X.
Okay. My counter is that their aggression got absorbed and they struggled having second options, which I think is a good recipe on how to beat them.
All right, let's send it down to the stage and bring out these two teams that are about to clash. It's Visa Crew Blaze and Giant X.
Comfortable, cause any minute now.
Visa Crew Blaze.
A ton of history stepping out onto the stage, particularly on the side of Crew. They've been here since the very inception of GCC. Kinnear in particular has been a repeat performer on this stage, but probably facing maybe one of their biggest matchups yet here, Dan.
Trying and bringing a few more reinforces for these two teams since we last saw them go against each other last year. Of course, on the side of Crew was that change from Romy going all the way to Munch, and massive upgrade, it seems like, when it comes to finding those timings too. But also a big highlight is not only is Smurfette back on the stage, but also the support that Giant X has been getting. Lato, one of the players that they had to face against, that they lost again, has been supporting and has been there for the team, kind of bot reviewing, kind of being there for them. And I feel like that could be a little bit of a difference maker when you have that extra point of view.
Looking at the maps here in our OMEN map select, and what I'm seeing with the start on Split is, honestly, it has to be the turnaround for Dodds. It was a slower first game. Overall, that was just a really rough showing for Crew, getting dominated in their opener. But these are maps where they're very reliant on her performance on that attacking side. And on the defense, when she gets the off in hand, is also one of the most pivotal pieces. So Doug, really looking to her today.
Yeah, I think Dodds is going to have to deliver in a tremendous way if we want to see this happen again. A rematch from last year where Giant X was able to send Crew, Visa Crew Blaze home packing. And I think for as much as we talk about Dodds and we talk about some of the experience on the side of Crew, Dan, there's a lot here on the side of Giant X as well. And I think as we turn towards Split first, is there something that, you know, you're really kind of keying in on before this map starts?
I'm thinking about what the players were talking about and how off they looked when they went into that third map for Giant X. That Split, it was the most one-sided for MIBR, and it seems like even though they had some ideas that they wanted to execute on the defense, they were not able to implement it. Like they said, they lost the confidence in themselves.
Yeah, GX are playing the same Raze Waylay comp that we see them hovering now, and to me, Dan, I didn't feel like it was a loss based on any of the game planning or the comps. It's like you're saying, it felt like they just ran out of steam after losing that 13-11 and couldn't get into the game mentally whatsoever. Looking over at Visa Crew, though, it doesn't look like they're going to go too exciting in this composition, but the Sage actually getting slotted in. I think Sage is in a very strong place in the game right now, with practically every other Sentinel getting a nerf and her having 16 full seconds of stall with the 2 slows plus the wall. She's the best agent in the game, in my opinion, at full canceling an exec.
Mimi, you mentioned earlier that it felt like Giant X didn't lose necessarily because of what they were doing on the server, but because maybe more so of what was happening mentally. How do they fix that coming into this map?
I mean, it's a different series, right? It's a new context, it's a total reset. I think this is just talking about going back to your game plan, back to the strengths of that game of almost beating MIBR.
Yeah. We'll see if they're able to pull it off as we see a couple of agents getting locked in.
To me, this is super reliant on Ness and on Smurfette. Very often they'll be in a site separated by slow orbs.
We've got high stakes match and we've got just the casters for the job. It's Potter and Pansy on the call.
Yeah, thank you so much. Happy to be back with the one and only Potter. I mean, how you doing, Chief?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm excited. Yeah.
We had to pry you away from
over
that
a year.
coaching business. It didn't go well anyway last time around. Luckily, new roster looks good, dude. Looking forward to that. I'm kidding, right? I had to start with that, but let's.
I appreciate that.
I'll give you the distraction of talking about the game in front of us, right?
Let's do it.
Now, we've seen this game before. The desk was kind of discussing that as well. This is somewhat of a repeat matchup. Small roster adjustments, but a similar structure. But both coming off a loss leading into this one. I'm a bit worried now. Like, where's your mind going coming into this?
I was definitely worried, just like you, Lauren, at the start of this day. But, you know, this first match that we just witnessed with Ninetales coming through, getting those first match jitters out of the way.
Okay.
I mean, these girls were activating on the stage. And having that sort of international experience, I know it's only been a couple days, but they look like a completely different team. So my hope is that Crew went back to the hotel, regained, recharged, and now they're ready.
I like that. I love that little idea that, hey, look, well, this other team's done it. There's no reason the Crew couldn't. And I think in some ways, losing to Liquid in that aspect, I don't want to say I'm super surprised, but I think because of how drastic it was, that's what worried me. How stark the scoreline was, how quiet Crew looked. When we know when they activate how good they can be. And actually something that Mimi was discussing as well is Dodds as well. they've got to get active. I want to see them be proactive, be influential in this game, have impact off the rip. But again, it rolls back to that confidence building, feeling out the game a bit. I know it sounds so silly, almost wishy-washy, but for a player to bound off that, I kind of need to see it from the start here.
I agree. I completely agree. And at least for the Crew side of things, this time around, they've got a flash. And last time, they slowed themselves down. This time with the Sky in Dodd's pocket, should be able to activate in those mid-rounds, adjust and make those kind of audibles, playmaking audibles. So I definitely expect for Crew side of things to get activated on those retakes. It looks like for GX side, they want to start with a little bit of misdirect in mid. Both their duelists, both their divers are starting towards mid.
Okay, let's see how that pans out for them. You can see where that 3-play stack is waiting to maybe build off the back of it. Already confirmation on the flash though, so they've got a decent early idea, but obviously nothing too confirmed.
Definitely keeping all 3 defenders towards that way. You saw that Smurfette was in mid. She did send that boom bot as kind of a distraction to make the defenders think that the attackers would be taking and gaining space, but right now, Biazik, she's got that long line. Even though there's a hole in her Sage wall, she knows nobody's made it through. What a shot from Michaela.
Yeah, that's lovely as well. And it being Ness, I wonder how much they've maybe read into that pressure in middle, being maybe both of those duelists. Again, at this point, though, they can reset a little bit. No over-rotations, no over-bites either. You can see that A side, happy with 3 still there. They've got the 2 on toward B as well. Giant X, they've got to now scale into this. And look, Paranoia Prime, they're very prepared for this. Off that contact, they can easily stall. There it is. Paranoia goes in, slow comes out. This is hard now, getting labored to try and build towards the site. 4 players now on B, held back by a smoke. They're going to have to go in uphill. There's no other way to cut through this.
Uphill for sure. All the defenders are rotated except for that Sky. 4 defenders here ready.
Oh, this is going to be so difficult. Again, you've got to be looking at these guys now trying to fight on the side. Smurfette gets him a bailout, but it's down to the 1v1. Michaela is still alive, healthy, flash in hand, has options, doesn't need to take too many risks. Eva needed that plant, and there it is. Wait, hold on. A small chance given, taken away. Crew with the first. Very well handled in the end. Got dangerously close, though.
It did, especially considering how easy it was to find that opening kill and all those rotations coming through. But GX, they were so grouped, doing pistol round things, swarming onto the site in succession and almost making it work. That was a beautiful double kill from Smurfette, and Smurfette is exactly the player I'm looking at for the Giants X side of things. She had such an explosive opening in their opening map on Haven, on that Neon, sliding around, being aggressive. She can be just as aggressive on this Raze, and that's exactly what I want to see for the side of Giants.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the fact that Smurfette was able to even bring that round to look close after the start they had, the stall they had on B, everything looked so well in hand for Crew, and the fact she was still able to find those couple of kills to make it look competitive is a good sign. It's a tick in the box, right? But overall, it fell the way it should. If you're playing the kind of traditional game of Val, that's kind of what you expect to see there, it panning out, but only one surviving. It's certainly not a perfect purchase, and a couple of upgrades, nothing to, I say couple, it was only one in the end, just the Frenzy, so this should be a formality of a round, but a very pretty... Oh. Wow, I mean, that was ambitious, Ness. I don't know what the end goal was.
I gotta respect it, though. You know that, yeah, you know what? They're broke, and Ness is trying to be a distraction, and they're trying to grab the orb for Smurfette at B. She's already 4 orbs after pistol round loss, close to her ult, but she decides to go for a pick. Hey, she knows what she's doing.
You know what?
Grab the orb before you leave, Smurfette. Come on now.
I mean, the wall's there. Why not? You've even got some more security, maybe a little bit paranoid, someone's on top of it, but still.
This would be an impressive feat on the macro side of things, Lauren, if GX are able to get away.
Oh, dude. Ooh, I don't think the dog saw. I don't think it went down deep enough to be able to catch the players, potentially. Yeah, no one's rotating, so...
And Michaela got picked on the pistol round, this time with the knife out swinging.
Oh, man, this is getting a little bit sketchy. Still got that mid-pressure as well. That's me Smurfette trying to maybe catch a late lurk, and does get caught in the end by Monch. So this now should be in hand. Oh my god, overwhelmed. But Dodds is there. Luckily picking up the pieces, but Sarah did a little bit of damage, but didn't check. Man, these rounds are sketchy, Christine. Look how close this is.
Yeah, they're so low HP. If you're Giant X right now, you're absolutely happy with how things turned out in that round.
Yeah.
Absolutely optimizing everything. And Smurfette, she's only 2 orbs away from her ultimate, so getting the best out of a bad situation is Giant. For Crew, at least they've got a judge in the hands of Conir, and that's a dangerous thing.
Yeah, I guess it's, you know, see how much you can achieve, because by every other marker than just converting the round, I think Giant X are up in this. The way that they've been handling those first 2 rounds, I think tick in the box. But scoreline, rounds around. But I like this. B main aggression coming in. Already going to have that space taken by Kinnear, so that's going to be posted up with that judge. Keep towards B main. Happy. That's a tick, right? We can now rotate those players off. Be a little bit happier putting 3 dedicated towards A with these weaker weapons. So again, this isn't bad from Crew. There's got a lot to happen, though.
You just saw Michaela, the Sky, the A anchor in the side of A, shooting that dog with the Bulldog. That's a dangerous thing to do, especially because the attackers have double duelist, double dive. As soon as the anchor gives away her position, she's got to be ready for the hit. Right now, though, GX, they're taking things slow. They've got that A heaven control. This is definitely constricting the defenders.
Yeah, but they haven't been completely caught out here, and already one being caught down deep middle. They've got a great idea of what's going on. You can look at the way the map is. It's a... okay. What is this? Oh! I mean, you shouldn't be getting away with it. I don't know what I've just seen. There is no way in hell you're meant to get 4 from that position.
3 shots with the Sheriff and 3 kills. Biazik is making it look easy.
No, no, there's gonna be yeah, show me this one again. Like, I'm like, okay, this is already sketchy. When you get that pick in middle, you're like, right, they've got a good read on the map, but suddenly, what the hell are these shots?
Yeah, and I mean, if you're GX, you are disappointed in that round. I was just mentioning they've got 2 duelists, double dive with the Sky Flashes. They've got to be diving into there and applying the pressure, but it was too easy for Biazik, too easy for Crew.
I was surprised it didn't feel more of that pressure, and now it feels desperate. Stingers, I get it, you want to get that gap close in, but this is looking rough, and once again, similar position, similar scenes. Only 1 casualty so far for the Crew side. Even with this discomfort of position, they still handle that pressure very well. Reclear with the Dogsy, nothing close towards Rampart already. They've scaled up past it, Dodds is ready. Gonna find just 1 remaining in the form of Sarah. Spike not even collected, yes, a pickup, but damn, I mean, Crew, how do you look better now in the first 2 rounds that you won?
Clean, it's looking clean and decisive, and that's a stark difference on the Crew side of things, especially considering what a slow start they had. Dodds is looking free and loose, collecting those eco kills, getting closer and closer. In fact, they've already got their ultimate. So GX, they've called the timeout. They've got to stop the bleeding and recollect themselves. I mean, if you're GX side of things right now, that 3rd map, that last series, running out of gas, all of these things are coming into your mind, yet at least you've got that Raze ultimate, that showstopper. It's an easy little band-aid, a small fix in order to just have a decisive round. Choose A or B and let's just hit it.
And that's what I want to see, though, is decisiveness as well, right? Something you noted again, having that double duelist there, play to that strength. But we've already seen, I don't want to say hesitation necessarily, but maybe a pause for thought, maybe not wanting to chase down that kill as maybe quickly as they potentially should have. The opportunity there, but the door shut on their face. We saw those Sheriff shots coming out. It was just unthinkable. The fact you got away with that, and it's got to rattle them a bit, right? After game 1, obviously as a player and in the server, you want to try and forget about those things. But when you're starting now at 0-4, you've had a couple of opportunities to have a close couple of rounds and then fall away from you. I get a little bit nervous. They're still feeling some of that bleed on from that previous series, whereas Crew's come out and instantly taken away some of my worries.
They're swinging. They are absolutely swinging, but it looks like GX, they want to keep things simple, hopefully. This round, you can expect Smurfette to use her Waylay, use her Sky, one of these 2 teammates to find an enemy and apply that showstopper. Looks like a little misdirection, making the defenders think the Raze is going towards B, but they had their eyes set on mid.
There's this one spotted. Dodds trying to be careful to not maybe overstay welcome, but I want to see where they decide to try and shut down on. Again, this is early contact. Didn't fancy it that time.
Yeah, and I still don't really like how indecisive and kind of timid that GX are being right now. They've got a powerful ultimate in their pocket. Good news for them is they are grouped, but yeah, Dodds has already made her rotate. You can see that they're waiting in mid, and we're about to see an anime battle. Both Razes just procking their rockets, but GX, they didn't like it. They didn't like what they saw.
Yeah, this pause as well. Noting the spike is this looks like it's trying to be a fake, trying to kind of sell this intention, but it's already been dealt with very quickly. The fact Nest has gone down, and there's still this flash here. So if they do get a little bit paranoid with that Viper wall up, they can try and check behind it. There it is. That should be the cue. That should be a freebie as well. It is. Smurfette is going to find one. Now, I'm a little bit curious about this. They should have noted the flash because that has been burnt.
30
so
seconds
they've got to know
left.
someone else is on this side of the map.
Definitely, if they've got their agent names communicating through process elimination, but Michaela
planted.
is in such a power position right now, waiting for her teammate Dodge to regroup with her, and none of the players of GX are really considering this flank, but they've got a flanker of their own, so this timing in this round is going to be so crucial.
Yeah, I want to see if Smurfette feels brave about this, maybe off the back of that. No, still going to hold space up towards heaven. Smoke will dissipate, but Dodds trying to use this as a way to get into this, but it's Michaela finding Smurfette. That's the heaven pressure removed. You got to look towards the rest of the map, though. It's going topsy-turvy. Eva's here, but taking her time. This is bizarre. Giant X down into the 2v2, making it 1v2 as Dodds, the last one alive. The seat goes in. Great timing.
Wow.
Ava, they're not going to take any chances. Burning the ult, securing their first round.
Yeah, and it all came down to the ratty plays of Ava. You mentioned it earlier. They've got to keep track of this agent. She's still lurking around in mid, and she ends up backtracking and just securing the entire round for GX. And that was a round for Crew that things were looking at. They were in control of it.
Yeah,
to be fair, I think the individual timings of Ava really saved them here. But it was a lot of confusion in the beginning of the round for GX. Thankfully, that Raise Rocket really gave them an easy answer. But this round with no big ult in play, they're going to have to find the opening kills.
I thought she was going on that one. I mean, it looks like she kind of is. She's pretty much stuck here. Is
Good
anyone able to
utility.
save? No. Nicely isolated. Smurfette there this time, able to close down on that. Support coming in from Ness as well. Music. Oh my god. I mean, what the tag on Sarah, but the shot too good. Oh my god. Okay, this is getting a little bit scrappy, but the plan's going to be in play. The time's going to be on their side. They can find stability and kind of calm down the round. There shouldn't be too many threats from this point onwards. You still have a judge in play, far from ideal. So at this point, this could be nice building blocks for Giant X. Keep 5 alive, build up the money a little bit, get some of those ults building as well. Sarah, though, gonna know that obviously vision has been removed. This puts Eva under a lot of pressure. Yeah, the first to step forward, maybe bring that judge in, but it's Ness. Easy contact there, a bit messy in the end, but Giant X, 5 stay alive. Stability on the horizon. It doesn't fill me with confidence yet, but it's getting the rounds on the board.
Absolutely. And being clean like that, all 5 players staying alive, getting some of that money, trying to save for a rainier day later on in this half, absolutely going to mean a lot for the sign of Giants. We'll see exactly how this round turns out, because these kind of low-buy scenarios where Crew quickly changes the pace and starts taking more risks, things can get really dangerous. So I'm hoping for Giants' side, they have actually stabilized. This round will tell a lot.
Yeah, it feels a bit fraught still, right? And this is a really early show of that Vandal, and look at this! And now what does this fight do? It's so messy! Kinnear gets away! 5 HP, and Kinnear is out of there. Can easily trade over that Vandal if needed, but gets the heal off instead.
Double heals, double heals.
I forgot about that, yeah.
Look at how many ults are online as well. These eco rounds, they get so dangerous, Lauren. Already one of the duelists is down. Now, for GX side, they've got to be thinking about how much more util do we have to use to secure this round?
Well, they've still got like Eva's util to maybe try and set up Ness, but Ness has certainly burnt everything. We saw it on B main. So shouldered up towards heaven. There's the first contact, but no one's going to overly bite down on that. The temptation is to obviously go towards A, right? There was a lot seen towards that B approach, but with the Seekers coming in, this should be relatively telling. But it may have a little bit of misdirection. There is that presence over towards A main. We can't quite forget about that. Toki over there slowly taking space. Could allow for rotation. 38 seconds, though. They're going to have to start going there now.
GX reading this round well, and actually,
what a
but
shot.
then Dodds just finding a long-range kill.
That's a Vandal pickup, too. This is huge. Dots can, if they can just play their life, this is great. Just keep that space secure. TP gets taken, now has support from Kinnear. Monch gonna watch towards CT, great fight!
Boy.
Ness is having a nightmare of a game so far. Sarah and Eva are going to have to put together the pieces. It's a very uncomfortable post plant. We already know where Dodds is. Kinnear already in position, double swing on CT. A valiant attempt, but it looks to fall short, and it does. You were worried, Christine, and rightly so.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, my goodness, Crew just do exactly what is the most dangerous thing on these low buys. Change the pace, start peaking, and Giants, they're just not ready for it. You saw also in the middle of this round that Giants, they were forced to spread out. All 5 of them had to actually spread out. The Sky went towards that A main, and there's no real right answer on these anti-ecos. It's either you 4-1 or you spread out and you default. And in both of them, there's RNG all across the board. So I definitely feel the round for GX. But man, what a moment for Crew to just capitalize on. And their money is right back where they need it.
God, I forgot about the double heal as well. I was like, oh, Kinnear's dead. That's the Vandal gone. Nope, sitting right back on it. No sweat. It's crazy.
Yeah, I would expect for Crew too, for Dodds, they're going to want to go forward and go for those scrappy little plays and lose some HP because they know that they can just get topped off right after.
Yeah, and again, I do want to highlight how important Dodds' kill was there as well. That one pickup with the Sheriff basically kept options to play back in towards A as well. Really well handled. Beyond this though, you can see that confidence if it's still in place, because for Giants that's got to be a really sour round. And again, nice timing on this. Good information spot here. No over-rotation yet, though. Only seeing a couple of players. They don't want to bite into this. It feels like Crew's got a good idea that Giants want to be a bit slippery about it.
Yeah, they're just defaulting right now, trying to figure out exactly where all these agents are. They now know that the Sky is playing towards that A site. At least the dog has been wasted. Just trading a bit of util with each other, but it does seem like for GX, they definitely do want to end towards this B split. You can see that Whaley's trying to go towards that B main. And Ava still got that flash.
30 seconds left.
I like these rotations, though. I think the pennies dropped for Crew. And there it is. That's scary. That's a scary sound to hear, but Zika, they're just going to tuck in towards the corner. They're going to try and path around frontside pillar. Pump flash. It's good. It's actually great. Michaela, outstanding impact. 4 kills. Denying that lovely adjustment they wanted, and they're reading the lurk in middle. They're going to try and set her up for this one. Classics out, baby. She wants this. 2 bullets. Oh, no. Oh, it's getting messy. A valiant attempt to get the ace. I don't blame you for going for it. But man, that flash and swing, just reading, they wanted to try and get around that Viper's Pit. So well done.
Yeah, and I thought for a moment that Viper's Pit, I didn't know if I liked it, Lauren. I didn't know if I liked it. Biazik was out of slow orbs. All of GX were just wrapping around, but heroics coming out from Michaela. It doesn't even matter that she didn't get the ace. You can see that they're vibing out. Yeah, I love the fact that Dodds was trying to be her bait. That satchel did sabotage her, I can't lie, but it's all good. Just laughs on the side of Crew, hey guys, enjoying the moment and just soaking it all in. And man, for Giants, they're being too indecisive right now. I think during this timeout, they've got to be talking to each other about, hey guys, let's just loosen up a little bit. Let's get in these guys' faces and let's apply the pressure, because they are not taking advantage of having 2 duelists on their side right now.
And I don't want to kind of put this directly on Ness, because I think that's it's unfair, but again, when you've seen kind of the compositions built around that Waylay and the ability to kind of set up that next layer towards it, I want to see that synergy there. I want to see that in unison, because it's so oppressive to handle. It's very hard to get any sort of spacing behind it as well. So if they can activate that little bit of synergy, I'll be incredibly happy. Even if it doesn't result in a win in this map, I know this is Crew's choice. I just want to see that aspect come online, because again, if you look at what the desk was kind of leading in with, Dodds being impactful, having an aggressive play here, looking confident, I think that's a tick in the box for me. The other side of it, I do want to see that Ness Smurfette combination. Something, again, the desk was touching on. Let's now see that. That's what the timeout, in your mind, should have been maybe building towards a bit more of that direct, confident approach, no more hesitation about it. Let's see that in practice. Again, the ult is here for Ness. Got the buy, got the Vandal as well. So investing in towards this.
And all 5 members are grouped, very grouped towards this B main. Biazik, that's her last slow orb. Oh, that ult timing.
Did they check?
I don't think they're going to check. The Waylay dashes, you can't just check like you can with the Jet, so Dodds is able to get freebies.
That's just everything you could have hoped for, right? That little adjustment, man. And I guess that is the one difference of it not being a jet, right?
Yeah.
That you can't get that little quick look behind you. The flash doesn't tell you everything. Yes, someone's there. Sick. That could be anywhere. Back pillar, tucked towards back sight. Man, that is gutting. But a great read, though, I want to say, from Crew as well. First time we've seen Dodds up in that position. So, again, really heads-up work.
It might be the one negative aspect of Waylay right now. Waylay's looking fantastic, probably the best duelist we've got, but even the Raze is able to kind of look around as they're satcheling in. So unfortunate for the side of Giants. I mean, they definitely burned and invested a lot into that round.
And doing that after a timeout mentally is so booming as well.
Both timeouts, yeah.
Right? Like, you got to be thinking that was our ult, that was everything, and now Dodds going to be feeling confident.
Shot.
It's clean work in middle. Smurfette again punished. Spotted another player, and they're on the hunt. Dodds once more. He's going to get more. 3 back-to-back. Big impact. And the map is getting so small. They've lost down on middle. They've lost down on B main. The only bit of freedom is over towards A. It's just all-encompassing, Christine. They've got everything, man. This is...
It's just oppressive. I mean, Sarah is just sat back wondering what the hell just happened in mid. Now has to force and go forward. Look at the HPs on Crew. Hardly anyone has lost any HP there.
Oh, dear.
Dominant, and the money on the Giant side of things, they haven't planted in a couple rounds either.
As a coach, right, you just called your time. You can watch this again. I mean, it was absolutely, like, Ness, where are you meant to go? Like, right? Like, what are you meant to do? There's no escaping. But as a coach, you've got to be feeling like there's just like a pit in your stomach at that point, right? You've burnt your timeouts. You've had your chat. You've done your work. I've done my part, Chief. I got mine, but then you
gotta pray. Just gotta send that energy, you know?
Send the energy out? Okay, got it.
That's what's thinking about it.
I mean, and at this point, I don't say 8-2 is a lost game. It's not, right? We've seen... Oh, no, that's not. Well,
I'm not sure about that one.
That gap is unpleasant.
You know, I will say that you don't play against Sage that often anymore. Not as often, and if there's a slow orb at your feet, let's just reset. Let's wait a couple seconds.
Hey, guys, let's just pause. Hey.
That's unfortunate. But again, that's a decent gap for Smurfette.
Does it matter? Does it matter? Oh, dearie me. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Put a fork in it. This one might be done. 8-2. I mean, as I said, I was kind of alluding to this until we saw the disrespect the slow orb play.
Enemy remaining.
It's not my favorite. But at this point, I just want to see them take high risks because Crew are just getting mad confident, right?
Yeah.
Dodds is just tearing you apart. They're getting everything they wanted. They've got everything falling into place. And it is their map, so that's fine. You can kind of chalk it up sometimes. And I don't know if you'll agree now because you've been on the other side of things. A quick loss is sometimes easier just to get over. It's their map. You just like, pull up the band-aid, cool, no worries. Move on to the next. Think about Haven. It's 9-2, but I think it's how we've got to this 9-2. I just want to see them get confidence, take some high risks, try and get active, try and get Ness on mine here, try and get Toki playing up a little bit. It just feels flat. And it just feels flat to me.
Same for me as well. And it is really important to just take it round by round and warm up into it. It's definitely a huge series and not a lot of value coming through for this Waylay utility. I wish there was a Raze right behind to follow up.
Follow into it.
But the Sky ult is procced and
but the paranoia was still good. Look at the spacing. They can't make the most of the pressure coming out. The Crew just get to cut them up into manageable pieces every single time. There's so much value on this util that they just can't make the most of. So Toki has got 3 kills to find, a spike to recover, and probably a player to locate as well. Not really got the beat on where Biazik is, who has the res. And if she can slip the net, that's going to be another player up and standing. A clear through heaven. Spots nothing. That's a big call. Could be CT care. They've already repositioned over towards B main. They've got the spike they can play around. They don't have to take risks. Still have the flash. Still have the dog. There you go. Another player added to the mix. This is hard work here. Toki, let's go. Show me a little more. What you got to lose? Last round of the half. You might as well play it out as best you can. 35 seconds. Going to try and readjust pathing.
And I love the reposition that you mentioned, Lauren, going back into the B main, not leaving any chances for Toki to find and dodge. That's clean.
Yeah, this whole half has been clean, Christine. I kind of want to get into it after the break, after this halftime, because it does seem as though we might have some treats coming up. I'm hoping we have more than just this half, however, as this has been an absolutely one-sided affair.
One down. remaining.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Cocoa body, I'ma sail off that shorty. When for me, I will say come buddy, benja. Cocoa body, I'ma sail off that shorty. I'ma sail on that on me. That body makes it all go insane. You want me to say we don't need a man. Your body makes it all go insane. When you tell me to say it, I will see millionaires. Cocoa body, I'ma sail off that shorty. When for me, I will say come buddy, benja. Cocoa body, I'ma sail off that shorty. I'ma sail with that on me.
All right, coming back here with that Coinbase econ report. I mean, it's not surprising to see some of the crew members towards the top scale of this. Again, Dodds was someone that the desk was talking about, and they have found their footing, Christine.
Just farming out here, Lauren. We'll see how long Crew and Dodds herself can keep up this energy. I mean, it is high pressure right now. Dodds didn't miss a beat. She was everywhere, satcheling forward, getting more of her kills. It didn't seem like she wanted to ace every round, every single round.
And look, the amount of times I'll talk about killer instinct in a player, I'm seeing it with Dodds, and I love that. You got to back yourself, you got to call up your own number sometimes and take those high risks, and you felt her just kind of feeling out the game more and more and more as it went on that mid play, getting aggressive with the ult, playing off the back of it, taking the space. It was just gorgeous to witness. And then coming back in here for Giant X, get the ball rolling. I don't care about the scoreline now, feel out the game. Start getting yourselves into this matchup because we've seen the best of Ness. We know how good she can be when things happen for her. Smurfette, one of the classic names in the scene. Another talented player, but just not quite been here yet. I want to see them active. I want to see them at least put up a couple of good fights, good engagements, but as it stands, it's Crew on the attack now.
And they have to get active. I mean, I would argue that they're on the harder side now because they have double duelists. At least Crew had a Sentinel, but it looks like they are getting active. A nice double peek with the pickup, but it's just not good enough. Dodds just taking one lick of damage.
They seem so ready for it too. They seem so aware of that.
It feels so bad when the classic is just shooting a save wall.
I'm trying, man. Like, I'm doing my best. But there's still a player on this site. Hold on. Yeah,
the Astra
Eva's
smoke.
here. Good timing on that. That's a spike now noted. And just needs to be slippery. Can you buy time for any of your other teammates to get buy time? Impact! Eva again, brilliant. Kinnear goes to try and cut off his cavalry, but it's Kinnear with it all to do! Now down to the 1v1. Eva made the difference! But it gets shattered into pieces. A Red Bull clutch to kick off the second half.
Go near. So cool, calm, and collected in that moment, too. I love the fact that she didn't rush it. She knew that that blind caught both players. She knew that that player at elbow didn't hear her drop or reload. So just dissecting that last duel. Beautiful, dominant stuff from Crew. And I love the fact that they're doubling down. I mean, all on the aggression, on the in-your-face duels, not slowing down at all.
Yeah, and it's not just one. It's not just Dodds. They're all there, right? Every single player's got that little bit of fire to them now. And right into the bite. On the other side, Sheriff with Sarah, Frenzy with Eva, Smurfette, Sheriff as well. But it feels like a bit of a whimper in this. But time to talk, time to get yourself right. All right, I mean, yeah, what are you meant to do at this point?
Hey, at least Ava got one. That was kind of one of those moments where you really just got to force the trade, and afterwards she can say, I got mine.
I got mine. It's the silver lining. We're all a hole. Oh my God, they're
Viper versus Viper.
Ah, they're just here, bro. No, you can't
launch.
Everyone's been toxic recently.
Wow.
There's a little toxic like turn up. You know what I mean? There's a lot of body shooting, a lot of giving it. The fines will be flying out at this point. The spirit of Rob Wiz still just around in the venue. Smurfette, 1v4. It ain't happening today. 12-2. This could be a very quick map.
Yeah, and for GX, they can't even afford an op yet. Would have been wonderful to get that in the hands of Ness here. That Waylay op, I'm such a huge fan of it, Lauren, but they're gonna have to do with just the 4 rifles, a little bit of half armor. And it goes back to what we talked about on pistol round GX. They've got double duelists. They've got to get active and try to find an opening pick for some breathing room on this defense side of things. These last couple of rounds, they've been trying to get B main control on and this A main control. Hardly any defenders towards this mid, and it looks like they're going to do the same thing in this one.
All right. Early show of interest over towards A. Quick ramp approach as well. 3 crossed over. It's pacey. You still have those 2 players slightly disconnected, and actually Ness gonna this time find Kinnear, right? So B main control there. Sarah trying to stall out rotations. This is great work from Sarah. I thought you had more, but Bia's gonna Smurfette in the heels. Suddenly all of that tempo and pressure through middle feels like it might fall away here. Let's see if Crew does stall out slightly.
That could have been absolutely devastating. Sarah was set up for a multi-kill, but it's just come down to a 3v3, and we saw Ness opening up this round with a B main push, and she's finding herself in a beautiful position. Depending on the timing here, there it is.
I mean, better from Ness, right? Getting involved, getting their faces, trying to put up a fight. Does lose out in the end. Now 2v2. Eva's got to be careful to not overdo this one. Oh, you're so desperate to get involved here. Quick check on the side, not toward that default plant. Spots out the cross, makes a mess on the shot, and then goes back for seconds. Oh, there we go. Suddenly, a lifeline. I don't think you get that every round, though.
But coming right in the nick of time at least, and for Sarah, I mean, listen, that was a feels bad round because she deserved to get multi-kills there, but she was in the right place at the right time, and honestly, Crew handled that round really well, playing around with those ropes, so it's the first time for Giants side where it was a clean round, all things considered at the moment. Each player stepping up.
But I want to see a bit of that we just saw on the cameras too, trying to build up the confidence because they look quiet, right? Like, obviously when you're a scoreline like this, it's hard to try and keep that, you know, motivation up, try and stay a little bit, you know, confident in it, try and keep the spirits high, but I want to see more of that. Try and keep yourselves with your heads held high. Music trying to open things up with the Outlaw. The light shields are out in effect though, but the flash is great. The swing actually going to be denied. Kinnear still on this, reading the spacing and the play off the Waylay. Sarah, control in middle only so far. It feels desperate now as it's down to Ness and Toki. And Ness is still scrapping it out. Gonna have to dig deeper though. Has to keep going. This is getting messy now. Toki can't quite get involved either, on a bit of an island. Is Ness player standing on a solo adventure? Crew's patience pays off, and this might just be it.
Yeah, you can see that Monch is already scaled in their spawn, completely securing all of that A site. But Toki, she does hear all of these footsteps.
Toki. This
Crew are aware though.
The glance they gave it for
wait,
the oh, it's fine. It's, oh no, it doesn't feel fine, Toki. You can't escape it. Dots blowing up Giant X's hopes on map 1. 13-3. It was a decisive scoreline. I don't know what to say, but man, Giant X need to wake up for map 2, or this one will be a quick series as Crew looks back in business, and we'll be back after this. Zika, they're just going to tuck in towards the corner. They're going to try and path around frontside pillar. Pop flash, it's good. It's actually great. Michaela, outstanding impact. 4 kills.
Yeah, let's go.
and more every time. Your voice had left a scar. You say you're crazy, but baby, I'm crazy, yeah. Now you get to look and see. It has to make you burn. Has to make you burn. Has to make you burn. Yeah, I wanna watch you burn. I wanna see you burn. I wanna hear you burn. Yeah, I wanna watch you burn.
Did you get what you wanted? What you were hoping to find in me? A willing victim. Maybe I needed you. I know that it scared you. Remind you of your insecurities. So you took it out on me. Do you remember the time you left me out in the snow while you were having your fun? I waited quiet and cold, and in the back of my mind knew you were letting me go. I'm sorry, I gotta go. And if you felt how I felt, you would beg for forgiveness. Cause you're lucky I'd never be that malicious. Better watch where you step, cause I'll make you a witness.
Has to make you burn. Has to make you burn. Has to make you burn. Yeah, I wanna watch you burn. I wanna see you burn. I wanna hear you burn. Yeah, I wanna watch you burn.
Crew Visa look incredible in this elimination match. They come out of the gates, they stomp on map 1, and now we're starting to think about maybe we did. Maybe we didn't see the real Crew after all. Welcome back to Game Changers. An incredible bounce back game, Mimi, from Dodds. How do you even compare the two from what we saw them do last time?
It feels like not only a different player, but it feels like the Dodds that we expected, that Crew needed to show up because she was so outstanding in this game on this defensive side. I loved how her play integrated in with Crew's comp. I think they made a great choice by going into this Sage composition, which had such incredible stall utility to isolate the GX duelists. And once they got out on sites, most of the time it was Dodds fast rotating, getting out on these sites with her satchels, shutting those duelist players down, and then throwing a nade into the choke. Here's one of those rounds I'm talking about where they're just flooding through and Dodds is set up in the perfect position to shut them down. Look at those stats, Dan. She was pivotal this game.
Insane, and that is what we needed to see for this side of Crew, because last series they talked about it, they weren't really playing like themselves, they knew they had more to show, and in this map I thought it was so smart going and picking this map, knowing that this is the map where last time Dynax was struggling against MIBR and proving a really good defense, not only when it comes to how they were holding and delaying a little bit of that push with that Sage, with the smokes as well, but also with some aggression as well, like we saw for Kunir, sometimes swinging, that like Dot as well, trying to push towards mid, and every single one of those plays was going their way.
Yeah, I think the reality of the matter is that Crew surprised, and it really felt like a top to bottom situation where everyone contributed. One of the members that contributed in a massive way was Michaela with this Verizon high-speed moment. This 4K was, I mean, picture perfect. The flash out and then the swing into 4 Mimi, it doesn't get much better than this.
It was so beautiful. Dan, did you know that this was coming? You knew?
Yes, of course. Of course. It was going to happen. It was bound to happen. They talked about it, I believe. And I feel like it's coming true. It's coming at reality.
The Croupium is no longer needed.
It's not. It's never been. It's never been.
Yeah, I think the thing is for Dan,
I would
it
say
never
at a time it was.
For now, for Dan, I don't think it was.
Have you guys considered Crew is gonna go on a run?
13-3, man, that is crazy. I came into this game and I thought this was going to be the GX bounce back on split, that they would show us something more. And I even could have seen Crew winning the map with that comp they picked, but never would I have expected it to be this dominant. This is a statement win for Crew.
Yeah, I think even Kunir having really big moments, but another player that we've got to touch on again, I think we hit on every single player on that roster was Monch. Dan, some of the value that Monch was able to provide was, I mean, when you're winning as big as they did, everything looks really good, but Monch in particular was just lights out for Crew.
And she specifically was that player that said that that opening match against Liquid didn't really represent what Crew really is. So now you get to see her standing up, be confident, and also have some incredible plays. This is the Monch that we wanted to see all along, and it's a Monch that might take them to the finish line in this potential 2-0.
Dan, we were having an important discussion between the maps talking about Monch, and I said she's the Lisa of Crew.
Yes.
Do you agree?
I would say she is the Lisa of Crew. I understand, and I feel like it just clicks together. It makes sense, and the way that you see her, she's just giving Lisa. She is. She has the aura. She's standing up. She's playing incredibly well in the server as well. There's something about her. I think we can officially say she is the Lisa of Crew. Or maybe Lisa is the Monch of Liquid. Yeah,
tough to say.
Yeah.
We'll take a quick look at agent select here for map 2, which is Haven. We got Neon up against the Waylay. Any other surprises here for you, Mimi?
Not necessarily surprises, but just more questions of how are GX going to recover from such a brutal map 1. I'm looking to Smurfette after the initiator changes, playing Neon in a double smokes comp. That's hard. You don't have a ton of tools. All you really have is a paranoia and a dart to follow up on. So I really believe the pressure is on for her to spearhead Giant X's recovery.
And things move a little bit because we've seen Kinnear mostly on that Omen that entire stage in Latin America. This time around, playing a little bit of that Sentinel, playing that Killjoy. They were playing a Cypher instead that was played by Monch that is going onto the Viper, and then you see Biasic picking up this Omen. On top of that, you have Dots as well, going for, instead of playing that Jet that she was often playing, for a little bit more of a meta composition with the Waylay as well. So it feels like everything is coming together, and they have really understood how they want to play this meta against Giant X.
But we haven't seen a huge amount of Waylay on this map, so I'm very excited to see what Dodds has cooked up. They have got to be so hot off that map 1.
Well, let's find out if this one makes it to a map 3, and we're going to go ahead and send it back to your casters. Here's Potter and Pansy on the call.
Yeah, thank you. And I think the composition here is what we're going to start by looking at, right? We can kind of go into the minutiae once we get past it, but where does your mind go now seeing these compositions come into play?
Immediately, I'm loving what I'm seeing from GX. We already witnessed them just destroy and dominate on the Haven last time. Smurfette was having a blast, just speeding around this everywhere. For Crew side of things, it's kind of reminding me and giving me PTSD of the first time around we saw Dodds on Waylay with no flashes to help them get into the sites and find value out of these dives. So we'll see exactly how Crew have compensated and band-aided whatever those issues were last time where they weren't getting any info, any of the pings from the Fade util. It wasn't happening.
And again, if we've got that as a takeaway, hopefully they have as well, right? As a team, if we're holding them to a high caliber, we've got that croupium, as the desk was saying, we need to see that adjustment. If it was such a clear issue. Now, whether they can do that or not, we're yet to see, but we like what Giant X are running. We like how they look on this, but they have to then ignore map 1, right? They have to pick themselves up here on the attack. Giant X leading the way in. And Smurfette going to be slowed down slightly, so they won't have that instantaneous burst towards the site.
Love the fact that GX are starting on the attack side. They get to control the pace here. And all 5 members are in the site. This is such an awkward moment, Lauren.
Yeah, it certainly is. And there's still a lot of players backside, though, for Crew, right? Music getting a little bit paranoid about that, maybe push up through Garage, but it's a crossfire held on the back of the site. They're going to give up the plant. I'm seeing a fast flank as well. That's coming in, but again, that little peek above on the back of Platt, and Dodds is going to find one through Garage. This is dangerous now. Trying to double swing towards backside, but Biasic seems aware. Loses the fight, but Kinnear is here, and Smurfette falls. A fast flank set into motion by Dodds, and everything teeing up for them. And it felt like Giant X were willing to allow them to have backside control as well.
Yeah, they certainly were. What an awkward round. I mean, even the fact that the spike was planted when all members were on the site, it seemed like it was a 4v4 or 5v5 all on that C site. But either way, at least the spike does go down. And man, I mean, if just a couple of these bullets landed on this back side, this entire pistol looks completely different for the side of GX, but Crew are feeling pretty good about that. And that value we were talking about on this fade, that eye landing, I loved how Biasic peaked at the exact timing when that eye was landing. It resulted in a freebie for her. Love the fact that they're using it as a crosshair displacer.
Oh, there we go.
Spot.
Love that. Love that.
It's such a meta play right now. GX, they force bought the Outlaw and allowed Smurfette to have that full armor, already finding themselves an opening. And at this point, all GX want to do is just group up, allow Smurfette to slowly look at these lines, slowly dissect, and try to find one more pick.
Take your time on this one. Still a little bit of utility as well. Eva's got the dart there, you know, you've got the smoke still ready. One towards that kind of tucked in quad side. You've got Monch towards back side. Monch looking to maybe try and get the drop on this though, but
it's a one-shot, one kill.
That's gonna work out as well. Dodds there does get a trade towards Nest, but there's still the threat on the side. Dodds is farming. Good follow-up, that's 3, but the problem still persists. Smurfette's still alive. There is threat just about everywhere. Kinnear and Bierzik trying to gap close in towards it. And Kinnear's position, it should be the checkmate. Man, I loved what they tried there though, GIANTX. They look so much more comfortable in this, but then you still had to get past Dodds, who's been a problem.
Yeah, and look at that, Lauren. Right afterwards, either way, GX, they're going to have a healthy purchase. Smurfette is going to get dropped a Vandal, and Ava, being a great teammate, taking the sacrifice on the Stinger. So Crew right now, they're struggling on the money side of things. So either way for Giants, they're fairly happy with this round. But I got to give props to Connier because multiple times now, she's been able to snake her way into the site and really just solidify that round win when things got a little dicey for Crew.
Ooh, 3-play stacked down towards long though. This could be a little bit dangerous. Crew gonna dismantle that pretty swiftly though. Couple of warning shots posted. That shotgun is getting pretty close though.
Switch.
Oh no, Toki seems aware there's a chance, right? You could already see that kind of aim adjustment down towards that potential sewer push-up. But this has been enough of a warning sign that they've slowed the roll here, GIANTX. They don't like what they've seen. Toki's still trying to find that information. I'm worried that the spikes here, though, if that gets overwhelmed, a tough position to defend.
Sewer is always so dangerous when the shotguns are on the board. GX are doing a fantastic job knowing that shotguns are on the table, but
drop the spike.
Ava's going to want to use her drone, use some util to clear these corners.
Please clear the corners. You're getting baited in. You
Oh,
don't.
boy.
No, we're not falling for this. Dodds, come on! I thought she had Toki then as well. Genuinely, Smurfette trying to pick up the pieces, trying to make up for that little bit of a mistake here. But it's now messy. It's a 3v3. It's still not perfect. And GIANTX just brawling their way forward, getting a bit of stability to maybe allow for a plant. That's all you can hope for. Trying to chain these smokes, maybe add a bit of that paranoia. Bierzik looking to slip through, going to be found. Sarah reading that really well, playing into the smoke, leaving just Kinnear alive. And to find this one would be pretty impressive. That's a good start. Double stack though, little high-low setup.
Timmy the turret.
Look, Timmy's slacking on the job, man. Timmy's tired. Timmy's tired. But I got nervous. That clear through sewer got sketchy, right? If Dodds hit that second shot, if that Bucky lands towards the, who was it who was down there? I think it was, I can't remember who it was. If there was one, I think it was maybe Toki who doesn't fall. Yeah, if that hadn't happened, I don't know what I'd have done.
Yeah, Dodds definitely had a moment to be able to absolutely take over on this bonus round. I wish she would have used her bubble in that moment, and you notice that the Whaley ultimate came on board right in the nick of time too. So coulda, woulda, shoulda converted a bonus round, but for GX at least they're rewarded for that map control. And it looks like Dodds wants to go aggressive. Look how far up she is. She's got that Whaley ultimate. And just inserting her teammate Michaela into that corner. And you can see that Dodds already wants to rotate.
But I like this, good protocols, right? A-long space now gathered, put into the hands of Crew. They can kind of leave them on an island, free up that rotation, put some more bodies towards that BC side, supplement the utility in play. This gets tougher for GIANTX. If they want to re-clear this, it feels uncomfortable in a way, but they are stacking up towards the side. Still trying to show a bit of presence, clear util towards potentially that B site, but hesitation here from GIANTX. They don't want to go in blind. There is danger to this, but this is an isolated player until now. Look at Dodds' reposition. Back towards sewer. On contact, could swing. Michaela played in.
No.
Tried to hit a bit of a pre-fire on it and makes a meal of it. But Dodds is still here. Dodds is still around and unchecked on. Being kept in place by one player sitting deep, and that's about it. Ness could be done for. No, the barrel giving away the game, leaving just 3 alive. This how How's Biesic here?
She snaked her way into the site.
How are these players doing this? But they're still getting found. Munch gets a trade, but by now the site should be secured. Quickly, you can see the rotation from Nestor trying to get there as fast as possible. Try and deny any threats. A 1v2 is not impossible. It's just difficult. It would need 4 kills, though, from Munch.
10 seconds. The time is ticking away. Munch has an opportunity to isolate, come out, but Timmy the turret finds her, and a nice double swing from GX.
And these feel like hard-fought 4 rounds, right? Having to re-clear A long, doing that default around, clearing util on B, doing these kind of longer, more painstaking routes, actually getting some reward now for Giant X. That's gotta feel so good after map 1.
And Crew did a pretty good job in that round. I mean, Dodds definitely made it back in short A in time, and it's just unfortunate for Michaela. That little gun barrel sticking through at A main baited her. Those shots not landing, so unfortunate for Crew, but GX, that was a slow round for them. They went first in mid, pushed back Garage, and coming back towards that A main, getting rewarded for being thorough across the board. Looks like 5 Deagles, no shotguns this time around on this anti-eco for GX.
If I said Deagle, I'd get a Reddit thread. What the hell? You get away with this? You win 1 champs, you can start calling it a Deagle, huh?
Yeah, you know.
AK's on the other side, all good. Finale, you are right. It is just those sheriffs out to play. So, again, I want to see Giant X keep that diligence, right? Don't fall for these. We didn't actually see too many of those kind of like issues on these sort of like half-buy-ish rounds, these Shikos coming out. There wasn't too much of that in map 1. It was pretty one-sided. So, didn't see too many turns. But at this point, this is where the diligence of Giant X should kick in, right? They have really good history on this map. They should have that composure to be able to deal with this well. But the info is there for Crew. Biesic would love to get a nice stall on this, buy some time as soon as contact's in, but they can walk line. Yeah, they're going for a contact play, and that's risky! Contacting up through long, hoping to get the drop on what's now a stack. I mean, it's a mistake now. We can see it with hindsight, but can Ness and Smurfette make up for these mistakes? Gonna pop the ult and pray there's an outcome. Smurfette tries to give them some hope, but a Thrifty, a Mastercard Thrifty coming through is devastating.
I gotta respect it from Smurfette. I mean, she almost made it work, but damn, what a round for Crew. GX, it looked like they did enough. I love the fact that they started towards C. They took care of Konir's utility, broke the alarm bot, dotted their T's, crossed their I's, but it all comes back down to no flashes. I mean, the dart got broken. And you've got to be able to over-util. You don't want to leave anything to chance on these low buys, Lauren.
Yeah, that's going to take the wind out of the sails, right? That kind of brings you back down to earth a bit off what was a fantastic round. And Dodds sticking on that angle, really wanted a bit more. I mean, you know, take your fights.
At least it's a Killjoy on this side. Should buy a little bit of time for the defenders to rotate and give Biesic some help.
It's getting messy though, but the support's here. Munch takes over towards Logs in time, so that nice little crossfire set into motion, all good.
It's that Viper KJ combo. It's just so deadly
Nasty,
on the defense. You know, it's actually just, it's made Haven a little bit more defense-sided than we've ever seen in these past couple years. So Crew showing that right now, giving enough time for this Waylay to be able to rotate, because if you think about why Neon was so sexy on this map is because they're able to over-rotate. I mean, it's either the Neon or the Yoru, right? But this Viper KJ definitely buys time for the Waylay to get into the mix. I prefer whatever my duelist is best on, Lauren. Whatever my duelist is going to get the kills on.
That's crazy you've learned PR answers now. I hate it. It used to be so much more fun, but for now it feels like a bit of a ruse, right? You're seeing this big investment of use, so this big show towards C, but no one's there to really see it. You've still got Biesic. Oh my god, the timing.
What the hell?
Finally, it felt like the penny dropped at the wrong time here, and Giant X gets the reward. They get the jump on them. All of that show towards C was for nothing, but it still worked out. Dodds makes it towards the site, though. It's Dodds against the world, pretty much, at this point. Spike on the way towards long, 2 up towards quad. Oh, that was just a little off. And now Munch and Konir. Okay, an isolated fight. Oh! My God. No. What is this spacing? What are these fights we're taking? You thought this round was done? You put all your faith in Smurfette's flank? Maybe, I get it, but still. You're playing risky here.
Wow.
Smurfette with a safe pair of hands at the end, but that had me nervous.
Things definitely got dicey towards that A, but what a response coming through in a timeout. Perfectly timed here to just buy themselves some time for Crew side of things. But look at these entries. I mean, GX, they found everything they needed all the way on their side of the map, on their territory. So that gave a little bit of opening for Monch, but beautiful shots for Smurfette. And, you know, we talked about Smurfette being on this Neon on the side of GX on Haven to be the spearhead to kind of turn the ship around for Giants. They had a slow start, a slow opening. They lost gas in their last series, especially in that third map. But Smurfette has been that that one shining beacon. I mean, she's such an aggressive, decisive player, and that's exactly what GX need to get back into things.
I mean, she can exactly be just that, the spark to reignite Giant X. And after map 1, you do need it too. You need someone who's willing to take those higher chance or higher risk fights and back herself in it, taking these kind of more aggressive stances, and the rewards there perpetually. I mean, even at the start of this though, Eva did fantastic as well. Yes. She was towards the top end of things, kind of picking up the slack slightly, but once we got into these buy rounds, we started to see Smurfette really pick up the pace, so exceptional to see. But a good time out here for Crew, time to maybe get a bit of a grip on things, try and get a feel, a nice little check-in for the coach. They still have a couple of ults to play with. They have a buy here. Even if it's lacking in some areas, you're going to see what the Guardian coming out, and that's about it. But beyond that, still a decent purchase. I do want to see if there's something in mind. They were very hell-bent on getting that A-long control at the start of things. Do they then switch this up? Is there other looks that Crew can go to?
Looks like Monch wants to set up that Viper ultimate towards the C. This will really allow the defenders to slice the pie and only have to worry about 70% of this map on the defense side. Dodds tried to find an early opening using that recall and the fade utility, but GX, they've got their eyesight set on this front B.
Yeah, first time we're seeing them explore this as well, and genuinely quite a good read, considering we've seen that kind of almost shut down of that C site with the Viper's bit. You've got that aggression on A-long. This is a good idea. A nice concept. Now, see the hit coming through here. TP in. Counter ult pretty much at this point on towards that entrance of B. And it's being respected by Crew for now. They're not really taking too many early fights. Holding the extremities for the lockdown. That was something they had in hand. So Crew being aware this is a potential, going to invest that, and it has to be respected. You can't really break it. Too many bodies behind this.
Yeah, but Sarah, she's going to decide to just stay inside this KJ ultimate, tank it, drop the molly, and have her teammates do the rest.
Good stall, though. They're going to try and buy time, right? Allow for a chance to fight back in, which now they have. Smurfette is here. Half is achieved. The fight now breaks out. Smurfette still putting up numbers, putting down bodies. Monch and just Kinnear, the judge, could be good, but Smurfette better. The barrel enough to do it. Sarah even surviving. Giant X had a plan, and they executed it so well.
Yeah, and you said it perfectly. I mean, GX found the one gap towards this front B. It seemed like to me Crew should have had a decent idea of that's where they were going to go. They had the long line at A. They had the information that the attackers weren't inside that A main, but the timing here, GX perfectly executed onto this B and just dropping their Viper ult of their own. And even though that KJ ultimate was ready for this retake, I mean, it's such a strong thing when your Viper can just sit in there, drop a molly, and buy 10 more seconds.
Already going to see that Outlaw out again. Loving this. It was something that stood out to us even in the early rounds from Smurfette. Just the audacity to go for it. But we saw the anti-eco being a bit of an issue before, so let's see if they can now fix that as well, right? This is a small checklist, but it'll be a good tick in the box. Smurfette willing to apply the pressure towards C. All goes up. Gap close in. Dart towards backside, and it's respected. Crew not willing to really stick around to take a further fight now.
GX know that the site is clear and that smoke will cut off all the defenders. They can't get back in without some sort of piece of utility. There's that. There's a dive.
Where's the rest of it? Where's now the flood through? It's going to be here. It's going to be now. Smurfette still standing. Toki in unison. Sarah on the swing. Giant X is getting a bit dangerous, but they have the numbers. Sarah has the kills. Again, that little lack of utility to burst off. Crew having to work so hard just to step out of that smoke.
And these C-site duels are just so chaotic, but controlled chaos coming from both sides of things. We've seen it on Pistol Round. We just witnessed again. It's just a brawl over here towards the C-site. I love the fact that Biazik was coming through with that crosshair display. You saw that she TP'd on towards this backside to just party with her teammates. It looks like both OMENs in this round just coming through huge. But another timeout coming through. No.
No,
Lauren.
I know that color.
Oh, no.
I don't even need to speak the language. It transcends language at this point with me. Sorry, Chief. Welcome to the curse. Rough times, eh?
Well, it looks like it's your day one and you've brought it with you.
Yeah, no, I mean, as said, it's contractual at this point, but I think it's headset because saw the little admin coming over, little point to the old headphones. I think it's Giant X as well. Maybe an in-ear issue. Had an exciting round. We stood up. The in-ears come out. It's a classic. It's a classic. We've seen it before. Water spillage is always up next as well. It's a brave choice to go for the water here. I like what you're doing. I see it. I see it.
There was spillage yesterday as well, actually.
Really?
Yes, a lot of spillage.
It happens, man. It happens all over the desk. It's fine. We're all good. It was only a short one. It's fine. You gotta get one in, right? Shake it off. But still 4-5. Map 1 certainly not going to be repeated here. A much closer affair between these two. And we have to see if Giant X can keep coming up with these new ideas, new approaches, these great looks that we've seen thus far that have been impressive to witness. As again,
looks like
a show of force towards A-Long.
And they want to insert Nest down towards the short A. Pop that KJ ultimate, even investing a Sova ult down into the mix. This should be pretty free for Nest.
You should run.
That's an awkward KJ ultimate to use. I think they want to go B instead of A here.
That's what it looks like, right?
Yeah.
But sticking around on this dodge doesn't want that to happen. And does get away as well. That's ridiculous she got out of that.
It's just all a distraction, though. The spike will go down, but Crew, they're okay with it, Lauren. They've got a fade ultimate for this retake.
What does Smurfette do now? You've been noted, you've been considered, but pushing through towards that C connector side, Monch wasn't aware of it, looked asleep at the wheel. I thought Monch had that ready, but then gonna keep rolling, keep going. They're winning out now. This is sketchy times for Crew. Having to come back into this blind, they're going to see the crosses. Smurfette doesn't need to see him to kill him. It's just Biazik, and it's too easy for Smurfette here. I was worried there, Christine. It looked like the plan had fallen short, but apparently not.
Yeah, just a bait and switch coming through here for GX. As soon as that KJ ultimate got placed down, I'm sure even the defenders are like, what the hell is going on? But either way for GX all the time, they knew they just wanted to pop towards that B, but it was the C-Link play, the double push, the 1-2 through the smoke. I mean, sure, if Monch was able to get that double kill, it would have been a worse push, but even for GX, that sort of a mid-round audible and adjustment is exactly what you need in post plants just like that. And the money, it's broken once again.
And it feels like Crew just don't have the same depth here, right? It just feels like they're a little bit unsure of how they want to find solutions to this. The problem solving not quite in the same caliber as it felt like on Split, and the confidence as well to support that. Gonna now post up Biazik in towards the corner. I mean, Biazik's been kind of filthy on those sheriffs too. Like, the shots have been pretty nasty and doesn't get affected by the stun either. So
She's gonna get another
reposition. Biazik is nuts at this. Breaking the ankles down C-Long, gets the upgrade. That's 2 rifles to be had, I'm pretty sure. Actually, no, it'd be the Outlaw as well. Okay, that's fine. I mean, you'll take that at this point. But a 5v3.
Yeah, and they don't want to plant here yet. They're just going to get overwhelmed. I like this A-Link push coming through. They want to find a little bit of something before they're just forced in the middle of the map.
Are they walking that spot? That feels risky, but the reward. Sarah gonna isolate Biazik, who did so well. The paranoia to follow.
Good ultimate.
Dodge trying to make something out of nothing, but Toki,
the protector.
Man, what the hell, Giant X? How do you have all of these answers?
30 seconds left.
So Kinnear and Michaela hot on their heels, trying to be aggressive, trying to be a threat, trying to be a nuisance, but it falls short again. Giant X in full control here. Even when the odds look bad at the start, still having what they need. Kayla, ain't nothing to be done here, man. Giant X, they're looking sharp, dude.
Yeah, the fact that the ultimate from Waylay from Dodds barely just missing Toki, and I love how quickly Toki reacted there as well. Just get down, Mr. President, and figuring out exactly how to protect all of her teammates. I got a feel for Crew, though, these last couple of rounds. I mean, just barely missing out on a couple of these kills, but I think if I'm Crew, either way, I'm pretty satisfied with just 5. So yeah, one more round left in the half.
Finally
to do exactly that. Yeah, and that's going to be huge here to find an opening pick for the first time.
Yeah, we haven't seen almost no operators out, but the pace, the tempo change. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Biazic getting that is huge. That slows down everything, right? You look how far back the rest of the pack is. Eva, Ness, Toki, it's going to be very hard to burst on the site. All they've got is really an Owl drone to play with. The Paranoia, even the smoke's burnt up at this point.
Yeah, and both those smokes really just slowing everything down. GX, they've got to do a little countdown, wait for their Omen to get closer up on that short A. And there it is, Paranoia.
Oh, and a catch as well. Biazic. I mean, you talk about impact the last couple of rounds. She has been putting in serious work. Now just Toki. 1v4. These angles not easy to try and divide and conquer, and that spike even harder to recover. And there it is, found in the end. 5-7. You said that there's a very good chance they could bring this back to a decent scoreline, and now it sits close enough, right? Close enough. There is still hope here for Crew, but Giant X look revitalized. They look like the team we knew they could be, but can they close this one out? That is the question that will be on my mind as we go and get ready for the second half. Well, this time around, the Coinbase Econ report probably won't be as one-sided. A much more even affair here, as Giant X decides to turn the hell up. They look so much better, Christine. Starting to see the strength there of Smurfette, Sarah, Eva, all of them starting to hit a little harder. Crew able to stabilize enough to keep the scoreline within touch, but I mean, that includes a pistol, right? Like, this is still not a comfortable affair for them.
It's definitely not. I mean, GX have definitely turned up the dial, and it's Smurfette on this Neon that's really been picking up the pace, setting the tone. And now on the defense side of things, I'm expecting Crew to do exactly the same thing. Dodds on this waylay should be finding a lot of value with these dash plays, recalling, and crosshair displacing with Michaela's eye as well.
But you were worried about the utility, right? You were a little bit worried it doesn't have that flash, that sort of, you know, the kind of hard utility to ignore. There's still a lack of that to an extent, right? There's still going to be this little moment where we're looking, okay, is that punch there to support Dodds? Because it's very hard to get that next layer up towards these sites.
Exactly, but you know, we did see that adjustment coming through for Crew from the pistol round. Biazic has just been explosive for sure, but they're absolutely dialing it up and pressing the issue when that fade utility is coming out, making the opponents have to decide, do I shoot the util or do I shoot the enemy? So we'll see if Crew are able to keep that pace up, but it looks like they are. They're going straight for this front B.
They seem so aware, though. Giant X in the right place for this. They had 3 players ready, kind of ready with the paranoia, everything primed for it. So a good read at the start and a little bit of a stalemate to walk away from. Look to adjust through Garage, maybe change up the pathing, but they don't fancy it. Maybe a full reset here.
Yeah, that Viper wall and the paranoia for paranoia slowing everything down. That's a huge break for Ness because Smurfette is in a power position.
These swings back and forth of the contact. Giant X have them dead to rights in every aspect. That is stunning to see. Again, all eyes on the player who broke the eye in towards Garage. No, you still got one towards window. Then the reswing comes in. Everything is in place. The T's are being crossed. The I's are being dotted. And Munch can really do nothing about this. This has not been around for you guys at all.
Ava's so aware as well. Wait, those are your teammates?
Was aware.
Was aware.
Oh. No. Relax, relax. It was a clean round. What's going on? But still, look, look at the start of that round, that kind of mid-round aspect, that little adjustment that they tried to go through for Garage. GIANX was so ready.
Yes.
So ready.
The crossfires coming through so strong. Those defense fundamentals, you gotta love it. And I love that how they handled this front B pop as well. I mean, immediately, as soon as Crew didn't show on that A main or that C, no extremity info found. So GX, they just knew. Trading paranoia for paranoia, that stopping power coming through huge for the defense. So no outlaw force purchase here on the side of Crew that we saw for GX, but we do see a Bucky. So Dodds really wants to dive in there. Try to find an opening.
Yeah, where are you going to find that, though? That's the bit I'm looking for. Like, I mean, Sarah, I guess, is the most vulnerable, right? It's a 2-1-2. If it's going to work anywhere, this would be it.
There it is.
Sarah still going to find good value for good.
Love it.
Nice work from Dodd. Sacrificial from Bierzik almost that we were kind of discussing that could be something we see into the bigger buy round. But for now, they've got themselves a plant. They've got one upgrade as well for Kinnear there, picking that up off the corpse. But I'm still waiting to see if this holds. Dodge just took a boatload of damage down to 8 HP. Should be dead. Paranoia goes in. Smurfette, Ness clearing out the back of B site, so the rest of the post spawn should be obvious, right? What do you have to stall this out? Not a great deal. Michaela just being dealt with. Kinnear with the Sheriff at least. But the defuse is happening.
Oh,
Nothing.
the molly.
Wait, the molly is going to be respected. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. There's still, I mean, Munch is so low, though. But they made that a little closer. They made something out of that round.
They did. I love this eco coming out from Crew. I mean, they even dropped off the Viper Q orb onto that spike, really making that Killjoy molly do double the damage there. And I mean, this 1-2 punch to find the opening for Dodds, you saw it. We talked about it on Split. If you're the anchor and you shoot at that dog, you best believe there's going to be a waylay diving on top of you. And that's exactly what happened for the side of Crew. So all things considered, this is a great eco round. They got the spike down. They've got the money on the board. So coming through, handling GX's bonus with just a few pistols, this should be light work for Crew.
We always say should, don't we?
Should.
But you are absolutely spot on. If you weren't going to get the win in those rounds, Crew have done everything else they would have wanted. They've done everything to get themselves set up for this. Now, it's not easy, it's not comfortable, you're not feeling great just yet, but you have the best opportunity you could have garnered. Now, looking at GIANX, though, they seem ready for an A approach. They have 3 players posted towards this. B's pretty open, still got the alarm bot there, so they can bank on that. They're going to take a couple risks. Again, you look at the weaponry they have, it's far from perfect. It's Eva and it's Smurfette who have the higher hitting weapons. And as it stands, it's just Monch drifting towards A, which could be incredibly sketchy here. That could be a recovered weapon if it falls.
Smurfette, you mentioned the position and the weapon, but I love this angle with that Guardian. Just on that headshot position. She's going to need a little bit of help if she wants to.
Need to stay around 2 seconds, and access is going to be hard fought for. But somehow, they're still putting up numbers. Michaela, though, lost out her teammate. Smurfette is just doing the dance. Time's on her side with 4 kills. Once again, Smurfette is instrumental in pulling GIANX up to this 10th round.
Beautiful stuff. At least they secure it. Things got really chaotic there at the end, especially considering that was a 3v5 with these 2 huge openings from Smurfette's side. Crew thriving in the chaos, but at least GX, they were able to secure this one.
Yeah, and Crew looking worried. Now, this is when if we're going to remove ourselves from the maybes and the talking about, you know, the small odd chances. That is so cute. This is when you do think this map is now in GIANX's hands, right? That round felt like the big opportunity for a build back from Crew. That gets completely shut down. GIANX back on track fully here. This is now, I don't want to say comfortable, but by all accounts it should be.
It definitely should be. I will say that GX, at least, that was their bonus, so I think that's probably why they gambled so heavily onto that A stack and allowed Smurfette to just be out on the deep lines. You saw that Crew weren't really expecting that at the moment, so right now they're just telling each other, hey, let's make sure we clear all our corners. Don't let these guys just walk up into our territory. We'll see how this round looks. It is a broke buy.
I'm seeing stingers, I'm seeing sheriffs.
But,
Not
you know, these Crew low buy rounds, so far what we've seen on the attack side have had a lot of good choreographed set pieces. So I'm expecting this time around the same thing. It looks like they're grouped towards the C. You can see the Killjoy Molotov lineup coming through for Konir. She wants to allow her teammates to get into the site. Don't let the Flutters get back in. But man, this C site has been so chaotic, Lauren.
It has been. And just to add insult to injury, Smurfette now has ult ready to go too. We look like the burst is coming in. So Ness, good luck, can you live? Let's see. Sees to follow, does get caught, but there's no punch. There's no second string to this bow. It is just that first look, and then what you get? Nothing. Beheaded on the way out. It was a valiant attempt, but it gets them no further towards this site.
Yeah, Crew, I like the idea. That definitely a lot of moving pieces, a lot of layers in that hit, but something went wrong. I think GX was just able to break one of the pieces of util a little too early, so you saw that Dodds wasn't willing to linger into that smoke, immediately taking that recall, getting spammed through the smoke, so that's unlucky. Didn't even get to play this round. And Ava in a power position towards this short A. You can see that she just asked for that smoke to cut towards that long, buy herself some space, allow Smurfette to get back into the site. And right now, GX, I mean, these crossfires have been so strong. They've got another one towards A. And you can see Crew, they don't want to deal with it again. They need to work the map. They need to kind of break these defenders, make them over-rotate before they hit. This C-side re-hit, hey, this is the right choice at least.
It's the best of a bad situation, but it's still a bad situation. Ness able to try and keep some space here. 8 seconds to play with. Might just go for a mad play, might be patient. Now has help. Sarah on the site and the spike's now lost. Wrap it up. This is 11. Giant X didn't look like they broke a sweat this round. 11 to their name. Crew held on 5. They look fully in control.
That timing with the Viper wall going down at just the most unfortunate time. Sarah controlling it to perfection that round. Spike doesn't even get to get down. They don't get to collect the money. That's unfortunate.
And again, look, Operator now out for Smurfette. She already had her ult as well, so she's just snowballing at this point. Gonna have the lockdown for Ness. Couple of ults on the horizon. Sarah's almost got hers. On the other side, Monch does have hers in hand, but still, this has got to feel like a brick wall that Crew can't climb over, run through, get under. They are held on this 5. And this really is going to be that last chance to go for it.
I don't like how Crew just used Michaela's Fade Eye to get this long A control. Now they've got to wait 30+ seconds before they're able to actually go into the site at all.
Maybe just that paranoia from the fact that Smurfette was down there, what, a couple rounds ago, and that kind of knock-on effect, but a kill core. Where did Toki get caught out? They're just on B, maybe? Yeah, they just had the angle, but Sarah, I mean, I don't think we need to be going for this.
A little overzealous for sure. They definitely had the control, but I guess for GX, they thought that Crew were working that A, but all 4 members, Smurfette has ult, remember?
And she can take some risks here. She's got to be feeling confident. Put to bed by Kinnear, who's having a belter of a round. No right to be doing this so far. A slip through towards backside comes out from Eva, but it's Ness remaining in a 1v2. Oh my God, that got too close. Monch, though, gonna keep hope alive with Crew making it up to 6.
Oh, almost got the spike down for the extra money as well. That definitely would have helped for full armor going into this one. Everything is so tight right now for Crew. Everything matters if they want to get this comeback going. But huge opening kills. That certainly helped. I want to go back to this A main control for the Crew side of things. I would like to see them just get this A main control naturally. Take advantage of this Viper. You don't need to use utility to get A main control anymore with this Viper comp. You just got to kind of work mid a little bit, make the defenders move, and you'll naturally get the control of A main. Another Fade Eye used towards this A main. They want to make the GX members think that they're going for this default, going for control, but you can see that Toki got the long line. They know that there's nobody working this side.
Yeah, and I'm surprised they're sticking with so many players towards A at this point, but again, you think about the pressure that comes through on a flank. They do go for this B plant as well. It feels like Giant X have a good idea. Counter lockdowns coming through. Both sides now looking for basically a pause and the Viper's Pit on top, man. Jesus.
They're throwing everything.
Yeah, kitchen sink about to come flying out, but it's all a fight on the back lines here. Smurfette did get in early. We saw that at the very start of this round. Tried to be slowed down by the Seas, but it's having none of it. Double stack towards that little cubby is going to be rewarded, but the lookout from Sarah! Nice follow-up. Leaving just one, and with the Viper's Pit still up, you got a good idea where she resides. One's going to do well towards Sarah. You got two more, though? I mean, the timing on that, just ships in the night, passing by each other, and now it's dangerous. The drop, she does that weapon, she's playing gun game on the side. Paranoid, no! Hey, she ran through everything, every gun, every pistol. The only option was the knife.
And she makes it work. She makes it look good, Lauren. I love the fact that there was just a Vandal on the ground waiting for her to pick up and keep going. Man, the Viper's Pit making all that possible. Every ultimate was used and thrown into this round. Invested to be able to convert it, and Crew needed this round badly. Oh, there's the blade.
Unreal, man. Coming back. Ooh, and a bit of a mistake, and now you can see those nerves starting to build up a bit, right? Breaking the money, breaking the buy of Giant X, giving themselves a little bit of hope here for Crew. It felt like that was dwindling. But back to business, back with a chance. And another test towards A-Long, a bit of a deeper search here, maybe just off the back of having those sheriffs try and do something with the Dodds. Very nice, opening up that C site.
Easy for Dodds, and just gonna be able to reload. You can see that the rest of GX want to respond. That's a good blind, but the crossfires from Crew coming through.
Face your fear!
Yeah, it's near farming here.
Ultimate invested.
A little surprised at that. Yeah. I mean, if that it gives you security at this point, sure. Obviously could have min-maxed a little better, but Sarah, the last one alive now in a 1v4. And for Crew, they'd love to find some financial stability at this point. I mean, who wouldn't? But still, Guardians in hand. You can see, you know, the light shields are out. So again, for them, you want to see them keep full control here.
Every kill is huge here for Sarah. I hope she just takes her time and looks for some exits. The money on Crew right now is tight.
Don't know if she's going to give them much. Ooh, nah, that'd be a Dodds. I mean, great start from Dodds as well. Kamea catching that flank. It was all pretty good. 8-11. Scoreline's getting a bit closer now.
Yeah, things are heating up. I mean, Crew, at least these last couple rounds have been fairly clean, all things considered.
Yeah.
And doesn't seem like that ult was used. I guess I saw something weird on the screen, but
Fatal, no?
I thought so, but
maybe we're tired. You know, jet lag's a thing.
All good, all good. I think this is a perfect timeout call for GX side of things, though. You know, things have slowed down a little bit. Smurfette has been the spearhead, that aggressive player that's set the tone for the side of GX. So I'd like to see if they move Smurfette around a little bit. It seems like these last few rounds, she started the round towards that A. I'd like to see her go for maybe a front B walk down, go sniffing around towards that garage for a refight in the mid round. Start the round away from A this time. We'll see if they make an adjustment like that. But for Crew, I mean, they just gotta keep talking about this A default, right? I mean, these last few rounds, Michaela, the Fade, has used her utility to be able to get this control. So let's see if they continue to do that. But this Waylay ultimate should be coming into play this round. This A main is going to be such a huge point of contention. Ava with the Sova ult as well. A lot of trap plays from both sides could be a possibility here.
Well, Christine, it may seem like you know what you're talking about because I'm not seeing Smurfette start on that same A line.
Show yourself.
Oh,
right.
love that. Love that.
You could be a coach or something. I don't know, man. That's kind of crazy. As it stands, so let's see how this looks because, again, for Giant X, they've had that check-in now with the coach. Hopefully can get themselves in that right mindset, maybe make some of those adjustments they were looking for, find a couple of new looks here, but it's not aggressive from Smurfette by any means. They've got this kind of similar crossfire we saw almost on that pistol round start, right? On the back of this, the Paranoia gets sent, and Dodds this time. Crew learning on the fly, finding out the solutions to the problems that haunted them earlier, and an instantaneous loss on 2 players.
I'm not sure what caused Sarah to peak so early there, but she definitely got latched onto the dog, and now Toki trying to make heroic plays. Gets wiped out as well, and the snowball in a round like this is just, it's so hard to stop. Once you get contact, you try to help your teammate, and that crossfire just falls through. So unfortunate because we've been talking about how strong these defense crossfires have been.
Yeah.
And as soon as after that timeout, they make an adjustment and it just falls all flat. So, but GX right now, they've got to just cut their losses and they got to make sure they save these weapons. I don't want to see any NA savers here.
Is that what you're calling it, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, from now on, that's what it's called. Fair enough. Yeah, again, at this point, I do worry that GINX might stall out a little bit. Now, I hope that's not the case, right? I hope I'm wrong. I hope they're fine. I'm a bit worried, because that's not how you want to see them coming off a timeout. It feels like it was a little bit of a fumble, but maybe you can just chalk it up to that. You still have rounds to play with.
Yeah.
It'll be 9-11. It's still not super scary yet. The ults will start building back up. Dodds did not have to invest hers, so that's something that can sit in the back pocket. You're going to have Kinnear's not a million miles away. On the other side, they can start building theirs as well. You're going to start looking at this. Yes, Smurfette invested hers, but you've got Eva's there, you've got Sarah's there, you've got Toki's. So for GINX, they shouldn't be in a massive hurry, right? You've still got hopefully a decent enough purchase building up behind this knot, maybe in the next, but we'll see what they can achieve here. At the end of the day, for GINX, they shouldn't rush things too badly. I want to see the buy coming out here. I think it's going to be lacking in some areas. I just hope they don't get caught into this weird, like, force buy, half buy scenario. It looks like they're going to be going behind this. I think Ness, I don't know what Ness can even get in this.
Especially from a round like this when you know, two players just get wiped out that fast, that easily. It's really easy to kind of reset from a round like that. You just type to each other, my bad, oops, and you just move on. Eyes forward, you're a goldfish, it doesn't matter. So for GX, I think they're going to be able to do just that reset. We talked about this Sova ult coming into play. That's a huge power play for the defenders to buy time. So Ava across the map should be able to provide support if Crew decide to actually poke and prod through here, but there ain't no way. It's a KJ Viper ult setup, and Crew, they're backing out of there. They don't like what they're seeing.
Yeah, the spidey senses are tingling that something is not nice. And probably the right call. So let's see how Smurfette looks this time around. A much different approach, and actually Toki going walkabouts down C long, so trying to maybe be in that kind of first position to really get the information. Good spot on the Aldrine too. That's at least 2-3 players noted there. So decent information, implying it's going to be this B look again.
Yeah, but I like the position from Smurfette here. Hearing a lot of action going on, can choose to re-aggress at any point.
Yeah, it'll be Kinnear keeping that position safe for now. Slightly disconnected from the others. Smoke in towards B main. Kinnear's attention then turns, right? You've got Toki here, drawing those eyes away, but Smurfette's still pretty stationary in this. Waiting to see that next penny drop, but what's the instigating factor? Are they waiting for this flank? What are they waiting on? It's not coming now. Kinnear, all too aware, fully watching for that push up through C, and now they don't have much to really build off.
Oh, GX looking a little lost at the moment. The ultimate going off, but the teammates aren't flooding.
And actually now there's issues. Smurfette just cracks down, breaks down the door. So the post plant, can they try and be frustrating in this though? Good stall on the side. Monch with a quick pick. Kinnear as well. Gonna take down Ness. It's down to a 2v3. Numbers in favor to Crew, and that's in the time itself. Round done. Crew back in business here. 10 rounds found, and there weren't worries until now. Double digits made. GINX need to find their footing again.
They really do, because Crew right now are being so thorough. You know, I thought it was really risky the way Konir was peeking out and exposing herself like that, but she does not want this Sova to shock dart and break her mollies too early. She's there as the insurance plan to make sure that this round is won in the post plan, and she does exactly that. I think she's already gotten 2 molly kills in this game in the post, so she's doing exactly that. For GX side of things, they've got to reset here because it's been indecisive for these past couple of rounds. Ooh. And Smurfette, she was rewarded with 2 kills in this last position. But Blizzak knows. Biazik is so ready.
Yeah, this time around, so switched on about that spot. They've kind of left A alone for a minute, and they've come back into it on what's going to be this half-buy confident, right? They've read it really well. Do they further commit now? There is going to be players here. There is going to be Toki backfilling the space. There is going to be Sarah. The Crew, super, super clean. Whatever they've done in these last couple of rounds, they have unraveled the brilliance of GINX that got them up to 11 in a heartbeat. Ness can't really do much about this. You have a shotgun. That's done for. Crew, clean round 5 standing. And I want to see how the money's sitting with GINX, because they're going to have to try and put up a fight where they've been absolutely under the heel of the opposition. Timeout hits. I don't know what you say at this point, because that's 6 rounds in succession.
That is tough. That is tough, because Crew right now, they're warming up and they're looking so clean. for GX, they went to their tried and true. They went back to what worked for them early on in the half, and it wasn't even close. Smurfette wasn't even allowed to shoot her gun this round. So definitely, I think the confidence is shot. So this timeout couldn't come in a more perfect place for GX. They've got to reset right now because Crew, they're heating up. They've already been heated up.
Yeah, it just feels like they've kind of refound that alignment almost, right? Like getting on the same page, getting an understanding of how Giants want to play, but finding their own comfort in this because they looked a little lost to how they wanted to deal with certain areas of the map. But that's been already solved. So looking at the ults that they have in hand here, there'll be a buy on both sides. Not lacking in too many areas either, so actually doing okay in that regard. Kinnear still has that lockdown in place. Michaela 2 away from the fade ult as well, so that's something that could be in the back of their minds. On the other side, look, Smurfette's building hers up, it feels like in a heartbeat as well. She's quick back to this. But for now, Crew do have the upper hand coming into this. Still great money behind them. Look at their finances, 8.5, 6.6, 8.1. They are sorted. They don't have to sweat about it. So Giant X, it's kind of now or never.
A bunch of Warren Buffetts on the side of Crew. Just saving for a rainy day. And looks like GX, they're going to go back to what they did after the last timeout. 2 members in front B. And a nice spam from Toki, and Ava finds a long-range A-main kill. Monch, that was never supposed to happen. Monch is the player to lurk around and cut off that long line of sight. Now, without that wall up towards A, that's so much information for GX.
Doing a thing.
Yeah, now I want to see how they decide to approach this. Sarah
Good
stay.
Molly.
Sarah does stay, banking on that Molly to do well. Dodzo quickly pathing towards it. The support not quite there this time. Music going down. So now Dodds has to kind of puff out the chest, right? Hold that space, look threatening. The lockdown trying to secure some security. Plant needs to come in, they're going to get it, but the post plant won't be anywhere near as threatening. But Kinnear catching Ness drifting over towards Garage. That's a mistake.
Huge mistake, deciding to stay, but then wanting to leave at the last second.
Oh, Kinnear, come on!
So much value for Kinnear.
Every single round, she's finding incredible kills. Dodds on the front line, Kinnear on the back. And now Eva and Smurfette have to do some serious lifting. Kinnear is kicking off. And yeah, that is a round to save the day. I thought that could have been lost on Monch falling at the very word go, but just absolute brilliance from her.
Yeah, and you saw the placement of that Killjoy ultimate going down, and I mean, GX were stuck between a rock and a hard place in that garage. Do we force break this Killjoy ultimate, or do we tuck tail and back out? Both players just couldn't decide, and Kinnear was just eating that up, finding those timings, finding those gaps, and you can see how hyped it's making her. Kinnear, she's the only player on that stage right now that's on that list of giants, the Mount Rushmore of GCC.
But they're going for a risky play now, and maybe this is what you wanted, right? Aggression down middle, and maybe it feels desperate, but it's got a player connected in towards window, right? This deeper push, the perfect chance to strike. And Monch suffering in the last couple of rounds, but it was recovered before. Kinnear still alive and breathing, but Toki doing some serious work. Maybe OT's on the cards, but Kinnear, no way, hold on, Toki's been caught, it ain't over yet. A 2v3 pause. Spike still in hand. Michaela just slowing things down. They can take a second, it's still above a minute.
Michaela looks very much aware of this A main push. I love this double push coming through for Ness and Sarah. The timing is going to be everything in this round, but Crew, they get to double peek Eva at least.
Eva's been solid, but this is a lot to handle. It's OT, 12-12. Eva keeps that quality as high as ever. But what a mad change in the end. The confidence to go for that walk down middle in the very last round potentially available.
And when your back is against the wall, I'm taking that risk, it does become easier. They get paid off and rewarded for it. Smurfette is on a heater, right in the nick of time, almost 30 kills for her. And you can see her getting hyped up here as well.
Yeah, it's scary coming into OT off the back of that too, right? You feel a little bit more excitement to it. But can you repeat that again? I don't know. So operator of the word go here for Dodds though. That's in hand straight away. So maybe looking to place that towards Suo. That's where she utilized it last time. Got that 1-for-1 trade out. It wasn't super impactful, but again, for now, let's see what Giant X are up to. This attacking side looked solid before.
Yeah, Dodds took so much damage tanking that Killjoy Molotov.
Oh, early contact, Kinnear. Gonna be spotting out Smurfette early, calls in Monch for a little bit of support on that, but it's just a look. They haven't committed behind this presence. They're actually backpedaling away from Garage now.
The information is lacking for Crew, though. Turret and alarm bot is down, so that sort of paranoia is going to be creeping into the back of the minds of the defenders. I think they should re-aggress somewhere, re-clear Garage any second, and this should give them the information that GX is no longer there. This drone, it's going to force Dodds off the line.
But I want to see how many rotate off this, if any at all, because so far they're not feeling any further pressure here. So they're going to keep 4 on this side of the map. By all rights, Crew are in the right place. Now seeing that stun come in, now seeing the wall and seeing the smokes. Look at them, you can see that temptation from Kinnear to play back in a little bit. Maybe wanted to try and support. And look at that, finally! The fade eyes coming in, the reveals coming out of Monch. Tries to get ahead, didn't have to do too much, didn't have to do all that. But Kinnear's here, Michaela's here, great spacing, good trades. Now the body's starting to drop. One by one they swing, and now we're down to the 1v1. Dodds. Oh! Ness! 4K for herself and a Red Bull clutch put Giant back in the lead.
Oh my, and I'm going back and thinking of all that HP that Dodds missed out on. It was from Ness's mollies earlier, those nanoswarms coming up huge. And this round, it looked so solid coming through. That fade utility getting so much value, but my goodness, GX just thriving in the chaos.
Let's go!
Man, that got close. Yeah, I mean, it took Ness getting 4 kills there to pull that one back from the brink as well.
These Killjoys, man, on both sides. I'm a fan, Lauren. I love that Killjoy is back in the mix. We haven't seen Killjoy on Haven in probably a year. It's been a long time. So I love this combo. I love Killjoys. It's such a different style to the Sentinels that we've been used to seeing for the past year.
Yeah, I feel like this is the first time I get to really check in on some of the changes in the meta, right? And kind of seeing how teams are adapting to it, how they're looking to kind of build through. And obviously, almost a little bit of a preview potentially into next year, right? It's okay, what do the big boys do, though? You know, what do the big teams come out with as well? Is this something we can maybe expect to see down the line? And how do these agents kind of get re-brought into the meta? Good to see how Giant X are kind of approaching this here and seeing it rewarded so visually. But at 13-12, Crew certainly not out of it yet. I mean, that came down to a 1v1 and a 4K to close that out, so don't think it was easy. But Giant X in the lead, and a chance for a third. Or we go double OT.
And Smurfette opting to go for the full armor, no operator in her hands. Seems like for the past 3 or 4 defense rounds, she's definitely leaning towards this front B walk. We'll see if she goes down for a mid-round push. Crew are still getting this A main control with this fade utility, but at least for them, they haven't shown every time that they're in A main with this fade utility. So right now, GX,
Mid-walk. Oh my
this is that, they've been rewarded for this play every time.
Yeah, but it looks like they want to...
So much sound cues. Connier is going to be able to retrace.
I think this was a bit of an error. I don't mind the call, but it was just badly executed almost. Did Monch get spotted? I don't think she did. No. Oh my god. I was about to throw the headset, man. I was halfway out, but at this point, Giant X looking a little bit messy in this. And yeah, Kinnear's again got that checkmate position. This should be wrapped up. As much as I rate Smurfette, there's nothing here. This was won and lost by those audio cues and that drift through that Viper wall in middle. This one's wrapped up. It's going to be double OT. There's not, like, Ness, you're great. You're great. Every day of the week, you're great. You ain't doing this one. So Crew navigating those, I don't want to say even threats, but just navigating that round well. They worked with what was given to them.
Yeah, they handled it well. I mean, certainly just being spread out and defaulting and just holding their ground seemed to have worked out. GX have done this a couple of times where they're pushing when they don't necessarily have to. And it all started towards that short A, right? As soon as Ava started walk pushing solo with no utility, you want to do that when the enemies are poking towards the other side of the map. As soon as you lose Garage, as soon as they poke towards that B, that's when you
keep it as a reaction rather than you know, being proactive in it almost. Yeah, that was a little bit strange, but again, it's nervous scenario, right? 13-13 now, starting to feel that pressure certainly mounting. And Janix going back towards the C approach. And Kinnear got caught there. Monch, though, desperate. But now it's messy, right? Both of these teams trying to dig their heels in. Plant's going to be in play in a fast flank for Dodds.
Yeah, that flank is so fast here. I don't know if GX are going to be ready for this. I love this reaggress pushing through spawn, though. This should buy time.
Yeah, that's got to be very indicative and a good counter paranoia. Dodds needs to start taking space. See that space being taken through Garage. They're trying to be diligent. But it's all three now. That's potentially a very good seize. Oh, no. Wait, Dodds got both. Oh, man. I thought Dodds was done for then, but catching both players, I'm a little surprised, maybe caught off guard in the end. Fair play to Giant to try and be proactive through CT. Didn't get what they wanted, but Crew are back on top at 14.
And it's all thanks to Michaela here. I mean, truthfully, Dodds should have gotten wiped out. They didn't deserve these 2 kills, but if Michaela wasn't there in Garage, being the distraction, throwing the utility, certainly it would have been much tougher for the side of Crew. So Michaela might not be on the top of the scoreboard, but definitely finding a lot of value in these high-pressure moments.
I'm scared now. I'm scared at this. This is where we talk about that steam running out. And do they still have that fire here? Smurfette on the operator. Last time it took a lot of bravery to go for that walk down middle to even get them to OT. You can't keep running that, though. And Crew just taking in the lay of the land here. A glance towards A, but no commitment yet.
It's the first time that Crew's eye was broken that quickly, so they don't want to just contest right away. I like this default coming through for Crew right now.
Okay, but I heard the operator go off for at least a bullet, so they now know that where it is, but this deeper search from Smurfette, man. You talk about high risk, high reward. Backfilling the space, almost calling the bluff. Biazik's been good, though. Biazik's been very
playing
good.
This really well, not giving any chances.
And that angle is filthy. Look how deep that is. That's hard to clear with the operator, even if you're cutting the line, but how long does she hold this? The rest of the team still needs that support, needs those smokes coming in. Still going to be paranoid of where that operator's going. They haven't shown anywhere else on the map here.
No owl drone to be able to go into this garage either. At least those prowlers should help.
No, Smurfette.
The classic?
No way are you banking on that? Oh, Biazik, I thought you did everything right in that, but when it came to that final punch, the classic works.
I'm looking straight at Monch here. She's going to be able to walk up A, knows that the operator's towards C, as you mentioned.
Eva's here, though.
Here's the turret. She's going to go for the spawn play instead.
Yeah, maybe trying to ignore that for a second, but the reality is going to be there. No one's cleared this. No one is clearing Eva, and it's mistake after mistake here. 13 seconds, and Eva's thriving. It's getting fumbly, it's getting messy, and it's going to another OT.
These defense rounds, I mean, things have slowed down. Things have slowed down, and we're definitely seeing a Viper Haven play out right now. The attackers are just slowly trying to get A main control, but the defenders are just moving around and finding the gaps. This crossfire with this Sova towards this short A, it held so strong.
Yeah, it certainly did. And again, you got to feel for Biazik there in a way, right? Played that out so well, but then Smurfette with a classic. Cool. Feels good, man. How many times is Smurfette going to get away with these aggressive plays?
Ooh, another aggressive play.
Yeah, looking at the tempo on this one. Could be a tempo change. Monch forced to invest utility.
I thought that shock would do more damage than that.
The other casters in the building did as well. They were getting real excited for that one, but not too much damage done. A little bit of chip, but stack up towards B. Dodds is here. The turret as well, just tucked into the corner.
Off the turret, I think Dawes is wanting to use her bubble.
Man, this feels real tense, though. Dodds going to be ordered away. Yep. Good paranoia, though. Actually didn't catch. I thought it was a good paranoia. I thought it was on the money, but apparently didn't quite catch both players. And now Giant X looking fully in control here. Biazik Kinnear can do nothing but die.
The Omen blind, that paranoia a month ago would have been perfect.
Yeah,
it would have been great. It was perfect, but this post-nerfed Omen blind it doesn't have that same oomph.
Yeah, that's actually
shorter range. Yeah, that's tough. That's definitely tough because Dawes was definitely in a position to have an absolute movie for themselves towards that front B. GX handling it well, though. I mean, it seems like most of these B pops so far, it's paid off. It's definitely paid off for the attackers.
And it's Gianx back with that upper hand, and they did so well in that previous round. Smurfette taking that deep sea long line that worked really well, handling everything at this point. But I just want all these teams to be able to win. You know what I mean? Like, come on now, come on now. We love an OT, but let's lock in here.
This is a late timeout. This is a late timeout for Crew. I didn't even realize they had a timeout left in this OT. So hopefully this is it. I mean, Coach BB is talking to Crew right now on the attack side of things. This has been the issue. The defense has looked great for both sides in this overtime so far.
Yeah.
And for Crew, I'd like to see them be a lot more decisive here towards this A main. Instead of just getting the control, look to walk forward and actually explode onto this A site.
Okay, but I am seeing Smurfette on A. I am seeing an operator.
The last time around when Crew threw this Fade Eye, it got broken immediately. I'd like to see Dodds try to protect it or trade. Both members were ready for it. They were ready to trade off of it.
Okay, there's a small adjustment. They're leaving Smurfette here, it looks like, with maybe Nest near enough by.
What an angle.
This is a nice angle. That's a pixel
the
spotted. Smurfette now ready, steadies the ship. Maybe calling in a couple of others to be careful. Because I'm pretty sure you can figure out that was a Whaler you spotted too. Gonna have to give it away on the Prowler, but it looked like it could have done chip damage, but no, it's Nest. Sitting there ready to catch that player trying to scale up. Dodd's now dead. You're looking at the next layers. They don't fancy it. They don't have that same burst towards the site anymore. They've stalled out already.
And that stop, it has to call onto Konier. The Killjoy towards middle, trying to find the gap, trying to find an equalizer, but Toki is just able to punish. Now Smurfette has a beautiful long line, and it's just gonna be freebies.
Yeah, it's clean work here. Michaela trying to do some damage, but a 2v4 is a lot to ask for. Gianx doing the hard work, taking the long road to get to this point. Monch and Michaela trying to make something happen. The paranoia flies on past. That one is on the money. And Monch, oh my god, it's a 1v1! It was so close! Brought down to the wire, but a 16-14. Gianx stay alive. They go through to map 3 now. It is not over yet. It's far from over, as Pearl will be on the horizon. And I have no idea which way that one goes. I mean, the timing on that, just ships in the night, passing by each other, and now it's dangerous. The drop, she does that weapon, she's playing gun game on the site. Parano, no! Hey, she ran through everything, every gun, every pistol. The only option was the knife.
I didn't think it was gonna happen, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, but we're going the freaking distance. Welcome back to Game Changers Championships, coming to you live from the historic Lowell Park in Seoul, South Korea. Mimi, I thought it was it, man. I thought it was over like, I don't know, 7 times.
Well, I also thought it was over like 15 rounds ago, and then Crew mount this crazy comeback, bring it all the way into overtime. But Giant X in those critical rounds, I think that I really want to credit Ness, the person who pretty much just stepped into IGLing for this team to keep her team steady, to come up with great ideas late into these OT rounds and close that wild map out.
Yeah, on a match like that one, and especially thinking about the way that Crew started winning these rounds and trying to make a comeback with that knife that we saw on B by Munch.
The knife.
That's how it all started, and it got a few more rounds. Konir getting 3Ks, 4Ks, all the way into that overtime. And I feel like, yeah, it is a little bit of those calls that you get to see from Ness. And it's also on the other side, I feel like that 14-14 that guaranteed everything by Eva with that 3K, with that clutch when she was playing as well towards A side. She's doing it. We talked about it early on, and she's doing it again.
I mean, even the last kill comes down to a 1v1 to close out the game. It potentially
nearly another Munch 1v3 clutch.
Right, yeah. Wild. A player that got us to this point, and really I wanted to highlight the massive difference between their performance in map 1 and map 2 was Smurfette, because Mimi, I don't think you can go more night and day than this.
You really can't. Think about how important Smurfette is to this roster when she's playing in this Neon composition. When they were on Split, they were running hard exec after hard exec into the Sage and basically just sending her off to her death. This was a completely different story though. When it was the fast rounds, she was finding success. When it slowed down and she was playing in the post plants, she was excellent there as well. This was the match that showed the Smurfette that has given us those peaks in EMEA at previous, international events as well, showing up when they needed her the absolute most.
It's interesting too, is we were talking on the desk about concerns with it being a double controller comp, and would there be enough tools to get Smurfette into aggressive positions and to really be able to provide value, and it almost felt like she was able to do it in spite of not having those tools.
A lot of this stuff was on defense too, where she's just like holding an angle. I think of that multi-kill on long, just really impressive mechanically.
And you don't really see that as much. A little bit uncharacteristic from Duds that was struggling in this map a little bit. You see Smurfette popping off, and it feels like it is the reason why they got so many of these early rounds. But after that, when things slowed down, that was just the game for Smurfette, for Ness as well, and for Ava. I feel like that we highlighted to be able to close it out.
Yeah, I was talking some about the calling I was very impressed by. I think in particular, rounds like this, which we're watching, that round 13 and 15 were really great decision making to be in these like 3v3s, these 4-on-4s, and for GX to always pick the right fight to take in those moments. And that continued into some of these crazy OT rounds we're talking about. It's so tough to stay focused and stay in a position where you're making that right call, you're making that snap decision. And I think GX, more rounds than not, were doing that to great success.
Yeah, it was incredible for a Giant X that you talked about. They don't really have much experience in finding the calling and finding how those mid calls are going to work. And on top of that, you're going to the first overtime that we see in this tournament, and they're able to close it out with some heroic plays as well. So it's kind of the experience that Ness talked about that maybe was missing for the team. Even though they keep that core from last year, they recognize that they don't have as much LAN experience, and little things like this are really going to help out for the last map.
I mean, they just barely got away with that one. I think we were talking about it here in the green room. We were pretty convinced that, yeah, maybe the series was going to be over. Crew was going to be able to pull it off. But lo and behold, we're going the distance. After the OT, we still have one more map to play. And, as we turn our attention over to that, when you think about these teams, with Pearl being the last one or the last map in this series, how do you put Haven in the rearview mirror far enough that you can focus on the next map, Dan?
When things are that close, for most teams, they recognize that is when it is the hardest to reset. But this Crew, compared to past years, they do seem to me like that team that is able to reset after a loss like this one, especially because Munch, was the one to try to get that clutch that was not able to do so. And she was still smiling and kind of recognizing, I didn't get it. It's okay. She is very confident. It feels like can be that player that you can rely on to make sure that the team can reset as they go into Pro.
I don't think these are the scenes we saw earlier today of players in tears and really having to overcome a big emotional investment after losing a map. These are two teams that felt like they were in it and an inch away from winning and that they could have won or lost. And for both teams, as they look ahead to Pearl and talk about their coaches, all eyes are going to be what they have prepared, because neither team has had to show their Pearl thus far in this tournament, and it wasn't in play in the regions. So it's an opportunity to show their opponent what they've been working on. And it's two teams that are also so hot, so warmed up after playing that OT, that I think this is right back to equal footing.
It really opens up the possibilities for the agents, because Crew Blaze, they really just changed that composition of that map of Haven, but now we get to see what they've been cooking on Pro, because it's a map that we haven't seen for both. On the side of Giant X, I was gonna say, are they going to be playing the Tejo? I feel like they're teasing us a little bit, but they're actually locking this chamber that we haven't seen before.
Interesting.
A no duelist chamber.
Yeah, so they used to play a no duelist, I think it was their Abyss as well, and they're gonna bring that out here. The biggest lack, obviously, on attack side is no dive besides the Omen. So that makes things like a hard A hit very difficult. It makes fighting into backside B also somewhat of a challenge. So on their attack, they're very much gonna have to prioritize playing around mid and getting Smurfette in positions where she can lurk up and pressure other parts of the map, so you don't have to fully rely on having that hard dive exec the way you see comps like the Waylay play out.
And Dan, very quickly, your thoughts on the Visa Crew Blaze comp? Pretty standard, right? Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it is a little similar to what they were playing before, and I do really like Konir on this Astra. I feel like they do have a lot of resources for these post plans that might end up being that win condition early into these rounds. For Munch, we just saw her on the Viper. We just saw Konir on this Killjoy, so they're switching it up a little bit, and that is going to be it. How they're going to take that space and how they're going to take those post plans to make sure that Giant X don't get the space that they want.
One final map to decide it all. Pearl on the cards. We're going to throw it over to Potter and Pansy one last time to close out the series. Take it away.
We'll do our very best for you, Dogal. I promise. We'll put in some work. But now my attention got drawn towards seeing a chamber, but you were actually mostly excited about the other side.
Yeah, I think both sides are bringing some interesting things back into the mix. I mean, Dawes, I'm just glad to see this player going back to comfort, right? We've seen a bunch of different duelists coming through today. Dawes Jet is just fantastic. So I think closing out in this third map, especially considering all the gas that all these teams have been losing at the last stretch, I want to see Crew doubling down on the aggression. They've got a pocket KO, gonna be able to pop flash, gonna be able to get into the faces. But for GX side of things, the no duelist.
Explain.
I see what they're cooking. The Omen gets to get B main control or A main control. They get to TP away after they burn some util, break it forward, then TP away, escape, be slippery.
Okay.
I get it. I get it.
That's the theory. All right.
That is the theory. We'll
execution.
See. We'll see how it works out on the attack side. I do think on the defense, this is absolutely a defense-sided comp for GX. So I'm expecting this pistol to go down exactly like that. You see Toki going deep on this B main.
Yeah, and feeling no resistance or resilience. So that's a big tick in the box. They keep their numbers very dedicated. Dots just managed to press the corner and get to Sarah and Smurfette. All eyes being drawn in towards that main side. Completely forgot about Art. And, well, yeah, Dots is just back to business, huh?
Yeah, I'm telling you, Lauren, these Jets, when they proc that dash and that dash timer is going down, just something is different.
Why are they so good, man? It makes no sense to me. Nothing has changed. They're like, yeah, I'm just going to get 3. Ness and Toki now. And a little unfortunate almost because Toki's position was kind of nice, right? That quick push up towards B.
Oh.
Ness. I mean, maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe it's not over. Maybe there is still hope here. Toki can at least note Dodds, but by this point, you can already see the Crew just going to be sitting a little bit deeper. Very hard to get that last step towards crossing on the site.
You see the idea from GX anyway. I mean, Toki's definitely going to want to push or hold the A main long line, hold the B main long line, and once the info comes through, push one of these extremities. Unfortunately for GX, Dawes was just able to get 3 huge opening kills. Look at these shots coming through.
Yeah, that second was so nice.
Yeah, and gaining the space and flipping the site once you get those entries because you're a Jet is such a powerful thing. And Dawes just getting hyped for that pistol round win.
Straight on the Vandal too. I mean, it's a big investment. Always a little bit sketchy when you see a chamber on the other side, but you know, run it. Why not? See what Dodds can do here. Already be warded away from that initial kind of like even ability to peek up towards long. It feels like a death sentence if you do it, but I just keep their life here, but noting that Vandal very, very early here. Smoking in. And just going to play on this.
Looks like Crew are
Nice
prioritizing.
Really? Oh, nice flash.
Ness?
My God, it was a heaven-sent flash, but Ness there to make the most of it and make this round far more competitive than it should have been. But where's the rest of the team? Smurfette and Eva still not quite here.
They will make it in time, though. Crew, they've got to be really thorough. Slowing it down, they've got the better weaponry. So I like the fact that they're not rushing into things here. This should have never got this close, Lauren. Both teams are fully aware that there's a KO on either side, so communicating to each other that I'm antied for you while you grab the orb is going to be super crucial moving forward in this half. But just classics on the side of the defenders. Crew, they're going to choose when they want to scale forward.
I actually quite like this as well. Just sticking around on, you know, better the devil you know at this point. Gonna hear these steps, gonna hear that plant. Can't really deny that, no, but nice shot from Monch. It's Smurfette though with a headhunter that can make this dangerous. And Monch is on 47. Sharp enough to keep this in hand, but my God, that got close.
Closer than it ever should have been. I was just going to start talking about who should be collecting the orb, who should be farming and collecting, getting ready for this bonus. But right now, Crew, they've got to decide how they're even going to handle this bonus. The money is a lot worse than it should have been.
And I mean, the fact that, yeah, Ness got one that was like a really nice kind of like flash, I guess, but still getting two with the classic after that is kind of wild.
3 classic kills. Who could have thunk it?
On B long of all places as well, you know what I mean? It's just like, my brain just not put it together, but the buy is in a weird spot now, right? Dodd's back on that Vandal, obviously Michaela as well, but everyone else on the Sheriffs. A lot of light shields out, so keep your eyes on Smurfette too. Gonna have that Outlaw in very much the right place, so this gets quite tough for Crew to feel confident about this unless they've got an idea of how they want to scale into this that could navigate around that.
It looks like for GX, they're just swapping around their Omen and their Chamber. Right now, Smurfette tanking the KO knife, suppressing, so she's stuck in the back of the site, but all this utility, this KO has so much stopping power. Sarah still has the Molly in her back pocket. Asha Smoke is gonna slow things down entirely. Smurfette's gonna go for a peek.
Yeah, flash and a swing again. These flashes are nice. You turn it, you're still gonna get picked by the Outlaw. But Crew still making it work, still doing damage. Oh, Smurfette though, sharp with it, back of the site. Does get away with her life. Music, shot third. Oh, it's gonna be one thing or the other, right? Pick your death at that point. As Toki, the last one alive. And 1v2 still has Paranoia, still has TP, still has Smoke. Couple of options. And the divide went in, but Music sharp with that as she just tried to slip ahead.
I like the simplicity coming through for Crew. I mean, they just kept it very straightforward. Get the B main, B long control. Don't let any chance of that free fight happening. But you saw the idea from the defenders anyway. For GX side of things, these shots coming through for Smurfette.
That was so nice.
Making at least a chance for Giant Sex to make it work. I want to see it work for Giant Sex. You saw the Omen towards this long A. They're swapping it again. Both Omen and Chamber this time coming towards A main. Trying to get the control. But Dodds, she just can't be stopped.
I don't know how Dodds keeps getting these sort of kills as well. Dodds has been just bailing them out time after time, it feels like. Ult's ready. You're going to hear the investment on the other side too. I'm pretty sure Smurfette just... yeah, pop tour de force as well. So big investment when you're losing out on control of art as well. This feels desperate to go for it here.
Yeah, especially considering how much space Konir has found towards long B. You see her teammates just regrouping while Munch just controls the perimeter, make sure nobody is flanking. This should be an easy, straightforward round towards B. Crew have been really prioritizing towards this B and keeping it really simple. Spike's gonna go down.
Spike planted.
Yeah, what are you meant to do? I mean, it rides and dies on Smurfette for me here, and you're looking at the positioning. I don't know. I'm willing to be wrong, but I feel like this might be a lost cause. Kinnear on patrol here, and even just being the early warning system does have that alarm bot to work off as well, so quite nice to complement this. That's going to be the first alert.
At least Smurfette gets to bait Ness.
Yeah, but there's also a trade. So you can see the spacing, nice positioning from Monch to come back over and make sure it wasn't an isolated fight for Kinnear. And at this point for Eva, it's a formality. If you can get an exit, cool, but dying to the spike might be the best option at this point.
I would have loved to have seen Michaela go hunting for this kill, solidify this KO ultimate, so right when those barriers go down in round 5, they can really just speed up the pace and slam with these jet knives. But either way, they can choose. They can choose to go for this A main fight or this B main fight, grab the orb and just mid-round slam the site. But I want to see a fast-paced round this time around, Lauren. I want to see a jet knives play coming through.
Yep. And look, they've had access, it feels like, constantly through ARP. That's been available to them. They have options here. This map hasn't felt like it's got a big load of resistance anywhere, right? It's that, okay, we can't quite get in here. Okay, A main's going to be lost. ARP, B main, they've got this. Let's see where they go for. Let's see if there's a pace change, a little bit of a kick-up of something. Contact off the Prowler towards A, but waiting to see where this ends up landing.
You saw Michaela's knife there, giving information, but Toki did a fantastic job just LOSing it and repositioning deep into that art area. But it seems like Monch is fully aware, but the timing, that chamber play, what a trade for Conir though.
Yeah, seeming very cognizant that someone could be on that next layer up to try and backfill in case there was someone there. So again, keeping this 4v4, noting the operator as well, so good information exchange. Crew want to just step away from mid. They don't fancy that anymore.
Yeah, and you'd love to see plays like that when the turret is blocking the vision. Conir definitely spotted though, but for Smurfette, she only saw a turret. She didn't see the Astra's leg.
And this is awkward now, but Smurfette feeling brave enough to walk this. Look at Smurfette. What? Look at Smurfette. No! I thought Smurfette had everything, had the read, had the idea. And now you can see Giannis trying to play ahead of this util, trying to play into this. Eva does well, but Dodds does better. The site now secure. Yeah, this is still play lingering around in the form of Nest, but this would be a big ask. It ain't happening. As Crew looking like map 1 again, Christine.
Conir is just unstoppable right now. It seems like she can do no wrong. I mean, you were spot on it. That flank shoulda, coulda, woulda worked out. But the fact that Conir just arrives, solidifies the flank, then turns around and just wipes out the forward. Ah,
that's actually crazy. Oh, man. It's quite tough to see almost, because you can see that Giannis are trying to work this out. They're trying to put together some plays, but they just can't stop the aggression coming out from Dodds. And then obviously got that back line from Kinnear being controlled really well. It's quite hard to deny Crew when they get into this form. Again, seeing Dodds back on that jet, seeing Dodds look comfortable here to go for those higher risk plays, be kind of, calling up the number. Lovely support from Michaela as well. You got Biazik to play in too. I don't know what the options are. They're trying to get Smurfette online, it looks like. They're trying to play her into, trying to give her the space to make that impact happen. But even though she might get her one, it's by that point they might have lost site control, right? It feels like there's always an exchange of some part of the map here, and Crew are doing really well at actually making that happen.
They've got to leave Smurfette alone. Too many times now, Smurfette has had a babysitter, and you don't want to run a chamber if you're going to babysit them. Even last round, Smurfette found the opening kill, but right after Sarah's trying to trade and hot on your chamber's heels, a chamber can just TP away and escape. You don't need to protect your chamber, right? So I want to see Smurfette on her own. You don't need to help your sentinel. That's why you're running a chamber. And make your plays across the other side. Set your Omen up for success here. Toki with that TP, you get to refight and re-aggress with the Omen as well.
I feel like out of everyone, young Potter might know a thing or two about trying to implement a chamber, be it viable or not.
I tried.
I love you so much. At this point, though, obviously we can see the purchase. It is going to be Sheriffs, and you can see Dodds, right? Just willing to brawl, willing to go forward, willing to take that space, takes away one. Now, backfilling that is GIANTX, right? So they're still able to play on the other side of this smoke, but this isn't going to be easy. This is still a very uphill struggle because this is above a minute. They've got the first pick. They can pause for a second. They still have Biazik's util to bank on if they do want to go for a re-hit here. But for GIANTX, I quite like they're exploring middle now, right? They've denied that quick burst towards A, so maybe explore somewhere else on the map. But now they've got contact on B. Does this then scramble the plan a bit? Again, Monch seems aware there's a chance of that too, popping down the alarm bot, but it does leave Kinnear on an island.
Yeah, and I like this read from GX because every anti-eco crew have just gone B main really slow. So they took a risk, they're rewarded for it, but the rest of the crew are already towards this A. off that info, they know the A side is clear. And now Crew, they've got to decide, do we flip the site or do we just play this post from A main and Art?
But I like the Crew get a little bit proactive in this post plant, right? Because they know maybe they're a little bit displaced because they tried to pick away that player in the form of Kinnear. So try and maybe exacerbate that issue. Smurfette, though, does do well. A little tricky from Dodds, though. Putting on some beautiful tech as Toki and Ness. Now it gets tough, right? You look at these deeper post plant positions, prying them out of these sort of spots. I don't want to say impossible, but really, really tough. And only with a Sheriff. And, you know, you're banking on this working out. I mean, yeah, you're going to get half. You're going to get any more? Not with Dodds hitting shots like that. This could be an ace. It looks like it very much is. Dodds, free farm, baby. Looking comfy. Looking in form. And I mean, you were happy, you wanted to see that jet back out, and I can see why.
Yeah, Dawes is just having fun out there, Lauren. She is having a blast. I gotta say, though, I did see a protocol coming through for Giants in this retake, and I loved it. I want to see that kind of effort throughout the rest of this defense half. You saw in this retake towards that A, as they're trying to tap the spike and get half, her teammate was right in front of her. And so they're preparing for that Astra suck that they know will come later on. Try to block that, try to force and get that half to make this retake coming through. So I like to see protocols like that. Hopefully it pays off for GX in the end in one of these clutches in the future.
Oh, Toki has a smoke to play into, but that's 5 on the other side, man. What are you meant to do? Yeah, firing squad, desperate play. Didn't feel like it was as necessary as maybe she felt.
Yeah, but you know, I like it. At least it wasn't for the chamber this time around.
Sure.
She was trying to set up Toki for the flash, but you know, GX have already, or rather Crew have already gotten punished off a play like that. This time they were ready for the flash. And man, Toki got nothing for it. That's so much damage.
Yeah, Ness does really well to slip ahead then, but now even trying to backfill the space, Gianx able to try and take a fight here. Maybe starting to get the rhythm of how Crew want to try and approach these sites. This is the first time they've been in control in this.
This is huge. Smurfette securing the back lines as well. And just making a perimeter. Spike is down. I like the fact that Smurfette is regrouping with the squad. That Molly should be able to isolate, allow both the players of Crew to focus towards the right.
Last player. Yeah, just this is nice. That's so much better from Gianx. Loving the spacing. Got to say, very selfless work from Ness then as well. Almost dead to rights. You won't get it much any more from that backside position. Trying to slip ahead a little bit, almost ignore Dodds, go for that next layer coming in. And this was after an initial loss as well. Here it is again from Ness there. Kind of sacrificial at this point, but it does do incredibly well to set up the others to be able to swing out, take that next layer of the fight. So able to find some stability. They have ults to bank on now. They're back in the game. If they get a couple more rounds beside them, they've got a chance. It's just not easy with this composition on the defending side. You kind of want it to thrive here.
Yeah, definitely not easy. And I didn't even notice the biggest part of that hit last round. Ava's haunt coming through and just completely exposing Dodds in her own smoke like that. We'll see if she's able to find impactful utility like that again. Forcing the chamber off with Biazik's utility. Oh, huge break of the alarm bot. I love this reaggress coming through for Smurfette.
They seem aware of the chance of it. Are they prepared? Oh, there was a second. There was a second there, but it's faded. And now where do they go? Ness trying to fight forward. Going to catch at least one through off, but it's a limited time availability, and that offer's now run out. It's a 4v4, and the site now looking open for Crew. But Sarah, backside, digging in with Eva. This is much better. Good seas, but I think they're a little bit ahead of it already. Crew now held with just Monch and Kinnear. Kinnear looking for a fight and finds one. No trade there. Smurfette
aware.
Held back by the smoke. And Monch in a 1v2, surrounded. Gianx making something out of nothing now.
Stabilizing slightly, and I like the adjustments. We saw it not pay off for them last round, but this time it actually does. Smurfette finding the openings, even if she gets pushed off of that A main, and it was all about this art fight. I mean, Konier almost got away with more than I think GX bargained for, but at least stabilizing. Smurfette still with the operator in her hands. And the defenders are actually making some money this time around.
Okay. Let's see. Because again, as much as I like this reaction from Crew, they've started to find their own rhythm here. I want to see if Crew have an answer back, if there's layers to this approach as well, how comfortable they are on Pearl. A couple of ults to play with here.
I like the adjustments coming out for Crew. They've completely denied any information from the defenders of where they're starting, where they're trying to default or work. Just contact clearing towards this mid. Good pop flash. No one's there, though.
Oh, I like this reswing, though. That's nice. Off the back of the util, the stun there. Perfectly synergized with Sarah on the swing. That's going to take away dodge. And if it keeps being this simple in approach, even with that very telegraphed pop flash over the top, this is good for Giant X to be able to react like this. It's a very, very good tick in the box. Oh, Kinnear, clean with it. All right. Damn. What are you meant to do?
Toki's not having fun on the extremities, not heated up quite yet. What an angle for Chamber. Oh man, it's just, it's only a Chamber angle. No other agent is gonna stick to those. Huge punish.
Big divide as well. This gives Smurfette more to play off. Another divide comes in, but still an angle. Just the smoke to force her away, but a little bit of a look. Eva wanted to get involved here. Smurfette still able to operate pretty well. Dual trades. Michaela down low on HP, 5 HP to play with. This really falls into Kinnear's hands. Try and secure this. Ult gonna come in. And now do they try and play through the wall? Do they respect it long enough?
These Astra ults were ridiculous, cutting off all the lines. Conir stepping up and
It's a lamb, that one! Everything's so clean until a 5 HP remaining Sarah comes in and gets the job done. I mean, Kinnear was lethal at the start of that round, halfway through, but a Red Bull clutch still falling for Giant X.
And it started all off in that mid with the Jet trying to find space, and it looked like she did enough. I would have liked to see Monch hotter on Dodd's heels to make sure she forces that trade, but unfortunately for Crew, they have to start the round 4v5, a man down. And GX, what a response. I mean, Smurfette has been heating up on this chamber. And for Crew, they've got to start talking about pushing off this chamber and making sure that the chamber stays on their territory.
And that's, and I don't want to say maybe a timeout into this round, but I'm a little surprised. You could have maybe called it here. Maybe feeling because of the bye, they didn't want to go for it here, but still, a couple of rounds now in succession for Giant X. Smurfette's starting to find a lot more form, but the knife's here for Dodds. Has been finding it harder to find maybe scalable kills. Getting shut down a couple of times. Contact made off the Prowler in middle. So noting presence. Slow and steady here.
And Conir has had a lot of success towards this long B, but right now, Smurfette is just holding ground. And with how slow Crew are going this round, I don't know if they're wanting to commit fully to this A. They've sent their Sova over towards B to kind of fake, but it does look like they do want to end towards A. If they're able to tag Smurfette with this Sova drone, they're going to be able to push her off this line and sell the fake.
Should clear this.
Oh no.
Here we go.
Oh, but I love what Smurfette is doing. She knows it's weak side. She knows it's only one player.
Yeah, but can Dodd still do damage? No. Really well handled. Giant X reading this like a book.
30 seconds left.
Understanding where the strength of the hit was coming from. Keeping numbers present on A. Backing that Smurfette has it handled. And all right, Sarah, sharpen up yourself. Izik and Michaela, the only two alive now. And with 14 seconds of formality at hand. They do damage. It's about all they can get here at this point. And it looks like that is going to be denied. Nice shots from Biazik, but not enough to deny the round.
I like the idea from Crew. I think that if they had Conir, the Astra, follow the Sova drone and apply a little bit of pressure and actually make this chamber TP off of that B, it would have at least brought one of those defenders towards A to rotate towards B and maybe give Dodds a little bit of wiggle room. But unfortunately for them, not able to do so. And I gotta say, it's impressive right now how GX have stabilized this defense. I mean, the beginning of the round with no duelist, it definitely was a slow start, but right in the nick of time as well, because we said it, you know, this is definitely a more of a defense-sided comp than anything else.
Yeah, I'm gonna be worried on that side switch if they don't get even, I want a couple more rounds as well, because like 4 can be undone by a pistol and a follow-up, right? You convert your bonus or you just carry on as you're meant to. you can kind of gap close towards it anyway. So I kind of hope we see a little bit more buffer for Giant X. So I want to see what the plan is when they get on that attacking side. What is the concept, right? Because it seems quite obvious how they want to play this now. We've seen it kind of kick into form. We've seen how they're trying to apply Smurfette. This is great. And also credit to Smurfette here for keeping that confidence and capability after a very slow start. It's very easy to let that compound and kind of let it deny even coming back into the game. But as it stands, it's a good road to recovery. 4 rounds. Timeout though comes in for Crew. What's the adjustment? What's the go-to in their minds? Because again, I think we'd like to see a couple of things come into effect, but still, it's how they're reading the game, how they're seeing the game. Because Dodds has lost that same level of impact now. That has slowly been chipped away at.
I would have loved to have seen Smurfette drop that operator over to Toki and go ahead and just pop that chamber ult. They've got so much money to work with for these last 2 rounds of the half, but regardless, just the one operator on the side of GX and Crew. They haven't had this easy of a time at A main. They've already got it, and right now, Biazik has every piece of util still in the back of her hand. So Crew, they've got an opportunity to just slam onto A site here.
Let's see if they do it. Dodds waiting to be set up. Yeah, there's a reveal. Off we go, and away we go. Dodds in on the side here, gonna take a little bit of damage, but goes for the flash. Wait, come on, Biazik. Gonna get everything herself anyway. The flash good enough to be able to pretty much close down on 2. Caught on the side of the site, even nowhere to go, and it's a crunch. Sacrificial work almost from Dodds, and it's the reward that they wanted. They'll take that every day of the week. As Smurfette and Ness weren't really present on this, it's hard to re-clear this side of the map. Ness gonna try and step in here. Shoulder on art, but no, where's the swing? I was a bit worried that Biazik was late to that, but fine in the end as Smurfette in a 1v3. 1 site, 1 art, and whoa, that was dangerous, but not dangerous enough. Crew finds solution, finds salvation with a very simplistic approach.
What a call from Crew, and you're spot on that simplistic approach. You know, we talked about it in the beginning of the half, how clean and straightforward those first few rounds were, right? Just get that B control and slam B all together. Make sure our utility is layered and together on the count. And this time around, Crew, they're rewarded for it. I mean, and Dodds, she didn't get a kill to open this round, but again, that jet pressure in your face certainly is a lot to handle.
I mean, you got to deal with it one way or the other, right? It's like it commands enough of a reaction. If you try and ignore it, cool, okay, we've lost front sight, we have to play back side, they've got the Sova ult layered, but it ain't over yet. Smurfette this time now going to invest the ult.
And this new angle towards this B with the... Oh, that's unfortunate. I wish Smurfette would have LOS that drone and not got tagged, because that playmaking on that box, it's so crucial. Either way, though, Smurfette, each time Crew have slammed B site, she's been ready.
I don't know if Toki's noticed anyone.
Oh, boy.
Are they aware? Yeah, okay, so both now aware. A little bit of chip coming off of that. Nade coming out, but Crew fighting for the space now.
You know what? That's a W, though, for GX. We're finally seeing why the OMEN was selected. They was able to waste some util towards A main for a TP, and this opens up the round for Smurfette to re-clear towards this long B. Right now, Crew are not happy. They don't have enough space to be able to slam. They've got to push Smurfette off this line.
And I don't know how they plan to do this. They are gathering back over towards this side.
If Michaela's knife comes back and just came back up, this should force Smurfette.
Oh, she's getting cheeky with this. I love this, though.
30 seconds
I
left.
love this. There's no way you pop flashing that smoke. No, not at all. But does Smurfette to live? She does! Only for a moment longer, but long enough for Ness to be able to do this. They get left in, Tatsunil lost at the helm. No one there to steady the ship on the way up towards that B site. And now look at this. Brilliant work coming out from Giant X. Credit there to Smurfette for taking what was probably a lost cause, but buying time, allowing Ness to swing into effect. Lovely synergy between the two, seeing the theory behind this pick of chamber. But the questions about the attacking side remain. We'll find out after this break.
My ult's ready.
Well, it's map 3, it's 5-7. Giant X showing that there is resilience in this team. A late upswing from Smurfette, seeing that synergy fall into place with Ness as well, everyone finding their footing. From round 7 onwards, they had that upper hand. But Crew still maintained the lead after a blistering beginning. Dodds in high form, Konir on that backline, looking solid. Now, the first half wasn't our big worry or our big interest, really. It's the fact that now on the side swap, how the hell are they going to do this one? I wait to see. You know, you're one of the great minds of Valorant. I hate being so nice to you. It makes me feel uncomfortable, but I have to be. But how do you see this working? Theorycraft something for me here, because I feel like there isn't that frontline burst here.
They're definitely in you don't have to be, Lauren. You don't
nice
have
to
be. You know what? We got to look at Toki. It was a little bit of a slow start for sure in the first half, but I mean, listen, Crew did a fantastic job, and GX had that comeback, so they're starting to heat up.
Yeah,
we're looking at Toki's TPs for the crosshair displaces. There's only 2 players that Sarah's going to be pop flashing for. It's either going to be for the Ava's utility, so that it lands and actually gives them the info they're looking for. It's going to be Toki flying in there after her blind with those TPs on the back line. It's either that or Smurfette's got to find the openings.
Okay, let's see the method to the madness. Show me a little something. Giant X now on the attack, pop flash, middle and a swing. Dodds doesn't see much, but Biazik does get the first, and it's just a brawl. Toki does very well to find 2, as Crew taking really quite the aggressive beginning in an exchange of space.
Oh, I like this from Crew. Even though the sound cues didn't come through, they just kind of ran away, and now we're retracing back towards their steps. But Ness and Sarah did push through their A main, so they have a good idea that they just have to look forward here, while Crew have to clear all these angles.
Oh, the timing. They're going to spot 1. I don't think they're going to think all 3 are there. Yeah, I mean, what are you meant to do? Dodds already off to a great start as well in the second half, 17-9. And Crew stamping authority, right? It feels like they just sent a message after what was a pretty rough end to the first half. Instantly pace is back in their side, momentum there as well. And I've got to say, these flashes are good, man.
You love to see these KO flashes. I mean, we've been stuck in this Yoru meta for quite some time, and the Yoru flashes are just meh.
They don't hit the same.
They don't. They really don't.
They don't give you that feeling.
Yeah, these KO pop flashes, though, they are something else. You don't even hear it coming. So definitely your protocols have to be on point. You've got to always be anti-flash for each other. We saw in the first half, the second round right after pistol, being deadly with the pop flashes. Monch is so blind.
Speak of those pop flashes, and you've summoned it into existence. Eva with a great pickup on that kill, and they're wrapping right the way through. Alarm bot handle, but
good
again,
reaction.
Exchange of space, right? They've pushed over towards A main instead. Given up sight, they kind of have to, right? They've given it a level of respect here. For Giant X, they're still going to be diligent in the clear, but very open plant. Got to be careful. As now the rest of the players on rotate, coming back around from B.
I love this play from Giant X. You can see 2 players pushing through Secret. They want to meet up with their players in this waterfall, create a pinch, and completely slice the pie. Flip the map, make this post plant work.
Ahead.
Yeah, this should force a little bit of information that there's at least someone down towards that pit side, but Konir left to her own devices. You can see the play-in for Toki too. Eva maybe trying to draw that attention. Works, and there's the strike. Now, can they continue this though? Michaela does very well to find the 2. And outside of dwindling numbers, they can't really play to the spike here. And well, it was a good plan. Couldn't quite do much more with it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Michaela and Dawes just getting doubles and triples every round, the strategy, it becomes a little bit harder. But either way, I mean, GX, they had all the right moves there. They had the opening kill on this eco. Beautiful utility coming through once again. But Crew, just individually, everyone is hitting their shots. Dodds, she's just unstoppable right now.
Dodds, early game Dodds is different. Early round Dodds is different. Okay, what do we have here? So the bonus actually looking pretty good. Yeah, Bulldogs, Judge there, that's fine, but it's Dodds with that Vandal that keeps my attention. On the other side, good purchase in place though. This is the time to fight back. Don't let that scoreline get to double digits too easily. Don't let that game fall out of your hands here. The Crew, they are on the verge of doing this. Taken to a 3rd map. Second one brought into deep OTs. Now we wait and see. Patience being displayed. And this is when we start really paying attention to how they want to take these sites. What the game plan is. How do they want to play this out?
Yeah. Just a bonus for Crew as well. You can see they're trying to save for that operator as soon as possible to put into Dodd's hands. And jet opping on this map, especially on the defense, it's just so much fun.
And confidence here, Dodd sticking on this angle. That's why precision from Dodds. Ness looking like there wasn't even a chance to fight back. Kinnear missed on this angle and actually coming out the better of that one, Smurfette. Gonna be punished, and that's a big loss.
And that's good movement coming here for Conir, just breaking ankles, resetting, no equalizers found.
And this is when I start to worry, right? This is when it all slows down a bit and this composition falls a little short. 30 seconds, what do they have to try and ramp up to these sites?
30 seconds left.
You've got to get past Dodds, who's got free play towards backside. Monch in support as well. You're going to have 3 players on towards A, that's fine. Knife just goes in, they can rotate off the back of that, which they're doing. Smoke's coming in, Knife there. Dodds denies a little bit of info. TP's too obvious, too easy. Cleared by Eva, but 13 seconds. It's uphill to say the very least. Monch is trying to buy time, and actually they've got themselves a plant here. Wait, hold up.
Shock dart.
Shock dart does deny the plant. It's messy, but time, it's too little too late. I'm almost certain. I don't think you're getting that one, you're not. Crew survive, and look at the HP left.
1 HP clutch coming through for Biazik. Ridiculous stuff
All you need.
to convert their bonus round. And a timeout immediately after coming through for GX. I mean, that is a tilter in that round, especially considering how things started. I mean, this kill for Conir, the fact that she was able to reset and get back, I thought that's all they needed to make this work, but
Seconds left.
man, they needed to force that kill. No matter what, they needed to make sure Conir goes down. But
That's brutal.
Biazik saying it's time to go. Time to wrap it up.
Damn. Yeah, I couldn't see that on the other side of the stage. I'm losing it. My mental's gone. It's boomed. I don't have it in me. The fear I have now is that Dodds is sitting on 21 to 10, has knives, has the buy in hand. It's a broken purchase coming in for Giant X. They don't have Smurfette's ult to bank on. Yeah, maybe the Headhunter, sure, but this isn't a pop-off game yet from Smurfette. And we can, you only have to look towards that Neon on Haven, right? To see the level of impact she can have in those comfort roles. Haven't quite seen it here yet. Maybe not getting the ability to play that in at all, but beyond that, I'm looking for someone to give me a little bit more hope here, because they've been close rounds, sure, but not close enough to deny the build-up of finances, build-ups of these ults, and the scoreline as it stands at 10-5.
And it looks like that someone you're looking for, Lauren, is going to be an Ava, because the hero Vandal is on this player's hands. And whenever you see Ava playing on these initiator roles, she baits so well, finds those trades, finds those duels for her team. So a lot on the shoulders of Ava to make things work. And it looks like for GX, they're taking a page out of Crew's book, trying to keep things simple, grab the orb.
Yep.
We will see potentially an OMEN ult play for a crosshair displace, maybe popping the Fade ult, closing off the mini-map so that the OMEN ult can land wherever he wants. There's a lot of options here on the table for GX to cook up on this low buy. I know most teams don't want to invest ults on low buys. I love doing it.
Yeah, at 5 to 10, you kind of got to do something.
Yeah.
Like, give me a round here. Make something out of nothing. But I'm a bit worried in the fact that Dodds has also taken all of that B-long space. The map feels quite small currently, so every step is quite hard fought for. Sarah, willing to posture up, play through up. That is the spike, so got to be a little bit careful. Got to get the timing right here. Michaela. Not going to see anything, but the TP's there. Toki, well rewarded. Michaela, great control. Does have help on the back of the site now, and maybe doesn't need it. Michaela with Monch, just perfectly handling this. Ness has to pull off a 1v3 for this to be even possible. And Michaela's confidence should be sky high after what she's just done. And then look at the flank. You thought you were safe. You're not. Dodds is here.
Oh, she's going to do it.
I thought she was, man. I was so ready for it. It's 11-5, Christine. I feel like we're halfway out the door here.
Yeah, especially if you're watching Dodds not even risking that and just securing it fully. No matter what, she wants to get out of here. So you got to respect it.
We've already had one knife in this game. We don't need to. Come on now, that's excessive. we can stick with one. It's now or it's never, right? This is the big one. Sit up, pay attention. Whatever you're doing, this is the round you are going to be watching. We have a couple of ults. They're not big ults, but you already theory crafted a couple of things they might be able to do with it. Now's the time. You've got to buy here. You've got what you need. So what does Crew do? Do they maybe do something a little bit different? Do they get proactive? Do they make a specific play? No, they're just playing out standard for now. Knife close. Nothing much to report.
It seems like Giants want to kind of distract towards this B, maybe even full slam it while opening up an opportunity for Smurfette to get the lurk going. Probably a B split of some sort, because these flashes are towards B. They've got to land where these flashes are, unless Smurfette finds an opening on the other side. But look at this setup.
They're not going to get contact on the Prowler. Smoking towards that deeper side of connector. They're going to just, yeah, as you said, kind of pinch towards B. So you're going to see Dodds right in the middle of this. Does help towards backside, but plays ahead of it. Plays down all three. Dodds tearing them apart. And Giant X's hopes just get left in tatters. It's 12 for Crew, and it looked all too easy. 4 kills that round for Dodds.
Without losing any HP, without any utility, all just off intuition. You know, you talked about that killer instinct before, Lauren, and Dodds absolutely is just beaming with it right now. The fact that she re-peaks right after, because her clean kill, it was so easy, right?
Yeah.
That multi-kill factor, you can't teach that. This is years of reps coming through for Dodds. It's impressive to see right now.
Yeah, this is a clean slate kept on this side for Crew. Wanting to close this out with immediate effect. For Giant X, the last round was kind of the big one to try and play it back through. They didn't get what they wanted. Biazik, come on, man. Michaela as well. It's all lining up. 5 standing strong. And it's just a funnel now as Giant X trying to put in a performance. They have the numbers, a 2v2 and a plant. They at least get the time on their side. But the threat still lives in the form of Dodds. Slow and steady, coming around. Sarah, gonna tuck into the corner. Eva playing a little bit off as well.
Waited out that KO ultimate, and now that it's offline, this should activate Dodds. I mean, the knives are up. Jet Smokes can't allow to get half.
Got to play this right, but Dodds is lethal. Pixel seeing player noted. Smoke goes in. Eva's only 25 HP. The knives might be overkill, but she's still there. Still securing it for Crew to push up to 13 and close out the series with confidence. You might have been worried after Haven, and I wouldn't blame you. But Pearl, they were back on track, Christine.
They absolutely were. And I mean, I think this last round was perfectly illustrating exactly how dominant Crew have been. I mean, Biazik was fully Omen blind, long range, and just simply peeks out, shoots one bullet, and gets a headshot for it. I mean, they could do no wrong towards the end here. Dodds is just fantastic.
Yeah, Dodds is a player to watch. You can see why at the very start of this game, the Des were talking about the impact she can have when the momentum's right, when everything lines up. She is an exceptional talent, and you saw glimpses of it on kind of Split to begin with. Haven, it was there, but in a smaller aspect at the end by Pearl, we saw it in full effect.
Absolutely, and you got to feel for GX this time around. I mean, they had glimpses of hope. I mean, Smurfette was a fantastic, especially on that Haven.
Absolutely.
Just bringing her team on her back, setting the tone, setting the pace. Unfortunate that they weren't able to finish strong here, but man, Crew, they were just applying the pressure. They were non-stop.
Yeah, we saw the better version of Crew today, I feel. We saw them at a really high point. For Giant X, there were glimmers. You were right. It was here and there. We saw it on certain maps, certain scenarios. Sadly, couldn't quite activate it towards that map 3. And it's always a bitter taste, but on the other side, I'm sure a very sweet moment for them to finally get those stars aligning. And really, a dangerous team to come up against now. I wouldn't want to face them here, but that's not for us to find out. I think we've got a bit of a treat for us as well in the Verizon post-match interview coming up. We might be able to even hear from Dodds themselves.
And Crew survives the day. Congratulations, Dodds. Come join me for a talk. 네, 크루의 다즈 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 가장 먼저 이번 시리즈 중에 가장 치열했던 헤이븐 연장전에 대해서 물어보고 싶은데요. 연장전 끝나고 멘탈 관리 그리고 집중력 유지가 가장 중요했을 텐데 어떤 얘기를 나눴는지부터 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, Dodds. Intense series. Now, we need to talk about what happened on the Haven, that OT. When you guys lost, What were the talks? What were the feedbacks? And what was going on backstage?
So in Haven, we almost get back to the game, like it was 5-11, and the talk was like they was afraid, like Giant X was afraid. We almost get back the game, and it was a talk. Like we get confident, and in Pro we got a lot of confidence, and yeah, that's it. Pro is a really good map ours, so yeah, it was a talk.
5대 11에서 사실 역전을 만들어냈던 입장이기 때문에 또 그런 부분에 있어서는 좀 선수들끼리 경기를 치르면서 아 자이언트엑스 쫀 것 같다, 우리 이길 수 있을 것 같다라고 얘기를 했는데 결국에 패배를 하게 됐지만 그래도 많이 걱정은 하지 않았고요. 그거에 대해서 좀 웃어 넘기고 잘했다, 이제 다음 맵 더 잘해보자라는 얘기가 있었다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 사실 몬치 선수가 지난 첫 번째 경기에서 보여줬던 모습은 크루의 100%가 아니다라고 얘기를 했었거든요. 오늘은 그러면 크루의 가능성 중에 몇 %를 보여준 것 같은지 100%인지 물어보도록 할게요. Now, Munch actually said last series it wasn't crew at 100%. And we're just asking the question, did we see the true crew? So would you say today we got to see the true crew, or you guys have more to show?
Yeah, I think we was the real crew this game because we was having a lot of fun. We was laughing, we was joking with each other, so we was the real crew this game. We lost Haven, but it was fun. So it was the real crew this game. It was really different from last series because we were so serious, so nervous. And this series it was having a lot of fun, laughing a lot. So yeah, it was the real crew.
And that was the plan tonight coming in. You told me, just have fun, enjoy the game, and results will follow. Well, thank you. 이렇게 오늘은 좀 크루의 진짜 모습을 보여준 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 헤이븐 비록 지기는 했지만 그래도 정말 좋은 모습, 좋은 경기력을 보여준 것 같고, 그리고 사실 지난 경기에는 너무 진지하게 경기를 치렀고 얼어붙어 있었는데 오늘은 조금 더 긴장을 풀고 훨씬 더 재미있는 경기 즐기면서 치렀기 때문에 이런 좋은 결과까지 나올 수 있었던 것 같다고, 오늘 보신 즐기는 모습의 크루가 진짜 크루라고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 이렇게 해서 다트 선수 만나봤습니다. Congratulations and have fun tonight. Enjoy your win and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome back. A massive win. We've actually got Munch joining us on the desk. Congratulations. After that series we just saw, it's got to feel really good.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that Heaven was too much pressure, but it was fun. I had so much fun on the stage, and I enjoyed that win a lot.
Whenever I watch you play, it seems like you're having so much fun. You're so just the way you're standing up, getting excited in every one of these games. What about you as a player has made you come to this event and just be so comfortable on the stage right away?
I mean, I think it's a lot about I feel so confident about myself and my team, most of it. So I'm so comfortable around them. So all the energy I bring around them, I just let them out, So yeah. I don't know. I'm so comfortable with my team. So I don't know. I love them.
It's so fun to watch, and
yeah.
I think it's clear. If I was your teammate, I would be so happy to win around and see you standing up and bringing that kind of energy.
Yeah,
You've said a couple of times that you were comfortable and you feel like the team is really in a good spot. How comfortable were you after the end of Haven? How much concern was there when Haven didn't go your way?
I was so comfortable because I actually talked to them. I said that we were bringing the rounds back, so we have the rhythm with us. So the enemy team was scared, because we were 5'10" above, I think.
Yeah, it was 5'10", yeah.
So all the energy was on our side. So I told them don't worry, we got this. I know this Pearl. We trust in this Pearl, So I don't know. I was confident. Yeah.
Talk to me about the clutch on Haven. with the knife
Viper.
kill.
Oh, yeah.
That one was wild because from my perspective, it didn't look like you had any plan to knife her. Was it just you were trying to get in the smoke and she was there?
I ran out of bullets. I had just to, I don't know, I have to swap the knife, you know, but no, it wasn't planned. I just ran out of bullets on my Phantom and on my Classic, so I had to bring the knife out.
I mean, no real other option, and it worked out perfectly. It's probably going to be one of my favorite moments of the entire tournament, too. So thank you for providing us with that. And honestly, with that, we do have to go ahead and say goodbye to Zipto and GX. A wild run, really, for both teams, but it's the nature of this brutal tournament format is that we've got to start sending people home.
Yeah, it's tough. You didn't play with them last year, but your teammates also knocked out GX then. Was there anything that they kind of told you or talked to you about ahead of time coming to your first Game Changers Championship and the opponents you would play?
Yeah, it was not much talk about that, but they said like, we did it once, we can do it twice, you know, so it's gonna be easier. I think all of us were really confident, like, and it's gonna be a win, I know. I mean, we threw on that heaven, honestly, because on defense we had the reads.
Yeah.
It was just, I don't know, like tiny mistakes, you know, but that heaven was to close it out with us, and it was at 2-0, but I don't know. We won. It doesn't matter. We won 2-1.
Yeah, that's all that matters. Closing out in the end. I want to ask for you personally, because the Latin American Valorant scene for GC or for VCT as well, it's really dominated by a lot of South American players, a lot of Argentine players, a lot of Chileans. But as far as I can tell, you're the first Mexican player who has been able to come and compete at an international Valorant event. So what does it mean for you to be able to be that first person to represent your country?
I don't know, it means a lot. Honestly, I feel like I have all the support on my family, my friends, the country, honestly. I read the news that went out, so I feel...
You were in the newspaper.
Yeah,
that's so cool.
Where I live from. So I don't know, I feel pretty confident. I feel like I deserve to be here. I fought for this place, but I lost against Crew 3 years. So now that I'm here, I feel like all the work paid off, and I don't know, I'm too confident. I feel like all the Mexican players and all Mexico is around me.
I mean, it worked out in the server today, and I think there are a lot of people who are pulling for you and for the rest of your squad, really. So very thankful that we're going to get to watch you guys continue to play. With the competition down to 8 teams, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see how we've gotten here and what is up next. We will be back tomorrow with 2 more elimination matches, MIBR versus Ninetales, and then Nova is going to be playing again as well up against Crew. Is there a match that has maybe surprised you or you're looking forward to here?
I don't know. I mean, against Nova, I think we are pretty confident too. We talked about it. We knew this was going to happen, and we are confident. I think this time is going to be 2-0. I'm pretty sure. And I don't know. I want to beat and play against every team I can. Like honestly, like, it's not that feeling being on stage. It's amazing. Like, there is not another feeling like that.
I can see it. Even talking now, it looks like you're just glowing after coming off the win. I want to ask, when you were coming up in the scene, were there any players that you watched at maybe previous Game Changers events that you looked up to or watched VODs of that you might be excited to play?
I want to play against, I don't know, Liquid again. I feel like we know about the mistakes we made, so I think we are better now. And I want to beat, honestly, Shopify. I mean, they are the team to beat and 2-time champs. And I don't know, I want to play against
Just play as many games as you can.
Yeah, I want to play against everyone, you know.
Well, again, congratulations on getting as far. Congratulations on the win. We're going to go ahead and let you go so you can celebrate, and we are going to go ahead and let you guys go as well. Thank you all so much for joining us. It was a blast of a day. Again, 2 more matches tomorrow, same time, same place. You are not going to want to miss it. We'll see you then. Pressure makes diamonds, and there's an opportunity here for one of these 2 teams to shine. Elimination on the line, and for others, a chance to perhaps go on a run, perhaps do something that nobody would expect.
Mighty actually with util in hand, and the cover wasn't there. Graham's now looks like she's going to go down as well. 3-3-2, taking over.
Look, here she comes. It's over. A 4K for Sammy. On Ninetales as they just give up this space.
I guess you weren't expecting Dana to be up there. But looks a little silly, and wow! Okay, Dana. The position, they're not going for a knife.
They're giving it to her. No, they're giving her the ace.
Okay.
They're giving her the ace.
And here is that potential piece of aggression. That's a freebie, but the trade from Yumi! A 2-for-1 combo deal that might have just ended the map. Con now with another. It leaves Eva
30 seconds left.
with everything to try and do. A 1 versus 4, 25 seconds. And so much to try, but nothing will come through.
Ninetales looking for that little bit extra. Drop down from Dana's good, and Capricious completely caught off guard. No punish from heaven. It's B, it's not being watched, it's a freebie. 9-3 at the halftime. They're on their feet again.
It is Ninetales to win versus an opponent they struggled before in front of their home fans, and will march on here in Seoul.
A ton of history stepping out onto the stage, particularly on the side of Crew, but probably facing maybe one of their biggest matchups yet.
Zika, they're just going to tuck in towards the corner. They're going to try and path around frontside pillar. Pump flash, it's good. It's actually great. Michaela, outstanding impact. 4 kills. This is sketchy times for Crew. Having to come back into this blind, they're going to see the crosses. Smurfette doesn't need to see him to kill him. It's just Biazik, and it's too easy for Smurfette here. I mean, the timing on that, just ships in the night, passing by each other, and now it's dangerous. The drop, she does have weapons, she's playing gun game on the site. Parano, no! Hey, she ran through everything, every gun, every pistol. The only option was the knife. Does help towards backside, but plays ahead of it. Plays down all 3 Dodds, tearing them apart. And Giant X's hopes just get left in tatters. The knife might be overkill, but she's still there, still securing it for Crew to push up to 13 and close out the series with confidence.
Smile.